It's already played.
Geo, you records.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Na sawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, anina Equatorian. Anehna, anina Equatorian. Oh yeah, kanita min yambio, kanita min tori, weleta min juba, yeah. Anina Equatorian. Teresi magesi manena. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanihna gulu wahi, Equatoria biraba, Yabiru pijama, Asan Belet na biraba. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anehna, anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita zande, kanita mai. Au kukuye, anina Equatorian. Kelene na hibo nefusina. Kebili ya kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja berino, Hasan Belet na biraba, Arif mabisaido. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, anina Equatorian. Anehna, anina Equatorian.
Nihna kulu sawa jama. So mapel fanangala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Atoli ya buga ya baka, Equatorian balanda bari, kakuwa kiliko Lambo lumoya.
Atoli
Mundo,
Abukaya
Mari, Mundare,
Nyambara,
Otumu Pari Makotudo, Lubara, Bungaya Lobe, Lolo,
Mondo
Nare,
Anna kulu nasi sawa. Maki hata bigesi manena, siasa mabigesi manena. Anina wahid.
Greetings, guys. First of all,
good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, wherever you are. With you today, this is Ethica from Equatorian Freeform and Didi. Welcome. And those who are watching from Facebook and also those who are in Clubhouse. Of course, the topic, as you see, the title says The Rise of Tribal Anarchy in South Sudan and the Hidden Danger. The purpose of this topic, of course, there's a lot of things that we have noticed, and we're going to continue discussing it for the next many episodes if we possible. But before that, we want to also, um, you know, as you see, there's a lot of current things going on, and we will might comment later on these things, but we're not worried on what outcomes or results to come because we know exactly where it leads and where it's going to be. For us as Equatorian nationalists, we're proud to call ourselves Equatorian nationalists. We're not afraid, or nor we will be intimidated by any voices who are trying to question why we are fighting for Equatoria. Our stand for Equatoria is clear. Our love for our people, to defend our people. Right now, people do not understand because majority they just follow by uniform. They will listen to people who think they understood them. They will see that majority is where the correction, where the right is, where justice is, where truth is. But in reality, if you look back in history, most majorities have been always connived and been, enticed by those who know how to manipulate the mind well and to convince them that they are actually doing the right thing. If majority was right, Jesus Christ would never been crucified. Remember, it was majority who put Jesus to crucifixion. Remember, if you're a Christian, and today is a Good Friday for some people in other countries, for Friday, happy Passover. And the Good Friday, of course, is not a happy occasion. This is where the day Jesus Christ was crucified. And if you look at the beginning of his accusation, majority who noticed and witnessed Jesus, all his miracles, all his words, all his deeds, people mocked him at the end and they killed him. But then after the mockery comes victory. Because with all these insults, with all this humiliation that Jesus have went through, later he rose up from the dead, according to those Christians who understand. And they went to the extent that they have, today we have billions of people in the world, around the world, believing Christianity because of Jesus Christ, the way how he did. So when majority are right, it would have never been where Jesus would be put, nor even Galileo, the man who told the world that the world is round. And they have put him under prosecution until he had to kind of give up under the Vatican. That was in the mid centuries of the time before the Enlightenment. So, what I'm trying to say, my fellow brothers and sisters of Great Equatoria, let us be wise enough to listen to what is right and not just follow because majority follow. Let's see what is really important to us. Let's see it with true conscience and true wisdom, not but those people who want to hype you up to believe that you, as majority, are making the right direction. Majority are the same people who call us to go and separate from Khartoum because we got the oil. SPLA will take care of everything, and today we are suffering. Majority are the same people who supported the regime by letting them do all these crimes against us. They have sent us to abyss. Today our people are crying. Majority are not always right because they are always moved by some, manufacturing propaganda architects. They know how to do it well, and they did it well. Today, we, the Equatorian nationalists, we are proud to stand on our ground. And I know one day, if not today, but somehow we know we don't want to put the date and time, but we know exactly when some of those Equatorians who today they see us as villains just because majority people are so easily shifted. Their mind can be shifted easily because they have no, the better purpose to think for themselves. They are so idol worshippers to the extent they will see their leaders and do not criticize their leaders. They will see their leaders without questioning them. And who are they? They're not gods, but they will look at them. And that's why majority always have been in the wrong. And today, as I said, the topic is going to be the rise of tribal anarchy in South Sudan, the hidden danger. Before that, I want to give a chance to Didi to give a greeting. And while I prepare some things that I want to put on this topic, So Didi, please welcome and welcome Mr. CJ, Ms. Husnia, Mr. AKBOR, and Mr. William, and those who are watching, listening, also Mr. Joseph, and all others over there. Didi, welcome, and Mr. CJ, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Odysseus. CJ, thank you for your presence. I want to welcome you and welcome everybody. And I just wanted to say hello to you guys who are listening to us. I'm glad to be here again. And this is not a time for us to be fainted, or this is not the time for us to be scared. Even though we've been mocked and we've been insulted, and deliberate accusation against us and against individuals. But those individuals will have their own say on what is happening around. But what we want to talk about today is that we want to focus on the rise of the tribal anarchy in South Sudan. And it's something that we're seeing, we're seeing it really rising rapidly and in our eyes again. We've been hypnotized and we're not seeing it. The people are speaking the same language. يعني هم بيشتموا ناس بيحددوا ناس. You can see the desperation, the agony. They are so desperate. They're using violence. Like even I feel like إنت لو ذاته قدامه هو بيشكلك تهديد اللي هم بيدوا للناس ده. And also the other thing is like the way that Equatorian نما لدرجة بيشتموهم, بيشتموهم بيحددوهم. يلا Equatoria بس بيفولو زي الدنب. It's like it's really sad في زمن تحسي the rise of tribalism اللي قاعد يحصل ده. It's really sad that Equatoria has been used many times. احنا قاعدين نقولوا at this time Equatoria كلي يجيفها لنفسه. At this time Equatoria كلي يجيفها لنفسه. Equatoria كلي يجمعوا نفسهم على نفسهم. الحال بيجي من Equatoria عشان Equatoria تكون free. الحال ما بيجي من زول تاني. ما حقو it's like يقوم تعمل فولو اب مع زول تاني. الزول ذاته ما فاضي معك. زول قاعد يشتمك يا في وشك غصبا عندك. ونفس الحزب الإيكواتوريا أساسا دارين فولو ده نفس الحزب بيشتموا في إيكواتوريا. هم شرارين، هم رجالهم جاي useless
بيحددونا إذا جبنا لنا شايفين بيقولوا لنا يعني أنت تشوف زول ما إيكواتوريان بيجي بيقولوا لك أنت لو صحيح إيكواتوريان، أنت لو إيكواتوريان في really an إيكواتوريان أنت المفروض تجي تبرم. يعني عشان أنا إيكواتوريان السنين ده قاعدين يبروا وراكم من زمان ده كله. يلا حنا قلنا no this time, no we're not followers this time, we're the lead of our destiny this time. Not people زعلانين معانا, it's like people are not happy. So it's unfortunately, and then people want to join us over there with the government people and other stuff like that, which is not really working. We don't have any problem with anybody. احنا بس بدنا نقوله ماما أقول الناس اللي كان بيشتموا في إيكواتوريا من زمان من بداية من في فيسبوك لحد يوم الليلة even في رالي ماشي ده لسه إيكواتوريا is the target بيشتموا إيكواتوريا فوقه. إنت بروكسوك لميتين ده هو المشكلة. بروكسوك لميتين بيشتموك بيحددوك لميتين. يعني لو هم قاعدين يحددوا الساكل بتاعهم ده they belittle the people in their circle, they blackmail them even with حاجات اللي هم يتكلموا جوا في محل تاني. يلا هم ترى بيعمل لهم ريكوردينج. يلا لما يجوا برا لما الناس تانيين يقدروا يتكلموا حاجتهم they will blackmail them. يلا باقي إيكواتوريا التانيين ده بخافوا. So they think هذا even تهديدات هم بيعملوا قالوا when they finish they're coming after other people and stuff like that. We will see. طبعا لو واحد عامل فوقه هو إيكواتوريان لكن طبعا هو داير يعمل نفسه هو يا معلم بتاع إيكواتوريان because he was given they go ahead by one of his group to go around insulting Equatorian, belittle Equatorians. Then might as well we will unfold the series on this. نمشي كراك زي ما إنه كمان سمينا في إيكواتوريين سنين جبنا قاعد يترتن إنه قال the honeymoon between separatists and NAS is finished. But the funny thing, we never had a honeymoon with NAS. We never been even one with NAS. We have defended NAS in many accounts when NAS is getting attacked. We have defended NAS in many accounts, but it has nothing to do with NAS. And NAS has always insulted us, threatened us. Always send their partners to come and insult us. But we at many accounts we defended them and defended their leader at the time that even some of them they're there and they did nothing. But if that's the door they wanted to open, then we will walk Quran. we're not afraid to fight against them. We're not afraid to fight against the Soma. We're not afraid. I think we welcome it with all heart. And while our people will go into in depth, and while I let our people listen to what is happening and what is going on. So I think, yeah, we will focus in. The funny thing is, like, you know, the most danger that in the Shafin, you know, is like a lot of people that have no in depth in understanding Himashakal South Sudan there, they think, you know, when you follow a group of people or certain people who are very charismatic and very sharp with their tongue, and they frighten people, the kalam circuit, the kashim circuit, but they cannot even do anything. Ma bigder be help gisim tuman. Like, for example, if you look in Equatoria, when these people wanted people a place to be found, you know, to be, you know, to run the country, they had to come to Equatoria because Equatorians are practical people. أديل أنا متأسف إنه الزول اللي جاء من غابة من كلا، أبوه ما بنى سيتي، ما بنى أي حاجة، الليلة رافي نفسه كشمه wagging his tongue like a snake بيشتموا في Equatorians, you know. And because the circle of Equatorians are Umafogo, they're filthy people, degrading people. They degrade their own people. Sell out people, I will say that. Because Alela Nazel, indom nasum hinakata separation. She look into people for separation. Won't be give for manasum, the uma be shitum naze, wala be calling us Equatoria deliji shitum naze. Nas nowhere indo hagum, nazel ma bikhalu, lanu marfinu naze waqfin على أرض بتاعهم. عندنا فيديوهات ذاته الناس سلطانين دل اللي يتكلموا من الناس تنازل ده هم أتاك ناس ذاته، لكن ناس ذاته تصوم ده ما وقفهم قال متى أتاك ناس that we're working with. But Equatorians funny دل you know desperate دل they send these people to attack us to يشتموا إيكوتوريا، يشتموا رجال تا إيكوتوريا. في عندنا حق إحنا كإيكوتوريans عندنا حق عشان we to object that, you know, last time we say that if you're going for what you're going for, good and well, you go for it, but, you know, just get the name of Equatorians out. Ita ka party alela, ita mama agul ita tagum ita rais ta party, wala ita udu fi party data muhim تجي تقعد هنا تشتم Equatorians sharamit وتشتم Equatorians gays, and then تشتم Equatorians إنه هم useless. زمن فتحوا room, I will go into depth later on who opened the room and who said it. When McCartney come to question something, McCartney was insulted, useless man. Useless man, but the very Juba that they wanted to go to and the very Equatoria that they go to is where McCartney is from. But he's useless man, you see? And Equatorian men are gay and they are sharamit. لأنه Equatorians يبركزوا نفوسهم هم بيجوا هناك بقعدوا معهم بنحرهم بحقرهم يلا هم بيطلعوا بيمشوا بيتكلموا بورا إيكوتوريا ساين إيكوتوريا الشراميط يلا عشان كده بيبقى بيشتمونا عشان الناس ما دارين support what they want to. Our objection is that, you know, if you running a party, a lot of us in Equatorian we are work now. We got our voice back. We're not going to hold back, even if we have to overthrow a party. We're not going to hold back. We're not going to. This time we're not going to. Talama nas Alan Gibeli gal, you know, huma their honeymoon with they finish, which we don't even have any honeymoon with them. We don't even have any time to we don't even attend any meeting with them. We don't even talk with them. I don't even know at what time. And what I know that every time nas biji ma olat shiluk del biji bishatumuna bigulelena itu kida sharamit witu ma olat shiluk del ma olat na tenkada ila shatumuna Equatorian sharamit Equatorians gay Equatorians useless. Evidence is there. McCartney was insulted and Galo got her room and can't correct what happened. Like at the end of the day, they say insulted Equatoria. And then the anger is why Equatorians has objected that we should not be insulted. We should not be dragged into this. It best carry your work as you want to do it, but just don't drag Equatoria in the middle of it. Ita kan magadir decide ahalak, abuk ummak, akhwanak, you know, ahalak. ملك تاكي إنت ما قدرت تصايد إنت منو عشان إنت تجي تشتم Equatorians بقوة رجال عشان Equatorian يمشي معاكم. انت منو عشان انت تجي identify who is Equatorians and انت who's not Equatorian. That's just not right. This is not right, absolutely. Can they have a NAS want to take us into it? Then be it. If this guys, you want to create an internal fight within us, Equatoria, because of you guys want to bring, last time we brought SPLM did what they did. We brought Ayo, we went after Ayo Jakatanas, Equatoria. Has you rising and again a dent or a banner of Shuluk to come and insult Equatorians, abusing Equatorians, harassing Equatorians, belittling Equatorians. Even Gablizat huma ma dakhalu lisa juwa al-hakuma. They're insulting Equatorians. So, how are we gonna live? Are we gonna create another war within us, Equatorians? Between us and Equatorians? Because we are Equatorians. And you guys are Soma. You don't care whatsoever what's gonna happen for Equatoria. Or to Equatorians. Equatorians have been insulted. You guys never defended Equatorians. Equatorians are being killed. You guys never defended Equatorians. Equatorians are the one defending themselves. Nas Barasulu Gurush. As an Equatorians got to defend themselves. It's not Nas, it's not Soma defending Equatoria. So we're gonna get in depth in that. And we're gonna get in depth in a lot of things, even secret things. We're gonna get into it. So every time we keep changing our mind, people keep bringing us back, People keep bringing up back, to get into this. I'm really so disgusted. الزول اللي عمل نفسه قال هو Equatorian, لكن within his heart or her heart, he doesn't mind really. It's okay to be insulted just because their approval means all tani, because all this shuluk from Upper Nile. It's only because it's from Upper Nile. It's okay today. Equatorians, we're very cheap people. We're very, very cheap people just because you have to alliance مع زول. If زول ده بيقدر بيمشي برا من نفسه ما له ما فات برا ليه هو دايرك أصلا نفسك if you don't have the power أنت تركز نفسك هو بيجي يلا يكون leader حقك يلا يشتمكم. That's because they have a wagging tongue. ما عندهم ناسهم يوم ده عملوا فيديو قالوا شنو؟ قالوا الناس هم حقهم واقفين مع ناس أولين لكن الناس اللي حسي ماشيين مع سوما ده ما ناسهم. قالوا they don't back these people up. These people are looking for position. قالوا كده, I can play the video. They said these people are looking for position. These people, they don't back them up. And that's why ناس دارين يستعملوا Equatorians. دارين use Equatorians. بيجي يشتموا في Equatorians. And individual people are giving them this power to do that. Yeah. هم يجوا يشتموا Equatorians. إذا ما قالوا فتحوا روم تاني هم زعلانين. They're not زعلانين why Equatorians يشتموا. لكن هم زعلانين ليه كلام ده جابوه يعني. What's the big deal? Equatorians ما useless. Equatorians ما gays. عشان كده جا شتموا مكاتني يوم ده جدوا مكاتني من فوق هنا قالوا to useless man. Because they are who value to Equatoria في إيون ترجال دلتا شلوك دل. They are who value to Equatoria. هم سقطوا ناس المام ده بيقدرين سقطوا ناس كله. So we didn't have any problem, but we just objected that we don't want to be insulted. Do what you had to do, but we don't want to be insulted. Do what you had to do, but don't use Equatorians. Just don't use Equatorians which are weak-minded. Don't use Equatorians who are desperate. Don't use Equatorians just because you have intermarriage with them. You're using them. You open I don't want to go there and collect those groups and then you want to, and then they are your allies and your supporters. Not all Equatorians are in this. The fight has Equatorians down there, the individual Equatorians who are supporting themselves. And if Equatorians they are defending themselves by themselves, they have the rights to choose what they have in Equatoria. All Equatorians are going for separation. They have the right to go for separation because هم شايلين أصلها هم شايلين دانكا ولا هم شايلين كشف ولا هم بفايت بيدانهم هم قاعدين fight for نفسهم ولا ناس ولا سوما قاعد defend ناس that period. ما في زول قاعد defend Equatoria. So why should Equatoria support the rise of another tribe? We are living in the rise of the tribal anarchy. Why should Equatoria support a tribe of Shuluk to rise in power? يلا بيشتموا في Equatoria. Why? إنت لما تمشي مع زول إنت بكون ساوى مع زول ده زمان الناس even بدأ هم كان مافشين. So the war that NAS has announced and Soma has announced against Equatorians, let them bring it forward because they have constantly saying that they're going to announce a war war against Equatoria. If they're gonna kill Equatorians from within there, let them try it. Let them try it. Because even the men that are fighting down there, they are halna, by the way. Aulata kakwadel ahalna, aulata fujuludel ahalna, by the way. Never take it ahead, and I'll just leave it here for the introduction. And there's even a lot of great of division among them. And even there's a lot of great division among the movements that must be some of them at the end of the day. Shenkida, they leaving it in the hands of those individual group from Upper Nile. So they want to do another a type of slavery upon Equatoria again for the third time. Just because your leaders married from Chiluk does not mean that you have to be a boss over Zol and Shetim Nasna. Just if you see him a gay enough for Sharmuta, it doesn't mean all Equatorians are Sharamit and gay. That's just a period. Period. You have the people you're working with, you have power over them, but you don't have power. You need to understand that you don't carry power all over Equatorians. You do not own Equatorians, and you do not have the right to say who is Equatorian and who is not Equatorian, because you are not Equatorian yourself. Itagabila la nastak mushattutin fi tijahat not Sudan there. Even the rally is not even raised because of Mashakita Sudan. Mashakita South Sudan there has been going on and on and on and on. Yom the nas ganinik tulum fi magwi just because of what happened in Kadaro. Huma nuso nas ta magwi and nas al Central Equatoria. Huma ran where to started raise funds for people of Kadaro. And then they decided this rally is about the people of Kadaro. And then they want to use Equatorians because they have something to gain over there. And then they think we are dumb. We are not. What we are doing, we're just opening the eyes of Equatorians. Look, we have a greater purpose. We have a dream to free ourselves. We either fight for ourselves, we either protect ourselves, and this is a very longest war that we're gonna be in it to free ourselves until the end. No, we will not. We will not. You will bring these people, but you will not end the war. You will not. You will not have the say. You will never have the say. You will never have the say. This will not end. We have people down there that follows us and listen to us. And you're online insulting people. And we have all these videos and all these records. إنت ما بتحدد زول تاني في بيته، أنت تقوم من Upper Nile ولا أنت ما إيكوتوريان ستنتي تجيب زول من Upper Nile يجي يحدد ناس يشتم ناس جاي ناس شراميت ناس منون ناس useless، تقول إحنا ما عندنا الرجال وإحنا ما ناس. إنت ما you don't do that to us. You don't. And Equatorians have the rights عشان يقولوا لناسهم. You see? I will not take it further. I'll leave it here. CJ, welcome. Sorry, I carried myself way too long to talk, because I am not really happy about this behavior, this ridiculous, abnormal behavior of grown men that, they think that this is the way how politics run. You come up and start insulting nas pigs, nas munu, useless bunch of men. Gal jani kolu nas useless and jan threaten nas besa time. Why would I even trust you to be my leader if you italo upon سؤال ساكت انت بتزعل بتفلس وانت بتشتم زول بتحدد زول. Was it the same behavior that tribalist the Upper Nile there? What's the difference with you? What's the difference with the nepotism and the tribalism that we have there? Manaskir, they are we are challenging their minds and they get angry. What's the difference? Must be different. The same behavior, the same, and they wanted to carry the same system. And Naskir biyamula they're coming with it, and we are challenging these things, and they're getting angry. And bigger yishtumu Equatoria zita shinu zata. Ita zata kan Equatoria. The zola, real SPLM in Soma. God is sitting for Equatorians. Unas al gadin mam, manas nas ma yqder gulum. Itu mata shittim nasna, mata gulu kida. You don't have the right. What we have with you is alliances. You do not come to insult Equatorians. You do not come to belittle Equatoria. You do not come to hijack everything. They are kalam buonu suki de kalam rujal, o kalam nuswan wae. ما تقعد تتاك دنبك تحت وتجي تشتم تقلب عشان زول ده قاعد يدقك يلا تجي تقلب ده تعمل ووم انا كايكوتوري تجي تقول لي هاي ما honeymoon might be Equatorian finish. Nobody have a honeymoon with you, honey. No one. No one has honeymoon with you. No one will have the time to sit down with a honeymoon with you. I've never been interested in that at all whatsoever. And today, whether be it what or what, ما في شيء بيجي بيقول لي if you're Equatorians ولا انت بتجي في Equatorians. There will be war in Equatoria in many different ways. There will be war in Equatoria in many different ways. And it will extend all the way to your zone. Come on. Don't threaten people. Don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. Don't. إنت ما تحدد ناس ما تجيب ناس اليوم I say this ما تجيب ناس strangers ناس homeless ناس useless يجي يشتم ناس في بيوتهم. انت ما تشتم زول كلام بيت زول بيتكلم عن بيته. انت ما تشتم زول كلام بيته. انت كان راجل انت تتكلم عن بيتك. كان زول قال لك ما تتكلم عن بيتي ما تجي تقول زول ده useless زول ده شرموطه زول ده زرع زول ده gay. ما تجي تقول انت ما معك حق. You show the example from your own home. I will leave you here. I will leave it here. Let me not continue talking too much. Thank you. Welcome CJ and welcome Hassana. Hassana, I think. Yeah.
Hasnia, yeah, thank you. I just want before.
I'm sorry, Hasnia. Sorry.
Yes.
Fadal, Hasnia.
Give Hasnia a chance. I just want to say thank you, Didi, because one thing you mentioned some points, and hopefully I can remember all of them. One of them you mentioned alliance, because the alliance that some of our Equatorians have misunderstood it, especially those who joined Soma. It's really, and it shows the failure from even going back in the history of SPLM when Equatorian joined SPLM. There is a difference here. SPLM, if you look at the alliance of Nuba under their leadership, they never allowed Dinka to take over, like what happened with Equatorians who joined SPLM. Even you could hear it from those Equatorians who've been part or participated with SPLM during that 1983 up to the time where we became a nation. And I'll be honest to you, I would not call it that was a war of liberation, but that was a war that duped Equatoria to fall for, a victim, because at the end they have manipulated Equatorian mind to believe that these people were fighting for liberation. They have wasted a lot of Equatorian life because of this SPLM. But looking at the alliances that is Equatorians or Istuain now, we misinterpret it because our leaders never stood their ground to take position of leadership of their own people. They felt like being an ally means you have to submissive. And this is the failure. And I know they will not like what we say, but we say it like it is. Because look at them. They are so submissive today, they will prefer to listen to the lies, listen to the propaganda, listen to the intimidation, and continue to be silent when it comes to their right. But when it comes to others people's right, they will not be silent. They will act like to the fathers of these people. But yet they were not able to speak for their in their right. And that's why you see people like Waniga have risen to power. You see people like Elia Lamoro risen to power because these elements have never shown bravery with all the knowledge they say they have. Like they call themselves intellectuals, but shamefully they're not intellectuals. Those are just puppets. And like I said, they are puppets and they will always continue being puppets. So anyway, I don't want to go far, but this is the mistake of alliance that some Equatorians are doing. Right now, Soma is saying they are alliance, but look at who's leading it. And like when you talked about Shuluk, I would say the Shuluk politician, because we want to make difference here. We have seen some good Shuluk people, but that does not mean that I have also, because you're my friend, I have to always kind of like sweet talk you with lies. You have your leaders there who are manipulating, who are cooking tribal leadership, hegemonic power. And you could see them even in their way, how they react. When we are talking on issues that questioning things about some things that must need an answer, they'll be intimidated and they'll begin to intimidate others who are weak. And then those people will be submissive. And you could see those elements who are now put as an image of, voices of Equatoria, they are voicing Equatoria. I wish they were voicing for Equatoria. They're voicing for their political party agenda. They would not speak for Equatoria, even when the insult comes. Like you said earlier, Didi, when they were attacking or they I could say not miss, but I would say they were trying to kind of confuse some from the upper Nile, in particular the Dinka, which we don't care if Dinka want to believe us or not. Because for us, Equatorian, we are fighting as a nationalist. We are fighting for Equatorial separation. For those who are in Soma, they are part of the SPLM. Like we always say, those people part of the SPLM, they think like SPLM. They never get out of the circle of SPLM mindset, and that's why you see them. They will do anything to get back or to find a way to be in power and bring their own tribe in power. But for us, Equatorial nationalists, we have seen all these people have never fed us, have never yet fit to help us. They only just created more obstacle. And that's why we try to talk about the rise of tribal anarchy in South Sudan, because these guys have came up with an element, elemental thoughts of saying that they are, they're liberators in the picture, but in the hidden, they are more having a tribal agenda with it. And you could see that in SPLM. So those guys and the politician of the that in Soma, mostly majority of them of Shuluk, if you look at Jihab Tanas, Ajawin Jihatanas, Bagana movement, others who are, mostly if you look at him from Upper Nile, majority makes that number, you would see Equatorians are just put there, and Equatorians are not even promoting themselves in leadership quality, skills, or any direction. Instead, they're just submissive, and they say, "Oh, this is the way how we agreed because this is the agreement between us and Soma." So they played it that way. So when they play this kind of game and they show this hegemonic or tribal hegemony, it would not be different from those who are fighting. And then when you're trying to ask questions about some simple things, they begin to demonize you, that you are either part of the regime or you guys, they're questioning, are you Equatorian? We are fighting clearly, as we say, about Equatoria. We're not worried if you want to go to DC, you go to whatever, go do it. But Equatoria must not be used. That's our main standard. How many times Equatoria have been used in this game, dirty politics? This politics of you guys, you need to listen to us. We know better than you guys. And then tomorrow when they get there, like I said, the end, justifies the mean. So that's what they do. And I remember when I was writing something, they kicked me out of their room. It shows you if they really are for the people, it doesn't matter how they are criticizing them, they will stand their ground and say, this is what I did. We have. Like when we are here in our room, we don't go and worry what you think of me. You can hate me, you can curse me, you can, whatever you want to do. But my people blood is crying for us. My sister's honor is in the stake, okay? Our men have been denigrated to the point they have no say. And yet they are many now who are in the Western countries playing followers, but not those who are down there who want solution. They want salvation. And if they can find it, they will do it. Those people have been crying to us and we just record them and bring them out to the public. And so we can give all this sympathy, but no action. When we talk about separation, we know that's the solution. And people ask us, how are you going to bring it? It is not your worry, how are we going to bring it? But when we make it happen, those who are standing on the wrong, they will be paying the price for what they're saying and what they're doing against Equatorian today and tomorrow. Because what we're speaking for Equatoria, we're not speaking here for people to like us or to embrace us or to praise us. We don't care about praising, but we care about the truth that our people need solution. What we're looking for is a genuine solution, not fictitious solution that will play with the mind of Equatorians, will make Equatorian become submissive to the idea that there is no one else but the same routine, recycled corruption, the same failure that is part of that South Sudan. And we have been sick of this so many times. How long are you going to abuse our people? How long are you going to make us look like, we are just nothing to you, but you are our masters? If you that masters, then why didn't you take Khartoum? Most of them say that Khartoum belongs to them. Take Khartoum. We are suffering because we gave open door to the people of all South Sudan, including the two regions, Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal. What did we pay for it? When we talk like this, some people say we're racist, we're tribalist, we're dividing the country. The country is already divided. When your politicians will come with an agenda of tribalism, but they hide it in national agenda as if they are for the people. John Garang played the same game. Have we forgot John Garang? John Garang talked about, oh, Sudan and Jadid. What did he do? He recruited his own tribe in top powers in everything. Have you forgotten, or you're just living in a delusional world? Those are the same guys who praising John Garang today. And if I'm telling you, if any one of these people, politicians, talking about this, John Garang was a man, be careful of these guys. They're the same people who are ready to do the same cycle to John Garang. Because John Garang have caused us the pain today we're paying. He's the same man who recruited his people to go as lost boys outside to get enough education to empower them, to make sure they have enough financial support. And when it came to power, they are now the one holding it. Don't tell me Denkabor or Denkamunu, all of them are the same. They have done it to us. And yet they hate when we say this because they don't want the truth. They will prefer to run away when they see the word we say is sharp to them because it burns them. It makes them uncomfortable. It's like a salt on the wound. You know, when you put salt on the wound, it hurts, right? But it's curing. It's purifying at the end. It cures you. But for them, they don't want to be cured. They want to be in that stench of stinkiness of, you know, this maggot kind of infested world where they will see themselves losing and being losers. But for our true Equatorian, I know today they won't hear us. Today they will try to silence us, even to prevent our voices to be heard to Equatorians. But I promise you this, time will tell, because we don't worry about anybody opinion right now. But we are looking forward to the time. We're waiting for that time with patience of God, if we could say it. You know, the patience of God, when God is patient with men, if they do sin and he don't care, he waits until that time comes. And we are waiting for that time, my friends. Because when that time comes, we will see the faces of those arrogant fools who think they are right. We will see them putting their face down. And our people who are suffering and dishonored and disrespected, those who have been hurt, they will be the one who is stepping on their head with honor and pride, because they are the heroes, they are the men and women who deserve to be praised, not villains, not corrupt people, not tribalists, not arrogant, pompous fools who act like they know everything and they have nothing. They were part of the same corruption, the same failure in South Sudan, and now they are out calling themselves opposition. When did they opposition? Opposing what? And you are the same tree? You want to oppose the tree because it's too big for you? You can't handle it? Man, come on. You guys are joking to yourself, and a lot of people are falling for your lies. And I will give you a big up for that, because at this moment people are entertained by what you're doing. Continue. But I promise you, the blood of our ancestors and the blood of our people who are crying right now, justice will come through in the right way, not the way people think. And let them not intimidate that they can bring pictures of those suffering people over there trying to move the Equatorian emotionally, so they can believe that these people are really for us. When they were all these years bragging and proudly talking about themselves as if they are, you know, what do you call it? Like they have spoken for the people. They never cared. When it comes to agreement, they run for it faster. I dare them to tell us where the agreement went to, you know, and we don't want to focus really about them in reality, because our main objective is we're trying to talk about the tribal anarchy that is caused. But I just want to say we will have a topic on these people, because if we don't want to waste our time in the, you know, in the unimportant at the moment, because there is nothing about them we're going to change, because they are going to hit the wall. Once they hit it, then everybody will know the reality. They're the same people who played the PCC last time, and now they're playing a new game because this is a desperate move. But if Equatorians, if you are wise, please wake up before it's too late. Wake up and have the dignity. So you cannot be involved in people when later say, you are the fool, you're the fool who joined these guys, you're the fool who were with these guys. This is what they're going to call you, because there is some fools who even voted, I'm sorry to say, even some of them have been killed, voted for the independence of South Sudan. Even I will consider myself a fool who voted for South Sudan, yet I know the truth is, you know, that this country is not going anywhere with this regime who's going to hold the power. And when they held power, they killed many people. Today, people are suffering. Equatoria are suffering in general. So I say again, time will tell, and let's fight for our people in the right way. But I want Equatorian to wake up. wake up because time is ticking. You know, yeah, Aquana Equatorian, wake up for real. Because the manipulation are there and these people are getting well acquainted. Because remember, they say time, experience, teach all. But I think Equatoria lost that though in experience. يعني قال في الممارسة بيكون في خبرة صح؟ So unfortunately Equatorian الممارسة بتاع بيقول شنو ده يعني الابيوز اللي حاصل لهم all these time, the time they get abused and used by many of these political hyenas, you see them still going back to the same المياه العكرة. And then I was hearing those jokes about pigs and dirty pigs. I remember I said this before even they were even said it, because I was saying that there's some people that just like dirty pigs. You cannot watch them and expect them not returning back to the pond. And this thing is true, because Equatorian بيجينا احنا زي ناس اللي بنحب نرجع في المياه العكرة, and we don't want to learn from experience احنا مرينا فوقه. And that's the shameful thing about us as Equatorian. الله يكون معانا كشعب. وزي أنا بقول الناس اللي تحت, our brothers and sisters who are down there, you know, hold your hearts high and hold your hope high. We will make it. You know, today the enemies are there to mock us. Today the enemies will challenge us. Today the enemies will call us names, demonize us. But I promise you, في وقت ما قال في كله عشان يجي دايما في وقت العاصفة بيجي كأنه خلاص نهاية الدنيا. But it will come up to change soon. Today we're in the storm right now. So we're still in the storm. So never give up. And we'll not give up as Equatorian nationalists who want independence of Equatoria by any means necessary. No one will try to intimidate us. No one will try to insult us and call us things that they want us to be. We are men of our own, women of our own, and we hold that dignity high and honor. Like they say, the few, the proud, and the rest will follow. Right now, people let them follow clowns and those, like last time I brought topic about clowns and emperors and pawns. So the clowns are dancing right now and the pawns are moving for their direction. But that thing will end soon. And the emperors, the evil emperors, their time also is coming. But let's fight for our survival as Equatorians. Doesn't matter who they are. They can laugh today, tomorrow comes, they're weeping. For us, those who are weep, continue praising the living God, and then also stand firm with confidence that do not give up, because if you give up, that's when everything ends. So I don't want to go far. Sorry, CJ, I took long, and Ms. Hasnia. I don't want to give you a chance to speak, and then we focus on the topic, the rise of tribal anarchy, because that's the main topic. Let's not focus on those who are not worthy for us to even think about right now, even though we know they are manipulating our people well, to the point that now they wanted to create division. But let them. They already divided us. And this is why we even want to talk about the tribal anarchy that is happening and the danger, the hidden danger that is actually building up. And we'll continue to speak on these things. So Mr. CJ, Ms. Hosnia, welcome. Thank you, Didi, earlier for putting your thoughts. And so let me give a chance to Mr. CJ, and then we can focus on the rise of tribal anarchy, the hidden danger. And let it be a record, because this one we will save it as a record so people can listen to it. And I want this also to our fellow Equatorian brothers and sisters who are down there. Share it to our brothers and sisters, because we want them to have to awaken their conscience and mind. I don't want them to be manipulated again. I've seen like our people still want to be followers, but not all will be followers, definitely. I want those who feel the pain, feel the whip, feel the hardship. Let them, hear our voices. We're not giving up on them, nor we are here for the pleasement or the appeasement of majority. We're here for the few that we know we're standing on the correct direction. Like I said, if the majority were right, Jesus would have never been crucified. But because majority were wrong, that's why they killed Jesus. But at the end, he came victorious. They mocked him. I'm not saying we're Jesus, but every truth will be humiliated when it comes to the people who have no understanding to it. But when it comes to reality later, they will begin to understand the truth was already right. But nobody will say thank you. And we don't need that. We don't even need any acknowledgement. We just need people to focus and wake up like men and women for their own right. Mr. CJ, welcome. And welcome, Mr. James.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you clearly, loud and clear. Welcome.
Thank you, brother. Security and James, Brother James, Didi, and Osnia, McCarthy, and all who are listening to us, all those who are with us and within the house, within the room, I'm sorry. So let me say hello to every one of you guys and to our people wherever they are, refugee camps, back homes, and those who are confused to this day, who still are doubting about the separation of Equatoria, but means the liberation of Equatoria, you know, and their intentions of becoming a sovereign state. Yeah, let me start first with the latest comments in the media, and the latest media comments, which is in Facebook, Clubhouse, and all that. There's a lot of come through it. Well, there's a lot to be said about those people. It is indeed ridiculous, you know, for somebody to force people to their directions. That is not the way how things has to work. In a country where we are multi-tribes, tribal country, or diversity, which all who are listening to us out there, or who will come later to listen to us, particularly those commentators, those who are our opponents, who might have come across it, who may come to listen to it. Let them be clear. When a country like South Sudan and Equatoria, where the structure of that country is not properly one individual, one single tribe or community, we need to respect each other, guys. There should be a respect, because in the absence of respect, there will be nothing. We will serve nothing. We will gain nothing. Everybody has to respect the others, you know, if indeed people are wanting to come together. As Equatorian, we've watched all over for a long period of time how things were being played. The reason why, as Equatorians, with the latest events that took place, crisis in Equatoria regions, the genocides and the displacement of people, and all that rubbish thing that went on going. You know, we don't blame every individual tribe or ethnics down there, other than this one only tribes that is playing all this havoc, of course, and that is a Dinka. It's straightforward. As I used to say, element mostly. I know there are some who will get confused and say, okay, why are you don't have to address that collectively, no, or generalize. You have to be generalized. If you don't, if at all, like I used to say that, you know, if a criminal were to run to you as a tribes and you kept on covering him, try to come up with reason or another to eliminate the facts that had happened, or by means hiding the criminals, then you are become a criminal. That is a logic sense. That is a fact. You know, unless you release or you bring this criminal into a justice or an order, or else you criticize that criminal, or else you decide to quit yourself or says, no, I'm not a part of it, by telling people and saying the truth, but not lying or try to cover up. So what we have seen over the time is a cover up from the other groups, which is really that lead us to what so-called the Dinka are responsible of the crimes, the genocides, and all that things which are going in South Sudan, particularly against the Equatorian people, where later they turn to sweep it or shift it into what people are now saying, oh, we are all on it. Everyone is suffering in South Sudan. There's killing everywhere. That nonsense. That is not the main issue. The reality was clear. We know the actors, the two actors who have played this role of, particularly one actor, a guy who played this acting of how to create something like, a tactics of what's so-called a coup that lead to all these things when they were caught being corrupt and thefts. That means, in all these embezzlements, that is what lead to that point. So we know it very clear. So in order to cover it, of course, if you don't catch the criminal or the thief at the earlier days, if the thief is not caught, what do you expect him to do? Particularly when you put him to a share, to govern or to lead the people as a tribe, that will be a disaster. That is exactly what it comes to. And then followed by what? By forcing all this chaos to the other communities, innocent communities. That is exactly what happens. To this day, still as South Sudanese and Equatorian, as South Sudanese, let me say, which is Afghan and Bahar Ghazal, when I say South Sudan, those people still yet seems to be dodging themselves. They are still confused. They don't stand for the reality. They don't stand for the facts that was what was going on in that country. And they wouldn't even care about how to point straightforward or tell that is the guy. So we're still lingering. We're still saying, no, there's nothing. We're all in it. This is all our problems. No, this is not all our problems. It is a problem being brought by one individual. And that individual is working for his people, his community. That is exactly what it is. So for those in oppositions, those who are claimed to be oppositions, by saying that, try to connect us with NAS, that, our honeymoon is over because of all these criticism that we brought up. We began to challenge them that, what is going on is wrong. Guys, make no mistake. It is totally a silly mistake, to go and brought up such kind of words that is meaningless. In another way, what I wanted to say is that, we have it very well. Repeatedly, we have been saying NAS is something different than us. You're even NAS. Do you mean to say that, you are the NAS because you are part of the NAS? Once you are part of NAS, NAS is fighting for the liberation or for what we call let's say for rescue of the South Sudan that they believe in. So we're totally different. As nationalists, we're fighting for liberations of Equatoria. But Equatoria has to be a servant of itself because Equatoria has never been South Sudan, neither South Sudan has been Equatoria. Historically, it's quite clear. So for that reason, we're saying, you don't have to mess up and say, okay, the honeymoon is over. We have nothing to do with that. We are in a parallel lines, NAS has got his objective, as well as we have a different objective between each other. So in several occasions, you have figured it out, and we have spoken time and time again. So what's the use of it here? If indeed the issue of honeymoons means you guys, still what we're saying is that, we're in two parallel lines. You have your own objectives of how to rally people, bring them and take them to DC. That's your own issues. But when it touch our rights, when it touch our people, we do have a right of speaking, to speak up. We do have a right also to let our people be aware of what is going on, because your motive is totally different than us. You still have the intention of becoming, the same elements of how to dominate people as the tribes. You still believe in that, because we can see it from what is going on in the country. You have seen how through your activities, we have learned more about you guys. One of the silly mistakes was that how could you recruit a criminal among you and say, let's go to DC? What do you expect you're going to say? That is ridiculous. If I'm fighting against you and then you recruit me within your midst, what do you expect of me? Definitely. It'll be a setback. I wish Some of you could know that. No, none of you knew that. I believe so. So we're not followers. We're not followers. Equatoria, it is time that Equatoria have come to his realizations through all over the times that we're going to stand as individuals, as Equatorians. Our stance is firm. We're not going to hesitate or back up or follow anyone right away, irrespective of those who are with you. We know you're now using the same tactics of the Young Council of Elders, so those lead by Kir. The same tactics where you could get two Equatorian elements and start claiming that, oh, okay, we're with you guys. Equatorians with us. No, you're not. We're not with you guys. We know what's your motive. We know the role that you have played even to mess up all this country. So we're in different lines. If indeed the issue is the enemy is there. You need to identify it. You need to come clear and straightforward. It's unfortunate. We didn't see that on you guys. That's why what we're saying is that, let you be on your way and we are on our ways. At the end of the day, the target is clear. If indeed we are for what is called South Sudan. Remember that? Not South Sudan and Equatoria. If indeed we're for that, then we should always stand. Everyone has to have his own dignity, has to have his own rights and his own way of how to fight. At the end of the day, despite our differences, if indeed we are for the target is there. So it shouldn't be something that, we have to turn heat to each other, insulting each other, because it's not going to benefit us at all. So don't that you're the best. You're not the best. You're not the best at all. All right. So, oh, excuse me. Hello. Sorry.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm sorry for that.
Because I don't want us to go dwell on this.
Okay.
Yeah. You go ahead.
Oh.
We have said, you said it. Go ahead, but I'm just saying because I still did not open even the main topic discussion. But I think we are part of the discussion. This is part of the discussion. But just want to say that we're going to focus on the rise of tribal anarchy in South Sudan.
Understand. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I'm just reminding those who just came in and those who have in Facebook also. Thank you for that.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that there's no need for us, if indeed we are all oppositions, if we are all against the ongoing regimes, and then people shouldn't turn against each other. We shouldn't turn against each other, but listen to our criticisms. When we criticize someone, that means there is something wrong. There's an alarm, something that we might come across it. The reason why we have to speak loudly, because as long as we have no connections, we have no proper connections, neither any link between us and those who are claiming to be oppositions of Upper Nile and all that, please, let's respect each other. Because after all, there seems to be some issues and claim that, we used to insult people. Never. We never insult people. Rather telling the truth, because we believe that truth will set us free. That is one of the reasons why, it is hurtful for people to go and insult Equatoria, and particularly the women and all that. That's not fair. So let them come to their sense and understand that, that is not the way how things has to move. We know their backgrounds, we know who their history is and all that, but not this time around. So I personally heard that, and I dislike that kind of language, because it will not benefit us. Either divider. Thank you. Thank you, Atika. I'll end up here to continue with the topic in the next round. Thank you. Hello, are you there?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, As we all know, of course, our enemies are always on in those lingo that they would say we have insulted them, because they will see some individuals who are speaking out in their own way of speaking, and it's not, you know, the way that they wanted it to hear, because people are frustrated. I don't want to explain much. People are frustrated when people are feeling abused, and nobody, no leaders, no representative, a genuine representative speaking on their behalf for their issues, their case. Anyone will come out and say anything that will hurt that people. If you feel offended, that's your problem. But the offense that the person who's saying it is more than the person who was not, who is receiving it, because the person who's saying it, he's hurting from the abuse committed by the person who's receiving it. So I hope it's clear, but I don't want to go far. Of course, so many misinterpretation and so many, and the good thing, the manipulators, they know how to manipulate the minds of the people. Like I say, masses have always, you know, tend to show that, like, there is a quotation, and yesterday I put that quotation, I was kicked out of their room, and to show you the insecurity among such people who call themselves, they are trying to, you know, guide the people for the right direction. And I wonder if they are guidance of the people, they're supposed to listen also to the view of the people. But what happened yesterday, I felt like those people were very unhappy with my comment, and to the extent they would go and kick us out. But the main, let's go, I mean, to the main topic. Let's get back to the main topic. And I want to welcome Ms. Hasnia. I saw her earlier raising her hand, and I want to make sure I give you a chance, Sister Hasnia. Um, please, yeah, you said you want to say something, go ahead. But before that, I was just want to say the quote that I have, you know, I've written, that it kind of intimidated them. I think it was yesterday. I remember it. I said about the people, like how people are very much gullible when it comes, by Niccolo Machiavelli. I mean, if somebody knows, but it says majority of men are so simple of mind and so much dominated by their immediate needs. Remember, this quotation was actually meant for people who are willing to be deceived and led by deceivers, not to find the facts that they can actually get out of this if they have empowered their minds with truth, empowered their mind with facts. So, as Nikolai have mentioned, this is the way how people are. People are so easily gullible to fall prey to the wolf, because the wolf are coming as pack, and they know exactly how to entice people. So in a way, I wrote it down and they felt offended. And today even, just I put the word wow and I was kicked out of the room, to show you the insecurity of such people who call themselves they are fighting for the people, yet they want the people to, you know, do what they tell them to do, but not listen to the people what they have been questioning. So I don't want to go far. We will talk about them later. Right now, it's not worthy for us to speak on it because it's unworthy to bring them up on that moment, but we have put our point, and people who follow us later can listen to it later, these audios or video. So let me give a chance to Ms. Hosnia. Welcome, Hosnia, and thank you for your patience, and also welcome Brother James and McCartney. I think he left, but he'll be back. So yeah, go ahead, Ms. Hosnia. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا لك أوديسيوس، جيمس، بيبي، سي جي، والناس اللي قاعدين تحت كلكم. أنا والله تعبان شديد. أنا طالع أداب من شغل، لكن أنا بس داير نقول شنو؟ أنا داير نقول طبعا إحنا عارفين حاجات الماشي، وعارفين إنه الخوف ما بودينا لقدام. ما في حاجة بخوفنا، حتى لو في intimidation، تحديد ولا تخويف بشتائم ولا هنا ده. we are strong، يعني واقفين في مسار الطريق الصحيح. ما في حاجة بخلينا نخاف. حتى لو نبسونا عننا نسواندل، ولا كان نبسوا رجال بتاعنا ذاته، لسه نحن ما خايفين، لأنه نحن واقفين في طريق الحق. ما مشينا قتلنا ناس في محلهم، ولا قاعدين نحرش ناس، ولا قاعدين نعملوا manipulation بسياسات عشان نشيلهم. فده حاجة واضحة جدا. وعشان كده أنا بقول إحنا ما في خوف. يعني حتى لو زول مات في أرضه بتموت شهيد، ويعني المدافع على حقك ربنا ذاته يعني ما بيعاقبك. لكن العيب والعار لما انت تمشي ودير تقلع حق الزول عينك ويا تاجر. نفس الناس بكلام يعني نفسي هو الزول اللي بيقتلك، نفسي هو الزول اللي بيجي بيتكلم عن السلام ودير ناس يكونوا قاعدين في حتة واحدة. نفسي هي الزول اللي داير يطردك من مكانك وما داير ليك الخير، داير يشتت عيالك، داير يقتلهم وداير يجيب عياله يكونوا قاعدين في عزة وكرامة. نفس الزول اللي هو بيجي بيقول أنا بتكلم عن القانون، نفس الزول. فعشان كده احنا عارفين حتى في بنات صغار، يعني بنات صغار لسه ما عرفوا إنه بيكونوا ذاته ما كانوا قاعدين في جنوب السودان زمان كان الحروبات شغالة، ما عارفين الوجع إنه الزول بفقد أهله كيف، جناه كيف، ولا بفقد راجله كيف، ولا بفقد أبوه كيف، ولا بفقد أمه كيف. الآن ده يجي يتكلم ببساطة إنه يدوا الزمن للحكومة، والحكومة يعني هم شغالين سنة كم؟ هسه 15 سنة ولا كم سنة؟ الناس قاعدين يموتوا ليل ونهار، عيال صغار قاعدين يموتوا، نسوان، ناس مشردين كل شهور كده بتلقى ناس ماشيين يحرقوا الغرة بتاع ناس. ده لحد 200 ناس بتاع بقار بيقتلوا بعضهم، ده بمشي بسرق بقر بتاع ده بمشي بسرق بقر بتاع ده لحد 200 حاجات. ده ما كله فوق حدود. يعني احنا خلاص يعني ما في حاجة تاني بخلينا اننا نخاف. الموت لما تموت ذاته انت مات في الحق ده والله إرس مش ساكت. أخير نموت شريف من نموت زول خيبان. عشان كده ما في خوف، ما في خوف، ما في خوف، ما في خوف. ونحن يعني حتى لو دارين يشيلوا ناس مثلا ناس يضربوا راسهم مع ناس بتاع السفرتيس، ويشيلوا ناس بتاع السفرتيس يضربوا راسهم بناس بتاع ناس، ويدخلوا ده يشيلوا جزمة ده يدخلوا في الكرين ده، يشيلوا طاقية ده يحطوا في راس ده. الكلام ده احنا كلنا ناس أو opposition إلا اللي عنده أجندة تانية. لكن هسه فعلا كلام بتاع جنوب السودان ده تمام، وهو خلاص يعني ما داير الكلام ده مناطق ده زول، وده زول يعني واقف في مسار الصحيح. لكن الزول اللي بيجي بيمثل ساكن زي في opposition تانيين، يعني احنا قاعدين نسمعوا نفس الناس اللي كانوا في حكومة بطلعوا بيقولوا والله يعني احنا برضه opposition، لكن تحت هم ولا opposition ولا الله قال، هم ناس باك اب بس للحكومة. يقولوا احنا كلنا ما نقعد جوا هنا، لازم واحدين يطلعوا برا عشان كان حصل حاجة يعني احنا نقدر ندافع. حاجات ده كله معروف واحنا عارفين، وما في حاجة بتدسر. لأنه انت نفس الزول اللي كان قاعد تقتل ناس، اللي كان قاعد تحرك ناس ويغراهم، اللي كان قاعد تجي تلوت حاجات بتاع ناس، انت نفس الزول، انت نفس الزول من زمان أسفل لحد حسن، انت نفس الزول. فانت غيرت 200 يا كافي البلا، ما غيرت، ما في تغيير. فعشان كده يا اخواني ويا اولاد يا شباب قدام بس انتوا دايرين مستقبل الموت ده واحد، موت ما اتنين، يا نموتوا احرار ما نموتوا خيبانين، يا نعيشوا احرار يا نموتوا كلنا. ما هو كتار الماضي. الناس بقعدوا في الدنيا ده وأعمارهم قدر شنو، في زول بقعد لك 100 سنة هسه بلالير خلاص تلقاه بقى ماشي ساكت ما بقدر بمشي. الناس القدام دي عشان كده الحق هو الحق وما بخوف قدام بس وجو ما في. أنا هاقيف هنا أنا شكلي تعبان شديد لكن بس قلت نقول كلمتي هنا شوية. وشكرا لكم للاستماع وإن شاء الله ربنا ينصركم ويقويكم ولا قدام.
شكرا جزيلا الأخت حسنية. كلامك قوي فعلا، وأنا بتمنى كل استوائي اللي عنده إحساس واللي حاسس بألم أخواته واللي عارف الوضع ده خليه يسمع أصواتكم، لأنه إحنا ما هنا قاعد نجي نقعد عصابات تاع شلة تاع ذئاب يلا نجي نتفلسف. هنا ده كل مواطن عنده حق يتكلم، ابن استوائية بنت استوائية. حتى المعارض بتاعنا بنجي من بنناقض الفكرة اللي هو عنده لحد ما هو براوي يقدر يقتنع أو ما يقتنع، ده مشكلته. هنا ما عندنا عصابة ذئاب بيجي يقعدوا وبيمثلوا حالهم هم بيعرفوا الطريقة الأفضل للشعب، وزي ما شفنا ولسه هنشوف الويلات والعجائب. عشان كده قاعد نقول الشعب الاستوائي قال الحرية بيبدأ بالوعي. هسه اليوم بقى ياخذوا الكلام ده لكن بطريقة هم بياخدوها على لعبة البروباغندا. كانوا هم فعلا عاوزين يغيروا الناس، عاوزين يجيبوا حل وافضل يلعبوا الدور تاع الثعالب والذئاب. أنا ده لعبة بتاعهم ده ما بيتم قدام، فأنا ما هكتر. لكن انتوا سمعتوا صوت أختنا حسنية. She's just a civilian daughter of Equatorian، وعندها حب إنه تشوف أرضها يكون حر وشعبه يكون مستقر، مش يكون مذلول ويهينوهم ويستخدموهم زي ما عاوزين يمين وشمال. فكفاية كفاية وكفاية. فأنا بدي فرصة للأخ جيمس. Welcome brother Escobar for joining us also. Thank you. Brother James, اتفضل.
يا شكرا أخوي أتك وأستاذاتك وأستاذة ديدي والأستاذ سيجا والأستاذ حسنية والأستاذ كوبر وكل الناس معانا هنا والناس اللي حيجي يستمعوا مع بعض. أنا أحييكم كلكم أينما كنت. صراحة يا the rise of tribal anarchy in South Sudan is a hidden danger. قبل ما نخش في الحوار زي ما انت قلت لسه ما خشينا فيه، وانت عارف يا عاتكة في واخواني الكرام كلهم في حاجة بقت تظهر اللي هي سياسة الفتنة بقت تظهر، يعني من بعض الأصوات أن إحنا بنحسبهم أنه هم ناني كاتوريا people، وده ما من حقهم أنه هم إذا شافوا مثلا النانا إكاتوريا people ديل إذا شافوا نفسهم هم عندهم إذا شافوا نفسهم عندهم حق أنه يخشوا في مشاكل السودان عامة. أنا ما أعرف ليه هم بيحاولوا يتدخلوا في شان التيارات الإكاتورية. أيا كان ما عندهم حق أنه يتدخلوا نهائيا، لأنه ده مشكل ما بيعنيهم، زي ما بالذات أنه الجناح بتاع السيكوريتي زي ما هم بيسموه ما قاعد موضوعهم محلي هنا خاص بهم، للناس مثلا الشارع أراضيهم والناس اللي اغتصبوهم والحاجات والتهجير الغسل اللي قاعد يحصل ده في البلد هناك عندنا في إكواتوريا. ما من حقهم انه يجي يتدخلوا في ناس بيتكلموا عن حاجات محدده، ما في زول جاهم في حتتهم هناك. لكن ده شيء واضح، انا بقول للإكواتوريين بالذات يعني، لكن في النهايه انت الناس حرين يعني يقبلوا الحاجه اللي هم دايرينها، انه ما ينجروا ورا السياسه بتاعت الثعالب انت زي ما قلت. دي السياسه بتاعت ناس بيحملوا السم في فكرهم، ومعروفين انه الناس ديل تعريفهم السياسي معروف اصلا كده. ده ماشي جديد، نحن لازم نعمل حسابنا، لانه لو مشينا بجنس الطريقه دي انسغنا وراهم، هم بعد ده حيحاولوا يمحوا المشكله بتاع إكواتوريا بدسوها، بيحاولوا يعملوها هايجكتنج. يلا بعد ذاك المشكله لو اخذت 10 سنه ودسوها تاني، الناس معناته تبدا من شنو؟ من الصفر. من الصفر معناته كده 20 سنه مشت ده عمر زول، عمر راجل. فنحن نعمل حسابنا نحاول نتحلى بالشجاعة. يا أخي ما في زول شايل له كلاش في راسك أو جاهل لك سيف عشان أنت ما تقدر تواجه الحقائق. الحقائق دي ما واضحة. أما إذا مثلا أنا شايف في عادة كده ابتدت تظهر، أنه أنت لو قلت الحقيقة معناته أنك أنت إنسان بتشتم. يا جماعة في فرق بين الشتيمة وقول الحق. ما بيتلمم مع بعض زي الخطين المتوازيين في الرياضيات، ما بيتلمم كله. انت تقول الحقيقه ده ما حد. الشتيمه دي جابها دخلها هنا شنو؟ دي الحاجه اللي بعض مرات بتخلي بعض الإيكواتوريين مثلا هم ما دارين يخطوا نفسهم في خانه انه قالوا هم شتموا شنو؟ ما نحن هنا قاعدين نشوف وقاعد نسمع هنا في الميديا قاعدين. انا ما شفت لي زول شتم. الناس دي قاعد تطلب بحقوق. اوكي، عشان كده من الأول قلنا لهم يا جماعة المشكلة بتاعتنا بتاع جنوب السودان دي مشكلة ثقافية اجتماعية ما عندها علاقة بالبعد السياسي نهائيا، لأنه الناس دي طبيعتهم كده. زي ما أنا قاعد أقول في الكربشن وابتدى يردوا لي إندايركت في بعض المواقع يقولوا السرقة ما حلال. ما نحن عارفين أي السرقة ما حلال، لكن أنت بتمارس السرقة، بتمارسها. نحن بنجيبها بالاثبات. المكاتب التنسيق بتاعت الجنوب الثلاثه دي الكربشن كان وين؟ كان عندكم هناك. شنو الحلال وما حلال ده؟ نحن ما بيجامع ولا في 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 في, في كنيسه عشان نقول حلال وحرام وممنوع. المهم انت مارست السرقه والاختلاس والارتزاق كمان عندك. نحن دايما نعمل لك شنو يعني؟ وده ما بيخصنا وما بيعنينا، لكن انت جيتنا في محلنا. نحن ما جيناك في محلك هناك. موضوعك ده بيختلف عننا. شنو ساوث السودان؟ مشاكل ساوث السودان كله is the same. It's not the same. المشكلة في بحر الغزال بتختلف، المشكلة في على النيل وبتختلف في الاستوائية. كل واحد يحل إشكاله هناك محليا هناك، عشان ما تجي تحاول تضرب الإيكواتوريين في بعض. هسه في حملة ماشية في محاولة ضرب الاستوائيين في بعض. نحن نكون فرق كيرفول وقاعدين يديروا الملف ده بحنكة سياسية. إذا أنت بقيت تابع للغاية ما ألف ولا باء ولا جيم، المشكلة وين؟ نحن عندنا الزول اللي سرقوا بيته ده وطلعوه منه والعملوا ريب لأخته، هو ما عنده انتماء ايديولوجي، بس هو داير الحاجات دي تقيف. إذا أصلا هم فعلا بيدعوا يقولوا إنه نحن ناس ساسة، نحن انطلاقاتنا كلها انطلاقات فكرية، ده ما انطلاق فكري، دي عنصرية وغبلية. بقولها بالخشم المليان. في عنصرية غبلية بقت تظهر واضح جدا جدا. والقائم بالشعار الغبلي ده هو المجموعه بتاعت حاج احمد. انتوا كلكم عارفين حاج احمد ده هم ناخدها اليوم بس كده تر زي ما بيقولوا بالعربي البلدي حقنا السوداني ده. الناس دول بيمارسوا الغبليه واضح وظاهر من الخطاب بتاعهم وطريقه مخاطبتهم للاشكال السياسي. اذا انت انسان قومي اوكي سي انه انت قلت انت قومي. الكونتراديكشن هنا التناقض جابوا شنو؟ انت بتناقض في نفسك. براك بتناقض في نفسك. المواطن العادل قاعد في الكونيو او قاعد في اي قريه في كاتوري هناك، واحنا ناس مثقفين لما يسمعوا الخطاب ده بيعرفوا ان الخطاب ده وراه في سم. يا داسين السم في العسل. انت تيجي تشيله كده يقول لك يا اخي يونيتي وحده وطنيه. يا اخي ابي is bleeding this problem happen في اللير ولا في كوجاك ولا موجاك. ما في مشكلة نحن نتعاطف بالمشكل ده، لكن اللي بيجيبك لنا هنا شنو؟ انت عندك مشكلة هناك حلها هناك بعدين تعلينا. يعني بيتكلموا مش في آية والحديث كده صححوني إذا أنا ما غلطان. يسوع المسيح قال الزول في عضانه وفي عينه في قشة يشيل أول حتى نمشي يشيل حق الناس الثانيين. أو كمان في مغولة حكمة بتقول لا تنهي عن خلق دنيء وتأتي بمثله عار عليك إن فعلت عظيم. الكلام ده يعني واضح. ما ده اللي اثنين ثلاثة بس دار نحن نتحلى بنوع من الشجاعة. لكن في النهاية أنا حقيف هنا بعدها حرية. أنت تختار صراحة. الوقت جاء أنت دار تقبل الحوارات دي أوكي أقبل، لكن ما تجي تبكي. ما تبكي لما يجي يشيلوا عرضك ويجي يعملوا ريبنج لاختك. ما تجي تبكي لنا لا 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 الكلام ده انا ما كان اعرف تاني ما بينفع زول. هي الشغله دي بقت واضحه وباينه. انا حجيب في نهايتك لحد ما انت تفصل العنوان بتاع المنتدى بتاع الليله بكده بشكل واضح باين. الليله نحن حنقول اي حاجه. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا أخي James. Thank you. I'll give a chance to McCartney. McCartney, you have been in and out. I hope this time you have a chance, brother. So are you able to speak? That would be great. نسمع قبل ما نبدأ نفتتح الموضوع هو عن the rise أو صعود الفوضى القبلية في جنوب السودان والأشياء الخفية الخطورة والأشياء الخفية من وراها. Hopefully I translated it correctly. But in English, it's the rise of tribal anarchy in South Sudan and the hidden danger. So welcome, Mr. McCartney. Please put your thoughts in introduction before we get into the main topic of tonight. Thank you. Unmute yourself, brother. And welcome, Brother Escobar. I see you here. Okay, McCartney. Do you hear me, guys?
Yes, we
Okay,
do.
let me give to.
We do.
Okay, let me give to Escobar while McCartney figure out or situate with his microphone. Mr. Escobar, تفضل. Okay, I think you're not able to. So let me then get to the topic then, if it's okay. If they're not able to say anything, let's just get to the topic. Just give me a second. وزي ما انتوا شايفين انا خطيت اسمه شنو ده the link up there is one of the link that was written by one of the reporter named Alan Boswell on conflict and crisis in South Sudan, Equatorian. I suppose we had promised that we will bring him, but we had some issues that I had to deal with first, but later we'll bring such people who are speaking on issues of South Sudan. But this is not the main focus. But what I want people to understand that this article or this documentation that the gentleman have wrote.
Do you mind?
Aywa?
Do you mind I interrupt you just?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
A disclaimer before you get into the topic that
Thank you.
we just wanted to make it. Yeah, because I've realized that, you know, a lot of people, when they listen to what we speak or when we come out to talk about these things, the matters of the nation, they don't understand necessarily. I'm not a politician, but who be angry towards what we say or something like that. Just because of a political sympathy, because صاحبه هناك ولا أهله هناك ولا because the majority of the people online are going with this, or based on how emotionally they have discussed Mazol Tani over the phone or something. Then they come out to say that threatening people and stuff and daka. I just wanted to say that as from us as a people who stand for Equatoria. I think any emotional reasoning, we don't really consider it. We deal with a political matter of a nation. We deal with insecurity that is happening in Equatoria and the future of Equatoria ahead. We don't want to be followers of people. For confuse all who just emotional, caught up, who maybe understand the meaning of Dola, maybe understand the meaning of suffering of Equatoria, the meaning of the greater enemy of Equatoria, which is even to begin from SPLA down the track. I think you ought to begin to start from a zero level and learn, and don't jump into our neck, because we're here making a lot of difference. We're here working foot and foot or side by side with a lot of Equatorians that understood what the timing and where going on. So I just wanted to say that by the time we're finishing this video, I know a lot of people or someone that is going to make a threat against us Be it welcome if somebody want to show themselves to our door at your own risk. Show yourself. As you're making threats out there, show yourself. It's fine, well and done. So, but itabtan ba out there, but we will still keep on going. We will talk. Um, Come up with a solution if you have better solution. Because when we're staying here, hina garin after Muknas, Equatorians to stand up and come together to the solution. Don't be coming here and tell me, what have you done? What are you doing? I'm doing what I'm doing to raise your conscious so that it take the gum folk. It take it a good eye. I have my ideas. This, let's do this. Let's get up. Let's add on what you're doing. Don't be raising up, some emotional when you don't understand. A lot of life have been sacrificed for over this decade. So put your emotions behind or take it somewhere else to some cat fights and just get out of the way, please. That's the disclaimer that I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. Really, you summed it perfectly. Exactly. I see, Mr. David. I will give you a chance later. I welcome you. You raise your hand. Just hold on because this Sahnama opened the topic, but we're going to open it in a minute. Adding to what Didi said, truly, feel us. A lot of people are moved emotion. That's why you see those manipulators are good at manipulating them because they are so emotionally in thinking, then, like I could say cognitive in their understanding. Rationality, there's no rationality in that minute. Their rationality is compromised with their emotional, their strong emotional urge that they think they have to worship, they have to respect these people when they don't even know them in person. If you sit with them or just met him, I mean, if I met you and say hello to you and shake your hand, it does not mean I have known you. It's just a brief encounter. That's what they call it, a brief encounter. You just say my hello and bye. But to know a person is to actually be with the person 24/7, to understand the thinking. That's why I see most of these people who they call them ghostwriters, people who write or narrate the history of leaders or great characters in history or influential people. They will sit with these people and begin to write their life by being around them or getting some documentation of the historical, things that they have done. Because some people will write their memoir or like some people, I forgot they call it another memoir card. They write their own diary, they call it diary. So they put those things and then they come and collect it and later they add it. If these guys are no longer exist, they'll make it a story into a book. If they're still alive, they will come back and talk with them and make the story more accurate and resemble reasonable, because they don't want the person they're writing about to be offended if there's any wrong. So for these people who are emotionally, what I call them idol worshippers, they need to really wake up. عشان كده today Equatorians are being used. الناس اللي في غابة هناك والناس التحت هناك, they don't think the way like how these people are thinking. That's why you see their reaction is so easily. They don't even know that they are being duped by the bigger fox. Like they said, if you even in one of those political philosophers was saying that it's better to be a fox around wolves than be the wolf or hyena, in a way, or be the wolf or the lion, because wolf and lion, they only depend on their strength, but the fox depend on their wits. And the most cunning and the most dangerous animal we know, even in history or in literature, they talk about fox, but of course it's not fox, it's actually snake. The snake is the most cunning and dangerous. It's very much, it does not rely on its strength, it relies on its way how they maneuver their tactic to get people, to manipulate people. That's why people will be shocked when they see snake. They jump around and left because their emotion, their thoughts all just confused. And that's why you see they cannot handle the moment they see this, because snake is so intimidating, because the way how it acts. And that's what we're allowing those snakes to come and intimidate us, when we can use our rationality and allow those snakes not to control us, or these foxes. So advice to those people, they need to wake up and stop being emotional, because they even insulted us before. The same people now who are emotionally now making this propaganda of the rally, and I'm sorry I have to bring it up, they are using now the emotional game that they used to say that we are emotional, Equatorian emotional for their land. Well, I don't know if they ever understood the meaning of land. I want them to go back. A man without a land is no man. Even in the Bible describe that. If you are okay to be landless, don't come and compare Equatorian as you, because we know who we are and we know what our land. And that's why you see the campaign they have done so many times, even enticing us to calling us Lua, but شيء يجيبوا لنا قصة تاني، but يقول لي عندنا مشكلة أرض، يعني جيمات كده اللي ما عنده معنى ما مغزى، هم فاكرين الناس أورا. لكن thank God, you know, even though they insult us, they mock us, you know, زي ما قال جنا حلال وجنا حلال ما بيقدر من بيته. So إحنا أبناء بتاع Equatoria will stand for us. So what I want to go back to what I said about the conflict crisis. The link I put there is the link that was written by Alan Boswell. It's an article, or you can call it a report, of the suffering of Equatorians, and even he saw it to the grim standard that this region of Equatoria is really lacking so many, and one of it's even the leadership quality. The leadership standard is no longer there. It seems like it has leadership, but it's actually failing to deliver. Most of these leaders have been self-promoted by their own activities and association with those of SPLM. So that's why you see today Equatorians lack those leaders who were in the time of Anyanya, because even he can go back to Anyanya, how did they stood, and even talking about Kokora and all these. So this link is very important for every Equatorian to just investigate. And I hope they learn. And if we can find a way to translate it into Arabic, we will do it, because we never did work on that, but we will try to translate it into Arabic if we can. I will not promise you that we will do it, but we'll try to find some people who can do it, because this thing is very important. So this thing, it will give you a clear understanding. If you're an Equatorian who's still living in that delusion that we are South Sudanese, just look at this article and this report, you'll understand where we are. Then from there, you will make your decision. And I hope you'll be wise enough and have a conscience, not emotion, conscience, because conscience and emotion is different. Conscience is built based on ethics, based on what it is moral, based on, I don't want to do something against others. Like, you know, Jesus said, don't do to others you don't want to do to others, like, you don't, I forgot the word, don't do to others like you don't want to be done to you. If you know this thing is bad, don't do it. I hope I'm correct on that English, but anyway, remember English is my second language anyway. So let me get back to the topic, and thank you for your patience. And let's get to it as we promised to get into it. The topic, of course, it's, oh, okay, Escobar said he went, 30 minutes. Okay, you'll be back. Oh, no problem, brother. Yeah, sorry. I thought maybe you want to say something. So let me get to the topic. And the topic is here. The rise, like you said, the rise of tribal anarchy in South Sudan and the upcoming hidden danger. Let's go into it, okay? I wish if we could say, or be able to say, tribalism in South Sudan is in decline. I mean, I really wish that it was in decline. Unfortunately, it's in the rise. Like even my brother James have even, you know, supported and ascertained in that tribalism is really even increasing with every day we are seeing, we are witnessing in front of us, the lingo that they're using. Even some people are not good at reading between the line. I want every Equatorian to read between the line. يعني بيقول لك أقرب بين السطرين, if I'm correct in that definition, عشان تفهم اللغة بتاع العدو بتاعك, لأنه الثعلب عنده لعبات بيعرف يتكلم. زي ما قلت قصة كان before about الثعلب اللي قال لما شاف الغراب جاي بلحم, فالغراب ده طبعا هو جعان وشاف الغراب في شجرة ما بيقدر عليه. كيف هو يقدر على الغراب ده؟ هو جاء تحت الشجرة وعمل نفسه زول مسكين متواضع وهو ثعلب. يلا الغراب هنا قاعد بالتكبر, طبعا هو عارف عنده اللحم ده بتاعه, خلاص ما في زول بيشيله, هو قاعد يفكر ياكل 200. بعد شويه الثعلب بيجي بيقول له يا جاك وينك؟ زمن طويل يا اخي. شنو؟ ليه ما سمعت صوتك كده, غنينا صوتك الجميل ده. الغراب بقى هنا بوهم بتاع انه صوته جميل, وهو نسى طبعا تعرف صوت الغراب ما جميل, لكن ده way how الثعلب قدر يقنعه بطريقه بتاع انه غني لنا, غني عندنا نسمع صوتك قاعد يجمل الطبيعه كل يوم, كل ما اسمع انا برتاح. والثعلب هنا جعان, هو داير ياكل اللقمه اللي قام اللي في خشم بتاع الغراب. And exactly once the time the crow, which is الغراب, فتح خشمه اللحم وقع, then الغراب فهم في النهايه كيف الثعلب قدر عليه. That's the same thing Equatorian are not paying attention. When الثعلب بيقول لك كلام ادرس كلامه قبل ما تفتح خشمك، على اساس انه يس انا معك، تيجي تلقى اللحم بتاعك وقع وجايني اخذ. وذس اكزاكتلي، وان شاء الله هنشوف في الاوقات الجاي اللحم اللي هيشيلوا من كم ناس بعدين في من خشمهم، يلا نشوفهم هيكونوا في هذه الجهه. ف this is لانه Salab desperate, he tried to play this game. So like tribalism is not in decline. And the reason why I say this, because when you look at the way how this politics of South Sudan, إذا كانت تقول ده تفصله من القبلية بيكون مستحيل. 200 بدأ القبلية. Let's go back to the history of it. القبلية بدأت من وقت الحركة الشعبية، يمكن ذاته قبل الحركة الشعبية، وقت اللي اتفاقية تاع كم 70 داك اللي between جوزيف لاغو وناس خرطوم عند النميري. لما جابوا جوزيف لاغو، لما جابوا اسمه ده أبل اليار لعب دور كبير في بناء هذه الروح القبلي، مع انه القبليه ذاته موجود كان في عصور قديمه في وسط ابناء على النيل، بكل احترامي لهم انا بنقولوا حتى هم اللي بيناقضونا اليوم، وفي ناس بيشتمونا بيقول احنا ناس احنا ناس تابعين للنظام بطريقات اخرى. but still we gotta tell it like it is. القبليه موجود في على النيل من تاريخ، والنزاعات اليوم ده ما نزاعات اليوم، ده نزاعات التاريخ تاع امبارح. يعني ده موروثينه، ورثوا المشاكل تاع اجدادهم وجابوها حتى وظفوها في وظائفهم بتاع السياسه. الفكر السياسي بتاعهم حتى مرتبط بالعقليه القبلي الموجود فوقهم. And it's exactly what's happening. So again, tribalism is not in decline, unfortunately. And when Joseph Lago trusted Abel Aliar, even though Abel Aliar كان عميل للنظام الشمالي، قدر يجيب الكارثه بتاع القبليه، لانه Abel Aliar كان عنده نوايا قبلي ونوايا كمان ضد الثوره. الاستوائيين كان قاموا على، وانه الاستوائيين ما قاموا كان على اساس هم استوائيين، قاموا على اساس احنا افارقه ضد الاوروبيه وضد الفكره بتاع انه احنا نكون الدرجه الثاني في ارضنا وفي ارض اجدادنا. للاسف these guys did not respect استوائيه، وtoday استوائيه are paying the price even up to this moment. yet عيالهم هي احفاد بتاع الابطال اللي حاربوا في 1950s ولحد هسه ما قدروا يستوعبوا، مجموعه اغلبيتهم وخاصه اللي في الخارج ما قادرين يستوعبوا الخطوره اللي هم فوقه، والخطوره اللي قاعد يحدد الكيان الاستوائي في ارض جنوب السودان، او في ارض استوائي مش ارض جنوب السودان، ده ارض بتاعنا، لكن في دوله اللي هو المسميه بدوله جنوب السودان. But anyway, I don't want to go far, but this is where it started. And then this tribalism it began to get a bigger shape, in a political shape, when SPLA was created. After كوكورا، طبعا كوكورا لعب دور كبير في الناس ياخذوا اتجاه بتاع انتقام بتاع شنو، تحديد مركزهم ونفوذهم في المجتمع الجنوبي، وبالاخص في السياسه وفي القياده تاع البلد. وهم فعلا قدروا يستغلوا الاستوائيين بغشامه بتاعنا. بالاسف كان ده عفوي، لانه في ناس كانوا ما عندهم النظريه البعيد على التحليل تاع انه الناس ديل هم عندهم يتنيه، هم بس دخلوا معاهم في النهايه، رغم انه في كثير من يعني there was a sign، يعني في كان كثير sign قاعد يوري these guys are dangerous, they're not going to help this situation to be better, it's going to get worse. وtoday احنا قاعد ندفع الثمن because the way how they made a decision. زي ما قال انت انتبه ما تاخذ قرار اللي بكره تندم عليه. واليوم احنا قاعد نندم على القرار اللي ناس اخواننا وممكن نقول ابوهاتنا او اعمامنا اخذوها ودخلونا في وسط هؤلاء الحركه الشعبيه، واليوم الحركه الشعبيه جاب لنا المصيبه اللي عايشين فوقه. Then adding to that, you know, with all this tribal anarchy is being built up in the ground, you know, تلقى حتى في tribally motivated movements where they will try to pretend they are nationalists, yet they will go so deep into making sure that they will empower their tribe. And most of these people are كوادر تاع الحركة الشعبية. They have been immersed with الحركة الشعبية. Some of them were submissive, but not really submissive according like Equatorians. Equatorians كانوا submissive، نما دقسوا في نهاية جابوا جوبا بقى عاصمة جنوب السودان. Because the others who seem to be submissive yet did, you know, object. Like we never seen Equatorians object John Garen at the time where like what happened with Nuer ما Dinka في وقت 1991 وقت رياك مشار and Salva Kiir, I mean John Garen, and then also ما Lama Call and John Gurren. Because these people, when they were doing this objection, their people were, the whole community were following them, following these leaders. They're not following just the ideal, the political ideology. They were following these leaders based on their tribe. واليوم انت بتشوفوا حاجه ده اثباته يا موجود. اليوم لما الحركه الشعبيه سقط، لانه هسه الحركه الشعبيه is no longer the same حركه الشعبيه اللي كان get new on a false notion that we are for one country. الحركه الشعبيه was built on the falsified notion, and yet few people seen it, and majority were just enticed. The man of good, majority are not and never right when it comes to the opinions of people. People are only uniform. The same thing of majority were the same people who allowed the German Nazi government to kill Jews. The same majority allowed Jesus to be killed, and others like Galileo to be disqualified from his scientific research. So I get be prove, and these elements of majority is always be passion or compassion or sympathy of what is in their present or the current situation they're going through, which is mostly their tribal, because this guy belongs from them. وده أول زول خريج جامعي متعلم بيقدر يتكلم وهو من قبيلتنا، سو أي زول بيفتخروا طبعا حاجة طبيعية، يعني أهم زول بيفتخر بجناه. لكن the way how they are taking it plus addition to the tribal history اللي عندهم لهم tribal conflict بتاعهم، حاجة ده evolve اتطورت لفرصة بقى هم عندهم الروح بتاع إنه لازم هم يتزاحموا في السيادة. والحركة الشعبية أدى كل الناس فرص وأكتريتهم كان أبناء على النيل. استوائي طلع الخسران، طلع بقفة فاضي، لأنه هو لا قادر يقيف لنفسه لا قادر يقيف بمبدأه. هم قالوا إحنا دايرين حرية، لكن الناس كله ما كان في صف واحد، لأن حتى في استوائي ناقضوا الحركة الشعبية وحاربت الحركة الشعبية لما هم انضموا مع النظام تاع الشمال، لكن كانوا في قيادات صغيرة، قيادات عسكرية، هم قدروا بس يكونوا في الصراع، لكن ما كانوا زي أبناء بتاع الدينكا اللي هم في جوا النظام تاع عمر البشير نمن في مستويات عليا بتاع يعني وزارية compared to Equatorian اللي هم كانوا في مستويات عسكرية على أساس هم they want to go and fight، على أساس هم ينتقموا من الحركة الشعبية. الحركة الشعبية عمل تدمير في مناطق قرى استوائية، أو يا هم انضموا مع الحركة الشعبية على أساس هم عاوزين يحاربوا الشماليين، لأن الشماليين عمل لهم ضرر في جوبا. So this is how they kind of create this, but Equatorial was the one who never woke up from that to see the reality. يعني هو كان لسه نايم. And up to this moment, they still want to sleep. But it's time for us to wake up. We don't need to sleep anymore. So this tribalism had been building up. And now we see today the abuse of our people. Civilians are being vulnerable. مواطنين هم في خطر. You know, insecurity in our region, Equatoria. Sexual abuses. ده بقى طريقة بتاعهم هسه تسلحهم. That's what they did it in the past. They're doing it today. الحركة الشعبية في record, even with the international community, including Troika. The assault, the assault, because the reports that happened from Red Cross and others, UN, all these people have brought these people who are sexually violated by these militia, these tribal militia, including حتى زادوا شنو اختطاف أطفال. عندنا في عيال في East Equatoria شلخوهم قطعوهم عملوهم بقى يكونوا جزء من القبائل اللي في على النيل. The same thing, abuse, rape حصل في East, West, Central. كل نازل بيعرفوا. I don't know why Equatorian are shy. خجلانين من شنو تتكلموا الحقائق المرة اللي بيقدر يخلينا نقوم من الكسل، من الخوف، من القلق، بالنزول ده. كان قلنا كده بيجي offend. Who already get offend you day and night? They're offending you by not letting you speak your right. ما بيخلوك تتكلم عن حقك، ما بيخلوك تتصرف بطريقة الصح. هم عاوزين يمشوك زي كأنه كلب، بيربطوك بحبل ويقول لك امشي يمين امشي شمال، ما تحرق قلم، ما تعمل كده، ما تعمل ده. انت منو؟ انت سيدي. نفس العالم هسه جنوب السودان قاعد يحطوا في الكاكي بتاعهم ده، يا قاعد يغتصبوا بناتنا استوائيه، كانوا ما فاهمين. نفس العالم ده جنوبيين ما كلهم يا قالوا لين يكون عندهم عالم ده كان عالم بتاع ناس معينين، وكان هو حزب ولا هو قبيله، عالم ده بيرجع لهم هم قدروا يتكلموا في الموضوع ده. لكن عشان تعرف النفاق والثعالب، زي ما قلت لك الثعلب بيعرف يقول للغراب يا غراب صوتك جميل كده، لك غنى لي شويه بس عشان يطرب لي الجو. تيجي تنسى نفسك تكب لحم بتاعك وانت عندك مصيبه هنا، تيجي تكورك تندم. how long are we gonna be use this time many time؟ وخلنا نقوم من النوم ده. كان بقى حزب، كان بقى في قائد احنا بنحبه. يا اخي ما بتحب قائد اكتر من حياتك. حسا كان قائد ده قال لك امشي تنتهر. انا بتجرأ اقول خليك قائد ده يقول انتهر. انا متاكد من الناس اللي لسه بيقولوا هم السبورترز ده كلهم بيختفوا من الحزب ده. قال يا اخي الحزب ده خلينا نموت كله. They will not. So this is a ridiculous game of children. Unimaginable abuses committed by those tribal militia ولحد اليوم بيتحول. والميليشيات ده كله هما فئة واحد، وفي نفس الوقت كأنت لاحظت كل كتائب عندهم ميليشيات قبلي موجود في على النيل. أكثر من كده يقول لنا استواء يمكن عنده يا هنا السيناء ده شباب دول كلهم بيقوموا كريجن أو كتيريتوري معين عشان يقدر يحموا، ما بيقوموا كقبيلة، لكن دول بيقوموا كقبيلة ويكونوا جاهزين. And this is exactly what's happening in South Sudan. Okay, above that, you know, they reward also criminals برتب وهمية. They report or يعني بدهم reward بدهم جوائز على أساس إنه هم ضباط جنرالات ما عندهم حتى الفهم العسكري. Militarily they're not qualified. You know, like if you go even educational wise, academically they're not qualified, yet they will give them that status. لدرجة إحنا بقينا worship them. عشان كده لأنه إحنا بقينا عايشين في الوهم. لما اليوم بقينا نكره النقد لهؤلاء الساسة والقادة اللي هم بيوهمونا بالرتب وهمية بتاعهم، ولما نيجي في وسطنا عايزين نعظمهم كأنهم بقى آلهة أو بقى هم آبائنا اللي خلقونا في الدنيا. يا جماعة, they are nobodies because they are all rewarded under these things. Or this is the tribal anarchy المبنية، الفوضى القبلي المبنية في البلد ده. والحركة الشعبية قدر يستفيد في إغراء بعض اللي ما من قبيلتهم عشان يقدر يجيب لهم الهدف. زي ما قال الغاية شنو الوسيلة بغير الغاية ولا I forgot in Arabic, but that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to build themselves. So they give these people ranks. But if you look at them militarily, they're not even achieving anything. لحد هسه اليوم الجيش الجنوبي كان أي واحد إن كان هم معارضات أو عساكر اللي في جوا النظام كان قالوا هسه يحاربوا أي دولة, they would not even make it. حتى ISIS are better than them. We the one who fought ISIS and those Al-Qaeda or those people, we fought them and we know they are very well qualified. They were well trained. They were very skilled compared to these guys. These guys just getting waste time. The only thing هم فالحين فوقه اغتصابات, قتل, طرد المواطنين من أراضيهم, وبناء مشاريع بتاع الثروات المعدنية لناس معينين عشان يقدروا يستفيدوا وهم يكونوا أغنياء. ما اليوم في شمال السودان نفس الشيء. الجنجويد هناك عمل مجازر في شمال السودان. What did they do? They took the local from that land and they brought the people who don't deserve to be there عشان يعملوا فوقه تجارة عشان في ذهب وحاجات ديل. This is a game these tribal anarchy are building and yet they are thriving. وده بتلقى اليوم مجموعات معينة هم they're living in a territory that's not theirs, that not belong to them in those territories. This is the tribal anarchy they're building. They're trying to make sure that all the other tribe will fight for themselves and then anyone strong will survive. But this is not the way how Equatoria is built. And this is why I want to compare with us. The country in South Sudan is in shambles because العقلية القبلية بدأ من وين زي ما قلت من تاريخه بدأ من على النيل. and على النيل لحد هسه ما حل مشكلته القبلي وعاوزين لسه يوسخونا زيادة. وزي ما أنا قبل بسمع كثير من الناس بيكرروا في كلمة كده. And we have spoken about this, but now they're taking it out of context and they're using it now as a slogan to insult and humiliate those who are opposing and also criticizing their own program على سماشي في أيام الجاي والشهر الجاي ده. They're using this word of pigs. Do you know Equatorian هسه يا pigs اللي قاعد يرجع في نفس المويه العكرة. هو كان فهموا الترانسليشن كانوا هم خطوا حاجة في أنفسهم وشافوا الطريقة إحنا قاعدين فوق استوائية. إلى وين وصلنا؟ إلى أين وصلنا؟ مجتمعنا كله بيرجعوهم تاني يقعدوا تحت القيادة بتاع الناس بتاع الحركة الشعبية، تحت القيادة بتاع أبناء على النيل على أساس هم يحلوا لنا المشكلة، هم يحسبوا المشكلة. حتى في حساب ذاته كان قال لك مشكلة ما ممكن يجيب مشكلة يكون الحل. But they making it happen and then they wanted to يتفلسفوا علينا إنه الخنازير. Anyway, you know what it is. You have heard it, and it's funny, and it's irony in the same time. I wish they would translate it the right way, not misquote the word. You know, when we said that before, we said about people who are really doing this to manipulate the people so they can go back. How long Equatorial High follow every day? It's the same dirty water. Now, when people are opposing those guys, those who are wanting Equatorial to go to the dirty water, now they're telling we are the dirty pigs. But it's okay. We forgive them because we don't have anything against them anyway. But what we want is our people to wake up and never to fall for these lies, never to fall for this propaganda. And we will find out why this propaganda of these people are doing it. But this is not the topic today. But our main topic is anarchy and the tribal anarchy that is building up. This is where is this going on. So promoting those leaders, those so-called leaders to military generals and leaders to kind of confuse us, to kind of make us become servants and subservients to people, is not going to help us anywhere. Yet the tribal leaders are making sure to change the demographic. اليوم في demographic change. Our people are all sent to Uganda, Kenya, Congo, Central Africa, even Khartoum, Egypt. All this because they want to take over the land that our ancestors have left it for us. Yet هم هناك عندهم أراضي بتاعهم، حتى هم كان هربوا من الشمال ما قادرين يتعايشوا مع بعض، لكن they are willing to go and create chaos into our area. And now they brought above to all these tribal anarchy. كمان مشكلة كانت جنجولة. والله أنا بقول لكم بس إضافة لكلام ده، كانت جنجولة is the last thing we worry about. ما هو الأهم؟ كانت جنجولة ولا أراضي استوائية؟ كان سألنا سؤال لأي استوائية، أرضك يرجع أول ولا كانت جنجولة لازم يحلوه؟ وكان حلوها هل بيرجع لك أرضك؟ كان بس خط المنطق هنا. كانت جنجولة ما بيقدر يكون لو أنت مسكت عزيمتك وكرامتك، أمسك جبرة وتعال نشوف منو بيتحدى، منو بيحاول يحفر. ما أنت يا بتكون القوة، لكن أنت قاعد في الغابات وقاعد في مخيمات، وده تيجي تغني هنا مع المستفيدين والمكارين والثعالب والذئاب وكل دول اللي عاوزين يلعبوا في راسنا، يقول لنا يا أخي جنجولة ده بقى حجة عشان إحنا لازم نتوحد كجنوبيين عشان نقدر نكب النظام. النظام ما هم يا جزء من النظام وهم بنوا النظام، واليوم لما النظام اختلفوا مع بعض كل الحقائق ظهر، ولسه احنا عاوزين نيجي نلعب بنفس الوساخه ده، عاوزين نيجي نلعب تاني نخد حالنا في نفس الديرت. Just ask yourself، انت هنا بيسالوك انت سي زول فاهم؟ انت انسان واعي؟ وانت خاصه كابن استوائيه وبنت استوائيه انت واعي عشان تفهم حقك وين؟ ما كده اسال نفسك، حقك بيبدا من وين؟ بيبدا من بيت جيران ولا بيبدا من بيتك؟ كان بيبدا من جيران بليز، كلنا نمشي بيوت جيران، نمشي ناخذ حله منه، ناخذ تفاح، ناخذ اي شيء، نقول يلا ده حقي هنا لانه جنقولها هناك. يا اخي ابدا من بيتك، انت كما مسكت بيتك ما في زول بيقدر يحفر المكان ده. لكن احنا عاوزين ننط في كلمه كبيره واحنا ما فاهمين مغزى بتاعه، ونفس الوقت بيلعبوا في اذاننا وفي عقولنا، لانه لقى الناس بتاعنا منهمكين بالمرح والفرح والمجاملات والمغازلات والدعايات. عشان كده تلقى اي انسان اللي بيقع في دعايه وفي مغازله هو اكثر زول بيقع في بروباغندا، وهنا هو بينسى انه حقه وين. لكن كده نرجع للبوينت بتاعنا بتاع this tribalism الماشي ده. اذا هم بقى بيبروموت their people to generals، اليوم تلقى اي زول بقى جنرال في جنوب السودان. انما الخواجات ضحكوا يوم قالوا يا جماعه، وانا كنت حاضر في مكان شفته، قال يا اخي South Sudan have so many generals I don't know. China bigger ذاته ما it would be like less than that. China would be poor compared to South Sudan in generals. Like as an insult, it was humiliating. Yet إن هنا ده نمشي نقول ما نحرق، الله نحرق 10,000 علم. لكن طبعا في DC you cannot burn this and we don't want to go there. But كان في فرصة نحرقه. لكن it's not going to be in White House because it's not allowed even legally to ban anything with premises بتاع حكومة الأمريكية. على أساس ده قانون. حتى ذات السلاح لازم يكون مرخص، وعندك كمان في ناس تاني ما ممكن يمشي بالسلاح على أسباب الأمن، خاصة هسه في بعد أحداث ده what happened in last couple of years during Trump time. I don't think anybody will go with any weapon or anything that is hazardous. So أنا ما عاوز أكتر، لكن this is what exactly لو لقينا فرصة نحرق علم وكان بدونا، لو كنا نحرق قدام أي سفارة أي دولة نقول له this is what it is. But we can burn it and we can show to the world we don't care about this flag because this flag does not represent us. But we don't care about it again. Going back to the tribalism that is going on. So tribal anarchism is building up. Today, now, Equatorian. What is Equatoria gaining from this? This tribal regime, let me get to it, is suffocating South Sudan in general, suffocating even the hopes of people who want to be South Sudanese, who still think they can be South Sudanese. But yet, there is no any hope. As Equatorians, we are not exempt because the confusion and these clashing groups of hyenas and wolves and foxes are manipulating the mind of the people. Some of them, they are very good at it now. They begin to see the power. حتى في واحد من النازي which is named Joseph Mengele, I think Joseph Goebbels, if I'm not mistaken. He said, "Gal, is it better to make sure أنا بقدر control the mind of the people than أقدر هنا ده than أقدر أخليهم يخافوا يعني أحددهم بقوة السلاح." And that's why you see a lot of these dictators in the world, they did always control the people's mind, لكن for a limited time. لأنه دائما الدكتاتور لما يوصل لهدفه لازم يبدأ بتخطيطات خطير جدا، اللي حتى الزول اللي بيعرف حقه بينسى حقه، بيكون زي الغراب الجاهل وده ما فاضي للحم، ده هو بس يغني. بيجي ينسى حاله انه بعد ما نيجي يفوق من النوم منه بقى جعان، بقى بيحس انه هو ده ياكل، بيجي يقول ما انا كبيت لحم تعال للعدو ده. And that's exactly what they're doing. ده اخطر الناس اللي بيقدر manipulate your mind. And then going to those military guys اللي بيستخدموا القوه والعنف، ديل كمان خطيرين. اليوم this is what happening in South Sudan. There is a group now outside in the opposition, there is a group inside. انت اخذ من جهتين ده وانت حلل منيه، هو قال يلعب فوق العقل فعقل تاع الشعب القبائل الاستوائيه بالاخص، ومنيه قاعد يجي يلعب قاعد يحدد الشعب الاستوائي في كيانه بنفسه، لانه كلهم قاعد يحدد، لكن في واحد بيستخدم العقل وفي واحد بيستخدم القوه. فده هسه وضع بتاعنا كاستوائيين، والقبليه اللي عندهم خطير جدا. اللي قاعد يفكر في العقل اكثر من اللي قاعد يشيل بالسلاح. اللي قاعد يهددك بالسلاح اوريدي خلاص وصل لهدفه، وهو قاعد يكمل هدفه بطريقه بتاع اغراءات ماديه بقوه العنف، واللي قاعد يحاول يشغل عقله وعاوز يسيطر عليك عشان انت ما تفكر في شيء ثاني غير، وكانت كمان انسان جاهل تعبد وترش تورشب قاده بدون ما تقدر تكون عندك الفهم انه القائد ده بالنسبه لي شنو؟ هل القائد ده كان قال لي نمشي نكب حالي في بحر، انا بكب حالي في بحر، وانا بسال نفسي انه اللي انا بكب حالي في بحر وانت منو ذاته؟ You know, they supposed to say they're the wise men who have to do the right thing. But anyway, it's up to the people who want to be deceived and up to the people who want to learn not to be deceived. It's up to those people. So Equatorians right now, وضعنا is becoming serious. اليوم بقى الحروبات والتهديد اللي قاعد يحصل في استوائية under these tribal anarchists الماشيين في الجهة السياسي، في الجهة العسكري، في جهة القيادة البلد، حتى economically كمان ما ننسى. اقتصاديا اليوم في طبقات معينة من قبائل المعروفة هم الماسكين الطبقة جنوب السودان في الاقتصاد. إن كان الأراضي ده الطبقة الوسطى، إن كان الماديات اللي بيكون قروش هم الطبقة العليا اللي هم مستفيدين أقرباء الرئيس. ما معناته أقرباء الرئيس إنه خلاص ده بس cousin and aunties. As long as he's from his tribe, he's going to be the beneficiary. وما تنسى حتى الناس وصل لمرحلة بقى يتعلموا، وصل لمراحل بقى هسه اليوم بيتداخلوا في أي مكان لأنه إحنا فتحنا لهم بابنا. So Equatorians are now in a situation of confusion. عشان كده أنا قلت في ناس تانيين بيستخدموا العقل، واللي بيستخدموا العقل اليوم تلقاهم هم ذاته في المعارضات وهم يقولوا لا، لكن we cannot trust the same person اللي بيجي بالريب، واللي كمان بيجي بيجستيفاي الريب ده بشنو؟ قال يا أخي ما تعمم. Do not generalize. Well, you are the one who are being beneficiary. You never even condemned it. Even the killing of the Nuer 2013, they never condemned it. Do you want to believe that now they're going to condemn it? عشان الآن Equatoria are calling for majority Equatorian who they undermine that there is no majority, calling for separation. إن هم يعني كلامهم ده ما قاعد make point، ما قاعد make sense. They are being saying this because هسه هم شافوا الضغط. عشان كده تلقى اليوم كلهم عايزين يتحالفوا بسياسات وبطريقه بتاع عنف وبطريقه سياسه عشان يقدر كيف يقدر silence our voices. And we know them and we got them, but they will never try. They can try. لكن قلت لك حقنا ناخذه كان بالدم ولا بطريقه اخرى، واحنا مستعدين give our life for it. Like I said, they might laugh at us. ما كل زول بيضحك اليوم، لكن بكره الويل لكم. في وقت تابوك بيجي. And I promise this is going to happen. And this lunacy of barbarism and violence, you know, have put Equatoria today into this jeopardy of situation where they begin to even confuse Equatorian. خاصة لما Equatorian they don't want to question الجزء اللي جاء من الحركة الشعبية اللي ما أفاد الإيكواتوريان. Let's ask this self. These people الحركة الشعبية هو السبب الأساسي في بناء مركز أو الخلل القبلي الموجود أو this tribalism within the country from the beginning. يعني من بداية تأسيسه. وكان رجعنا بيجي في خلفيه بيبعد اكثر من كده لحد قبائل الموجوده في على النيل عندهم نزاعات قبلي. اليوم بقى في السياسه تطوروا عسكريا، بقى عندهم الكفاءه يقدر يعملوا destruction to Equatoria, and Equatorian are now living in shambles. لما بقى في Equatorian اليوم كمان عاوزين يفكروا افكار، بقى نحن نفكر افكار كالقبيله بتاعي يحمي قبيله. It's all good. لكن let's ask this question وخلي اي زول مننا يجاوب هنا later. السؤال اللي بيسأل نفسه, once we arm every tribe within Equatoria, just give them that idea. Do you think, and I know this question also have a question to be answered. If somebody answered what I want to be answered, then there will be a question to me after that answer. But one thing I want to ask is, لما يكون القبائل كلهم مسلحين, هل تبظن في أمن ولا هنرجع في حالة خلفيات قبلي؟ لأنه ما تنسى Libya is an example. You got Somalia as an example. You got what else? Other countries who are tribes who come to a point where they had the weapon. Then في grudges حصل, في some dysfunctional within the leadership بتاع القادة. يعني القادة ما حكماء. They were not that wise enough to differentiate or to disassociate this with their bad grievances in the past. هم توالي استخدموا ده بقى كقبينة وأي زول مسلح وهو زول عادي مواطن ومتخلف هو أخطر من العدو اللي بيجي لك بسلاح بتاعه، لأنه الزول المتخلف وعنده سلاح خطر جدا وده أخطر عدو في التاريخ، أخطر ذاته من أي دبيبة اللي بيدقك لأنه he does not comprehend logic. And you can see today they are doing this with this organization SPLM كان قاعد يسلح قبيلتهم. All the time they go around and wage war and killing people, terrorizing other tribes and taking over even their children, their women. So our worry is we don't want Equatorial to go to that level. This is my point that I want Equatorian brothers and sisters to understand. Free solution to this, and we know it. But this solution, I'm not going to say it here because one solution is Equatoria. The title itself, Equatoria, will answer to all the issues in Samarin Forum, and will not even allow us to be tribal. No, we will even want to arm our tribes. حتى المسكين الما متعلم بسلاح. إن ندي القوة التسلح زي ما قال في واحد الناس أجانيا وين بس نرجع أجانيا بتاعنا أجانيا من بدو هم بدو كان كله قبيلة ولا هم بدو كله مجموعات قبائل الاستوائية وقام أسسوا حاله. This is what exactly we want. So I think I might have answered it, but this is exactly what we need to look. And then to look for it, that's another question. But we know we can do this in a private way. We can talk about it, but this is the best way. But Equatorial need to wake up now because this tribal anarchy اللي ماشي هسه is increasing. And this tribal anarchy is not only in the militia لسه موجودة في الأرض، أيضا في السياسات وفي الاقتصاد وفي حتى في الطرق بتاع سيطرة التغيير الديموغرافيك بتاع الأراضي الاستوائية، حتى ذاته في علاقات بتاعنا بقى مع المجتمع في العالمين. ما قاعد نقول إحنا نكره أي زول، لكن قاعد نقول إحنا ننتبه لأنه هم ما حلوا مشكلتهم. And yet they still want to push us to be part of them. The day that we are getting in there, and we are not solving. لأن هسه في حاجات متعلقة، مواضيع متعلقة في استوائية ما قادر تتحل. هل هم بيقدروا يحلوها؟ No. هل هم بيقدروا يرجعوا؟ هم ذات جزء من الكوربشن، هم جزء من المس. Because ما يقول لك قبائل على النيل كلهم ما مشاركين في حاجات. بكل احترامنا I have to say the truth. هو يزعل لكن الحقائق لازم يقال. لأنه هسه الوقت ده بقى وقت حقائق. احنا كان نمشي لقدام عشان نكون دولة لازم كل زول الحاجات ده كله يكون مكشوف، والا احنا هنعيش في غش لدرجه بكره في واحد خسران واحنا اوريدي خسرانين كايكاتوريان. We cannot let no more be deceived. This tribal anarchy is getting us to nowhere. It's only destroying us. عشان كده احنا شايفين solution بتاعنا separation. والseparation بتاعنا is better because if you look even لما عملنا تحليل ودرسنا في الوضع ده separation to Equatoria has more chances Equatoria to progress better than anyone. Even you yourself, those who want to make themselves doubters, عاوزين يسألوا هم ما بيعرفوا كيف بيكون دولة ده، هم عارفين في نفسهم في قلوبهم في ضمائرهم ان الاستواء بيقدر يعيش. لأن الاستواء ما دار حاجة كتير. الاستواء بيقدر استقرار أمن وحياته. But up there هم ما بعض بيقتلوا بعض. حتى ذاته الدنكا هسه بقى يكل each other. ده بوريك شنو؟ وهل هم بيقدروا يحلوها بيعوا قانون؟ عندهم دستور، هم قالوا عندهم دستور. If they are not even obeying their own law, how could you think that these people will even if they come with a new law دستور جديد في منطقة بتاعهم كله كان في على النيل بأجمع أو في جنوب السودان هم بيقدروا follow this law? Just ask yourself. They're still building these laws and they think إذا الله هو ورقة بس قلم على حبر زي ما زمان كان بيقولوا كتابة على حجر. اليوم بقى ورقة حبر على ورق. If these people are not following it, do you think they will follow any other law? خواجة اللي استعمر العالم كله بنى قانون في أي دولة هو مسكه وقدر يمشي على قوانين اللي هو بناه وما كسروا قوانين، بالعكس هم بنوا حاجات اللي أثبت هم ناس متحضرين متفكرين رغم إن هم ناس عندهم روح استعمار. لكن في الوضع هنا في جنوب السودان من العقلية بتاع الحركة الشعبية، من العقلية القبلية الموجود هناك، هل ده بالظن الناس بيقدر يفولو these laws وهم ما قادرين؟ هم بيقدر يعمل لو جديد بيقدر يغير، واذا هم ما قادرين يفولو اللو القديمه اللي هم بنوها اللي حسب بقى في ناس قاعدين يقولوا يا اخي اللو ده ذاته ما قاعد يمثل الشعب. والله حتى لو بنوا law جديد, it's still the same chaos. Just ask yourself. They are themselves killing each other right now for power. And some are fighting outside, some are fighting inside. So أنا بأند هنا, but this is what المقدمة بتاعي, and you can read it in the title if you have in Facebook or YouTube, but I'll read it here in English quickly, so for those who want to come and chip in and put their own analysis and thoughts. زي ما أنا قلت, the topic is the rise of tribal anarchy in South Sudan, the upcoming hidden danger. We wish if we would be able to say tribalism in South Sudan is in decline. Unfortunately, this is not reality in the ground. Tribal anarchy is on the rise, and tribal motivated violence attacks on native innocent civilians is in its highest form. Insecurity, man-made famine also, which is one of the biggest destruction to this country. Sexual violence, extreme sexual violence, assault on women and children, unimaginable abuses committed by those tribal militia. Above that, they are rewarded with promotional military ranks and land deeds. يعني بدهم أراضي, you know, because هم خدموا الناس. شكل تلقى اليوم أراضي استوائية كله بقى ده مكان عشان احتلال. بقى زي عصر الروماني, when they used to invade other land, they would give the land to new land to those generals who reward برتب, وبعدين بدهم حتى Senate job in the future. For those expansionist campaigners to occupy other native ancestral land. Above all, the other political fallen idols, which is those are the one who are playing in the outside, the fallen idols, are also in a struggle to gain power. Some of them, if we may say, are also using the same tribal anarchist method, you know, of the current tribal regime in a way of politics, who is suffocating South Sudan, because most of those SPLM have suffocated South Sudan hope to be a nation that could be, that would ever be. So as Equatorians, this is our question here, and this is what we need to take it as a concern. As an Equatorian, we are not exempt from that chaos and tribal confusion. And these clashing groups are waging on the ground, you know, we are also pulled into this barbaric tribal violence. Not only we are victims of this lunacy, but we are also part of the battleground because of the unwise decision of some of our self-promoted leaders who obviously lack wisdom and charisma to lead our save greater Equatorial people from such primitive bunch of tribal warlords and political power-hungry buffoons. And there will be more discussion on that, and that's it. So I'll let the open for you guys to continue. Thank you. Hello, you guys hear me?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, welcome, Mr. David. Thank you. Anyone want to add something or want to kind of like get into what I said? Welcome.
Yeah, I think, has James spoken, or can we proceed with the people who have not? I think we can give a Kuma Kantalo Joe, and then we circulate back. Or what do you think?
Sorry, guys. I don't know if you guys hear me. You hear me, guys? Sorry. Let me see.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. All right, hold on.
هذه واصلة. أنا تكلمت قبل أدي فرصة للناس التانيين.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I came back. I was just checking on my mic. I thought maybe actually it's working. Thank you. I just want to say.
Okay. I was saying to you earlier before you disappeared. I was like, can we proceed to the people who have not spoken, and then we circulate back to us, or what were you thinking?
Yeah, go ahead. Whoever wanted to say something, because I spoke, and if you want, because this is the main topic.
Babula
so
here came and McCartney.
اتفضل, yeah, ندي لبابولا then, and then McCartney, if he's back, we can give him a chance. Anyone who want to put in, because this is the main thing. Like what I said, do you agree on it, or you think there is something I'm missing on it, or maybe you don't agree with me? It's all welcome. We can debate this in a open mind, and let's see it. Because for me, I'm telling it like it is. This is what we saw it. And we need Equatorian to open their eyes clear and to really think and analyze things before هما يقعوا بس على الوهمية بتاع الناس بس يتبعوا شخصيات بس لأنه ده شخصيا. إن عاوزين نتبع حاجة اللي عنده حق عنده موضوعيه على اساس انه ده القضيه بتاعنا، لانه هسه عندنا كايكاتوريان او طالبين الانفصال عندنا قضيه واضحه، قضيتنا هو اراضينا وشعبنا ما عنده اي حقوق في هذا الدوله. بعدين حتى احنا ما اتفقنا في السياسات والانظمه الموجود في جنوب السودان، ان كان في عاصمه عجوبه ذاته احنا ما اتفقنا عليه، ده كان ضباط وكان قاده وسياسيين whoever they are هم اتفقوا، حتى ذاته المشاريع بتاع تكوين الدوله على اساس هم يكونوها كجنوبيين وهم الاغلبيه واحنا اقليه، ده كمان ما كنا متفقين عليه. يعني في عده حاجات عندنا لو نقدر نتشالنج these things that we see where it is going on. البلد ده اصلا ما مكون بطريقه صحيح like Mr. CJ mentioned, and it was built on a notion of just احنا South Sudanese we're getting out of the Arab people or the Arab remnant of Khartoum. لكن هل احنا وصلنا لحقوقنا كايكاتوريان وين؟ ويلا زياده ده جابوا لنا النزاع القبلي اللي كان متراكم معاهم من عصور، وبعدين حتى في وقت الحركه الشعبيه تكون حركه شعبيه قوه القبليه بتاعهم ده يكون حسب في الوجود بتاعنا اللي احنا عايشين كدوله جنوب السودان. ورغم ده السياسيين اللي هم كلهم جزء من الحركه الشعبيه رفضوا او يعني حجبوا الموضوع على اساس انه ما في اي مشكله قبل ان تلمع كل الكروت وظهر يا كاتالون نوير وقت 2013. that's when everything began to be clear. even though Equatorian كانوا عارفين الاحداث ده لما قاعدين يقتلوا اهلهم، قاعدين يقتلوا اهلنا ديل في اراضيهم، يد Equatorian ما اخذوا كطريقه انه ده مشكله قبلي وعنصري، لانه الاراضي اللي قاعدين ينهبوها مننا ده كان ده بدايه التخطيط القبلي الموجود بان هم يحتلوا اراضي استوائيه، واليوم احنا شايفينه بكل وضوح. فتفضلوا. ثانك يو. ندي فرصه لمكارتني if McCartney ready, and then بعد كده Mr. David and Ms. Babula. I'll come Mr. CJ also chip in, also put his thoughts in this. That's good. Didi, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, excuse me, I'll be very brief, you know.
Okay, تفضل please.
في نقطة بس عاوز أقول إنه زي ما قلت أنا سابقا إنه الناس زي بيريدوا إنه يلعبوا في المياه العكرة. يعني المجموعة اللي هسه ماسكة السلطة those who are holding the government today, of course by hijacking it هدفهم انه يخلقوا الفوضى you know what you call anarchy. الفوضى خلق الفوضى بعد شنو يبنوا واقع بتاعهم، وبعدين الناس اللي قاعد يتكلموا زي المعارضه لسه قاعد يقول انا ماشي واشنطن ده بيقول انه regime change. you know when you go to regime change that means انت معترف بانه هذه الدوله وكيانها بدستورها بوقائعها كلها. when you say regime change تعرف كيف؟ يعني instead of regime removal and reestablishing حاجه اسمه السودان. فالناس زي ما انت قلت انه العهد الروماني the Roman Empire during the Roman Empire when they occupied areas and then they will give it to the others. That is exactly what it is. create الفوضى في البلد وبعدها اقول لكم مواقع. يعني today as we are standing let Equatoria every Equatorian knows that you know when as we are standing situation بتاعنا بطال جدا جدا، لكن وضع بتاع الجماعه ممتاز للغايه. why؟ لانه خلقوا الزهزهه وخلقوا كل شيء ارضيه واضحه بالنسبه لهم. we have the ground. يعني الليله when it comes to the facts the idea بتاعهم انه شنو اي زول ممكن يسكن اي محل. that is going to be one of the guidelines. they are going to put it down there. so it's going to be a threat to Equatorian مثلا destiny. leave alone that you know المبادئ بتاعنا الاساسيه ليس الارض فقط بل الهويه. Equatorian identity, that is one of the issues because after all we have various identities في بلد داك دي. if you can have a language and people والأرض والواقع دي انت ممكن تكون دولة. ما الدول ده قامت على شنو؟ what are those countries have built on? they are built on you know there's factors في عوامل معينة for you to become a country. you know there are some kind of requirements. all these requirements if you can شوفها لما كنا قاعد نعيش في السودان الواحد everyone during the English British and Egyptian time ما شابه ذلك أي زول عنده territory بتاعه. that means we are an entity. today الناس they are under threat. هم خايفين شنو؟ واحد من مواقف الخوف بتاعهم قال يقولوا أقلية أغلبية. هم ما أغلبية. قال لما دينكا ونوير وشلوك جماعة ما أغلبية بالنسبة لهم. you know compared to our tribal numbers in Equatoria if you can go to 40 or 50 هؤلاء الناس they are already their nations of their own, the established nations. when we come together today parliaments like parliament بتاع جوبا البرلمان الناس بتاع جنجال عملوا في جوبا ده where there is 600 people. If indeed لو في دولة بالمعنى if that would have been a country al 50 al 60 tribe what so called 60 plus or more than that, those people everyone should have a share, an equal share. مثلا senators, the senators should have come from all those tribes, you know, عشان يعمل establishment to establish what is called قال له مثلا if there is a parliament then there is a senate will be there. Equatoria as a senate can defeat any of those groups, you know, if we were to compare. And in the language, I do have a language and culture, and I have a heritage, and I have a history and everything. If we were to come to comparisons, أنا ميت أنا في الترابيزة بتاع طاولة الترابيزة what shall call مثلا اللي هو الأجريمنت اللي هو الوثيقة بتاعت إنه التضامن عشان نعيش كدولة. Every one of us will have a voice. And in the language, and in the nice, and in the kayan, I'm an identity myself. So I could have something. It's unfortunate. Those of Dinka and Nuero, Yamada, Mujmora, they will not understand that. That is why they had to create this hub all over. يخلقوا الفوضى والأنarchy so that they will have a ground. That's why people like ناس اللي يقولوا من معارضة ومن كانوا يمباري مع حكومة مع النظام ده فيهم ذاته حرامية موجودين فوقه. لكن time will tell us if indeed we'll end up having a country which is impossible. There won't be any country the way how things are going. When you become an invader, لما تكون انت غازي لما تكون غازي لدولة بتاعت واحد مثلا في مجموعات. How did we stand as tribes during that colonial period and all this period of time? Everyone respects his language. There is a common language, a communication language where we can communicate with each other. You know, it was English by then. Followed مثلا Arabic. الجماعة دي عملوا enforcement له. So the next thing, that's why احنا ما أغلبية. We are not the ideal قاعد يقول عنه minority or majority. That is all nonsense, my friends. You know, as tribes you are nothing. As tribes and community you are nothing. عارف كيف؟ One of you cannot claim أنه أغلبية. No, nonsense. We don't have any ground. That is why الناس قاعد يخلقوا مشكلة ده. But this is one of the most important things that Equatorian, significant thing that Equatorian has to understand. And we are not minority, whatever the reason is. And we are nations, as we used to say, who have got along. We have a bloodline. We have everything. كان دينكا أذن ورفع راسه لوين وقال إنه أنا زوجت منك وقال ده كله حش. منذ آدم وحواء people used to get married. منذ آدم وحواء. Today in Africa, we have so kaza majmuad there. You know, there are those colored people, mulattoes who come. We don't care about that. Our main point is the heritage, the language. That's what can govern us. It is unfortunate. That's why those people wanted to create that gap. Most of them are their elements. Those are double elements. When you look at them, can you call when the party I can party outside. In case you lose in, you have a probability of winning outside. So that is what it is, Equatoria. The question goes to Equatoria. Where are you guys? When you start lingering, going anywhere, moving like the anywhere. Today, some Equatorian seems to be jumping anywhere like a frog. This is wrong, guys. That is why it is our stand. As says our sister females, it's near. I know who was short of Benisbalan. It's a dignity for us to die for our land. When somebody began to turn, you know, when a conspirator turns to become an invader rather than a participant. We need to see a country where we are participants. There's no master or slave. A country where we have to be as one people. So as we have approached the new era, we become independent. This independent, imagine how comes we hijacked it. We know what is beyond there. And I'm not if we were to say it, it will be a setback to the others. So Equatoria were different. Muzaharat that Washington DC they have no say. Mind them aye kalam. If it comes to regime change, America is one of the countries that stand against what's so-called regime change. You understand? Let's understand that. We have seen it in this recent conflict between the war. Let's say Ukraine today. You know, it's clear. You know, there was a controversial points when Biden came up with that point. All right, it was rejected.
Go back to Obama, come on. Don't forget, sorry to interrupt you. Remember, Obama said to African countries, there will be no more regime change. Even the coup plot that was always in Africa, they were against it.
Yeah, ناس عندهم هرب ده نازل ما عندهم مبدأ ما عندهم حاجة واقفين عليها مجرد كلامات طائش على انه انا ماشي واشنطن انا امشي واشنطن واحكي زي ما تحكي لكن وين واشنطن يتبع الله مع واشنطن in the absence of others هم عاوزين يحتووا اصوات بتاعنا كلها عشان يقولوا الجنوبيين قالوا no we're not all جنوبيين we're not all جنوبيين that's why احنا قاعد نقول لهم هنا شنو خطين متوازيين يعني كلنا في خطوط متوازيه
two parallel
ما في زول ما بنلتقي we can't connect الخطين المتوازيين ما عنده connections they cannot enter it هم بيمشي في خطوط متوازيه فالناس دي اللي كانوا هم فعلا بيقولوا انه بيدعوا انه معارضه شوف تخيلوا ادوا اطفال صغار قالوا من اطفال صغار ما انه ده ناس كبار قالوا اوه ده شباب at the same time بتلقى انه الواحد منهم بيباك the other one when they are backing those people يعني the language tells you انه الناس دي they are after those guys they are the actors behind the curtains that means architectures هم المهندسين وده ما اللي هيكونوا صوره that is why بيجوا زي ما قلت انه بيجوا عاوزين يشرعوا oh don't do that come on how many عالم في العالم هرقوها how many have you ever seen the Palestinians anyone if I'm the owner of the lands and I got abused واي حاجه when it comes to reality I have a right to do everything in my power تعرف كيف because there is an insult like كرامه بتاعي لما تعمل تمشي تغتصب المرأة والعجوز وما شابه ذلك حاجات دي are you going to tell it in DC hopefully لازم ماشيين يقولوا كلام ده في DC let them take all these images where women are raped where all these people are being people are head are cut off Barbaric كيف Gusus where priests are given مثلا wine to drink and all that kind of things let them tell them are they going to tell that Equatorian for those who are saying أنا ماشي DC ولا إحنا ماشيين نتلاعب هناك no that is not the way how we have to stand as people that is not the way those people are not going to lead us we know who are they لما يكون في زول عنده double كلام you know when you go to the court and you begin to give wrong statement تعرف كيف you're going to be guilty automatically انت بخطوك انت غلطان بغض النظر عن اي حاجه ثانيه So this is what those people have shown us. It was the same elements yesterday, as we used to repeatedly say, women mashu without even consultations with the others. Mashu hina kuma ya leaders كيف hana indi askari hina يحفظكم itu kan jitu fi muzahara gifu هناك يا شباب وما اعرف غيره arakum نرمي حكومه. This is not the way how you have to do it. في النهايه ظهر شنو؟ في مساكين مش شالهم من بيوتهم. خدتهم في حراسات. Is that what we are looking for? Remember that when you go to Washington with those people, make no mistake, they will go and select you. Whatever you come, you get a point finger on you, and next day, في بلد داك you will be the target. ده حقائق احنا قاعد نقوله. احنا يجب ان نكون ناس واضحين وامينين عند الامانه والاخلاص. ما شايفين ناس في اخلاص. تلقى الواحد منهم بكره بيقول كلام، بعد بكره بيتذبذب. ما هو نفس الناس زمان قال كير المفروض يعمل كذا. Kir was supposed to do this and this. وأنا ذاته أنا كنت I was in the constitution. I was one part of man. And at the same time, بقول no, constitution that can one individuals. This is a total contradiction, my friend. You cannot be my representative. You cannot be to represent me as a politician, whatever you are. You cannot at all. If at all, I can call myself South Sudanese. No. I reject that. And I'm always proud. I'm an Equatorian, and that the ongoing situations I'll fight to the end. But time will come. As we have said, everything's on the table. Everything's on the table. Time will come. Today, you're strong. The next day, my friend, you will not. And when I get, the instrument that you are holding, all right, it will be a time for you too. You will pay for that. So that is the situation we're in. زول ما بيديك اي اعتبار، ما بيناديك، بيجي بيشيل 2 3 من طرف الحله يقول ده ممثل تاخد. ما هو نفس الحاجه بتاع روانيتا. نازل بيشيلون من طرف الحله بيحطوا هنا قال دي ممثل بتاع إيكواتوريا. 2 إيكواتوريا. شوف التنظيم هسي. Recently, what kind? Let's say about the Anarchy الفوضى الماشي دي. كويس؟ How far has it gone? تيجي تلقى انه الجيش يعني حصل قالوا شنو الاتفاقيه الامنيه بتاعت التدريبات الامنيه وما شابه ذلك، بتلقى نازل كله مجموعه كده. شوف اسماء بتاعهم. From their names, simply you will know who they are. The same structure of the government. Is that the way we want it to go to? No. Equatoria, wake up. Equatoria, who's intending to go and follow blindly, please wake up to your sense. Come to your sense and understand that you have been played, we have been played with, and that your people are suffering. ناس بتاعكس تحت شجرة مطر جاي. It could be any one of us, guys. إنت إيكواتوريا، إنت في أمريكا، إنت wherever you are في أستراليا. It could have been you. تيجي تقول له unity. Please, it's earlier for that point. أول حاجة ألقى حقك بعدين come for unity. Right? Thank you.
Sorry, I cut you. No, Mr. I was just
No,
trying
never
to
mind.
say.
It's all right. It's okay. I'm sorry. I don't have to
Yeah, no,
dominate.
you're good. You're good. No, you're good. Thank you. No, it's your turn to speak.
No, I don't want to dominate. I'm okay.
No, it's good actually. You elaborate a lot of things, but في حاجة واحد كمان هم يعني they will try to demonize those who are now opposing, which is this is the part of the anarchy. لأنه anarchist هو عاوز يdominate بالفوضى بتاع إنه هو عنده المكانة والتاني ما يسمع. And imagine the worst of it, just to add this is the funny thing that happened to me. When I go to their room, إذا أنا كتبت بس حاجة كده against their or I'm just contradicting or questioning, because of the way how I see people are just saying the most illogical things, they will try to remove you out of the room without any, and then they talk themselves هم ناس liberty, they want to fight for the people. كده تخيل يعني أنا بس الناس اللي قاعدين ده بوريك شنو هسه.
It tells you how wicked are they, those who wanted to be a leader or leaders.
They want to silence me. That's the idea. They want to silence me. Like أنا ما أتكلم بس أنا أفولو. لو أنا ما دا نركب في قطر ده ما نتكلم. أنا بقول يا جماعة أنا ما دا نركب لأن عندي حجة. قطر بتاعهم ده ما سواقين ده ما محترفين، بعدين ما واثقين فوقهم، وبعدين الناس اللي ماشيين فوقه ده ذاته اللي ادهم كله مهمات قالوا ما يبغوا يكونوا جزء من الميكانيكيه بتاع قطر ده ذاته بنفسهم بيخط لهم اسئله. عشان كده تلقى بس بيستغلوا الضعاف لانه هم عندهم هدف معين. ما زي ما قلت لك الثعلب دي غش الغراب قال له غني ليه، لكن هدفه كان هو الغنى ولا هدفه اللحم اللي في غشم الغراب. فداس ذا جيم. يلا لما تيجي تناقضهم او تسال سؤال بيكبوك طوالي من الغرفه. يعني بوريك يعني insecurity، بوريك البربريك mentality بتاع ناس متخلفين. انت كان زول واعي it doesn't matter how many arguments. يا اخي عندنا ناس بيكتبوا لنا but we never block them, we never remove them, we let them talk. هنا بنقدر نناقض. if I'm pissed off I will say it like it is. كانوا ما فاهم المهم my other moderator will take over. I will at least calm down. I say you know what, I just don't want to be in this kind of predicament. لكن ديل ما عندهم التفاهم بتاع انه عاوز يتفاهموا، عاوزين يمشوا المواطن وهم بيعرفوا. حتى شوفوا الكيان بتاعهم بيقعدوا ذئاب، يعني كتله ذئاب يلا هم بيقولوا هم
الواقع بيقول شنو؟ الواقع بيقول شنو؟ انه لو انت عندك جيش جاهل، ناس اميين ما بيعرفوا قراءه وتعليم، وانت اديتهم سلاح، وانت جبت ناس واعيين انت اديتهم سلاح. الانسان الواعي بيعرف يضرب الطلقه ده في الحدث، وبيعرف ليه انا ضربت موقع ده. عكس الزول الامي، الزول اليوزي اللي قاعد يجيبوه من مراعاه من وين ده ما بيتفاهم. عشان كده لو ده دوله احسن غابه منه بقى. يبقى غابه افضل لي الغابه من انه اكون في دوله. يعني شوف دوله الغاب بيجيبوا ناس جهله من المراه وجماعه ديل، ويجيبوهم ناس ابرياء مساكين ما بيعرفوا حاجه، والسلطان لما يكورك لا يا اخي انا ما داير يالته يشيلوا يقتلوا. عارف كيف؟ هنا ده بيوريك شنو؟ ما هو نفس الناس الزمان. انا ما بعرف هل في معارضه من جماعه دي؟ في وثائق الناس لسه موجودين قالوا من المعارضه لما كان في يوم من الايام الواحد يتكلم بكل فخر انا كنت في حكومه داك وانا كنت قاعد اعمل كده. يا يسوع يا اخي انت ما قاعد تطعن يد عينك ابدا، ما بيعرف كلام. بيقول يا اخي انا كنت في حكومه داك، انا كنت عايش، انا في البترول. يا يسوع يا اخي عيب على نفسك. قول انا تبت يا اخي، قول اعوذ بالله انا جيت لقيت نفسي في موقع. حاول تبرر موقفك، ده ما تبرير. لما تيجي تقول انا كنت في حكومه معناه انت مجرم، انت حرامي، كل الحاجات الموجوده هناك تكون فوقك. انت عندك اي مبرر؟ بمعنى اخر انت لو عاشرت الحرامي انت حرامي. انت حرامي هنا تيجي تقول عاوز تقود الناس عشان تشيله بليه دي سي عشان تيجي تتكلم في حقه. well I don't know لو ده في العالم موجود انا I didn't see it probably في جنوب السودان. yes جنوب السودان دولة الغاب. it can be there. thank you.
I know. thank you. أنا طبعا هم بيبقوا حساسين. خلينا نشوف طبعا كلامنا بقى إحنا بقينا كإيكواتوريان سيبراتيست حساسية للناس دي. خليهم يوصلوا للهدف هم دايرينه. إحنا ما عندنا مشكلة، لكن بس عاوزين استوائين يفتحوا عيونهم زي الريال. لأنه ده really الأناركي الموجود في جنوب السودان is extended حتى للسياسة، حتى للاقتصاد، حتى لللوجيستيك تاع البلد. يعني البلد already ماشي زي ما أنت قلت، بقى الغابة أفضل من جنوب السودان. ويد استوائي هنا يعني كل ما بنحاول نكرس موضوعنا للاستوائيين وللشعب الاستوائي انه هم يقفوا وقفه واحد زي الشعوب الاخرى، ان كان فلسطين، ان كان اسرائيل، ان كان دول تا كوبا، ولا anyone who stood for their people. والله كان اسرائيل شفتها ما بزول بيقدر يستهترنا وبيتكلموا بيتجرأوا ويتكلموا كلمات عن نساوينا ولا رجالنا، لكن لانه هم لقوا الضعف ولقوا الشغل الجبني عندنا وشغل المجاملات لدرجه يعني بقينا احنا تحت الجزم بتاع الناس دي. فعشان كده بتلقاهم اليوم بيسكتونا يخرسونا. لما نتكلم في غرف تام كان حتى ذات نتكلم ولا نكتب بقى بيطردونا. خليك بقى من فوق، هم بيقفلوا الحين جشه لانه ما عاوزين معارضه، هم عاوزين اي زول يقف معاهم وهم يقولوا هم المعارضه الصح، وده سيوريك دي طريقه انت ماشيين لقدام. anyway again tribalism الموجوده ما بس بيجيب في جوا النظام، بيجيب ايضا مع الناس اللي هم جزء من النظام اليوم بيدعوا هم معارضه، لانه كل الناس دي هنا شاكين فوقهم وكل الناس دي عندهم اسئله كثيره عايز يحلوا يجاوبوها لكن ما بيقدروا يجاوبوا. يلا هم بقى بيستغلوا الضعفاء الشخصيه، ضعفاء العقل، على اساس ان انتوا يعني انتوا ما بتعرفوا شيء. احنا اوريدي قاعدين نقيف مع الناس، يلا قاعدين بنقيف مع الناس. يعني ما قلنا ما تقيف تسبورت، لكن كده نسال ليه تبقى انت بتعرف ما خليهم يتكلموا، ليه انت بتتكلم نيابه عنه؟ ده كمان سؤال. You know, so it's like, it's really sad. Even when we try to go to this tribal anarchy, we still get back to this thing and to trying to, understand the mentality, the psychology بتاع الناس ده. وفعلا زي ما انت قلت لما يكون في جهله it's easy for them to fall for it. زي ما حتى في كتبه كثير يعني قالوا العالم ده لانهم درسوا ما عاشوا واقع، عاشوا عالم وشافوا الدنيا ده وكتبوا حاجات من مواقف people are suffering how ومستيكس بتاعهم شنو. حتى دولة فلسطين ده لما انا جيت قريت من جهه بتاع العرب هم لما قالوا ومن جهه بتاع اسرائيل لقيت انه في يعني support to what Israel was going through and also a condemnation to the Palestinians. As الفلسطينيين هم بنفسهم they were doing the mistakes اللي obvious they could have saved themselves لانه كانوا وقت ده they were not even seeing the importance of their land according what they call it, and at the end they lost it all. انتنا من بقى شباب الجداد اجيال الجديد يهو قاموا طبعا بانفتاحات بتاع الفكر العربي وحاجات يا خلاهم بقى يفايت for the notion that they are Arab and they need to take their land. Again, before that they never thought about it. They only thought about the interest. حاجات اللي كان ما عنده ذاته أهمية كتير. interest كده يعني خلفي. بعدين كان بس الرعب إن هم مسلمين وكده. So this is not the point I want to say, but the tribalism that is going on in South Sudan is very clear. So I don't want to go far. Thank you, Mr. CJ mentioned point. وأي زول حتى المعارضين بتاعنا حتى الناس اللي هم من أي جهة يجوا. We're not worried. We're not that insecure to not be able to talk with people because we have anyone who are here, even including Mr. David. I think he's not pro-opposition, no pro-Equatorial separatist, but he's actually pro-regime, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to mistake you, Mr. David, but please go ahead. I think it's your turn.
Can I just add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Before David comes, I just wanted to say that right from the get-go, when these people started, obviously in South Sudan we have issues going on. We have real issues. Nobody's disagreeing with that. And yes, because when we put our concern out there, that does not mean that we want to strengthen the regime to stay, or we are part of it, or we did not ask that we want enmities us. We do not say that they declared that they have a war with us, they have hatred towards us. And that shows that, you know, the hatreds that this opposition is brewing within people in South Sudan. And this is something that a lot of people did not realize. It's in the tone of their voice, and it's in the you know, the derogatory way of that, you know, the demeanor behind how they express themselves, you know. And when these people start, all of them individually, their first target was Denka to begin with. Okay, their first target was Denka. They went
Yes, I
so
remember they had a
hard on
record
Denka
too.
on Facebook. Yeah, they went so hard. They insulted them. They abused them. They said all the things that they want, and then tomorrow they will deny when the Dinka. So the Dinka all stood firm and strongly against these people, and they feared, and then they back off. You know, and then they begin to say, not all Dinka. Oh, it's not Dinka. It's not Mono. And then, but Shoya Tani, they brought up the Dinka thing. And then, because the plan that they have in the original was their target is to use Dinka against Dinka. You see, they thought that they would be successful in this area to wedge. That was the secret thing that they have in their party. That's what they were doing. They were talking downwards that they might use Dinka to go and wedge, kill their own people and kill Kir himself. You see, this is their target that they're doing. You know, so if Dinka wants, the Dinka remove Kir. So they want to sit here, Kamujmua, they wait Dinka to go and wage a war against their people, which they thought the Dinka people are dumb, when they're really the ones strengthening their system over there. So then they will turn around and kill their people if they go hard on them. And then from there, calling themselves with this weird titling, you know. That's why Egypt be titled themselves. I am this, I am Bashmahandis, I am engineer, I am that, and not knowing that it's even just it's just illegit that when someone is not in this post, you cannot have five ambassadors, which somebody is not ambassadors. You have ambassador of South Sudan to they're there to those nations, and you're still calling somebody who's not ambassador for decades. You're calling them an ambassador. You see these people titling themselves so that Nas Bishufum Taban, they know that South Sudanese are of weak mind, and South Sudanese are not confident people. And you say no, that South Sudanese, even who's not into that mind, who be get intimidated so quickly because of these titles and stuff like that. But you don't need to have any title to have your say. You don't need to have any title to reason, to speak the truth, you know, of the matter that is happening. So they thought that if they use these people, and then these people remove this regime out, and then what happened is they will come in as the as the logical people, and the people who can able to run the country, with having the most worst one, the tribal anarchist side of the shuluk that they did not see, that people could see it. They think that after the Dinka remove their people, then they will move in, you see, with their leaders in, and then with a few Equatorians that are as they tag along with them. And then the Equatorians also with them bought the idea, believing this idea that now they're even talking of it, proudly saying that maybe if they use this Dinka, and then Dinka will remove Kir, you know. That's the belief that is in their head, you know. And when this plan failed miserably, they turn on Equatorians now. You guys have seen what is happening around Clubhouse. And then they come out in Clubhouse, especially when we join Clubhouse and we put on pressure so hard, and people straight away, you see tribalism to buying Lena school. Yalla, now those people came up and stuck, no, we're not against Dinka. And then you see the next minute they open another room and say they're against Dinka. All these things that happening is Dinka. They went and poked the book of Carol and brought it in. It was brought by these people. And then when they saw that they have caused the damage because they don't have any particular destination where they're going, you see? And they know what they're doing. They want to come as Mujmua of them as a tribal set into the power, so that we can have now the decade of the...
Don't forget desperation.
Yeah. So this is what happened. And they're telling people in their faces, when you hear in this room, they say that, so what? And you hear the threats, Gibel Zodeget Biamologal, after they finish this rally, they're coming after certain people, individual. They're coming out after certain people. So if you guys really could hear it so clearly, Kanfizun Hara in the Roha, unifying people in South Sudan, okay? Fizor in the Roha, their, you know, their unity, their resolve the issues that they happen in South Sudan. What is this demeanor? What is this hatred between people? What is this Susa تقسم تاع ناس using people, manipulation that you're using among people, and you know that you are part of the system. You're still part of that system. Some of them are still part of that system. They have contributed in that system and they have been there. Some of them have looted their country themselves, have caused all this chaos. And I've used to hear it, but I did not until I heard it by myself, by this fellow Nuer that spoke and told the story. The reason why the 2013 Nuer were killed because of Doso Paganamon. They are the reason, because they were going, they signed allegiance to Riek Machar, and they say that they're going to remove Kir. And what happened, long story short, the video is over there. Anybody can review it and anybody can hear it. Nuer were killed in the middle of it. And he comes alone here, instead of talking these things, he's arrested, not arrested. All these people around him got killed. Yes, there are people killed, but he's not killed. Every time people are getting arrested, people are getting killed, but he's not killed. Riek Machar, you guys all know what happened to him. He got house arrest, he got all these things happen to him, but this man is totally free to come to leave the country. And then they hear grouping themselves again, and they act like they are not. The most weird thing is like that within them, that now, that's why you see the tension even within them, the tension within them. The fact that they're using the tribal domination that is happening even within Soma. You can see the rival that is happening, that they must be the one that to come up and speak. And they were allocating themselves as the spokespeople for Equatorians. Even you see today, he's insulting Equatorians. You see, telling that if you are an Equatorian, how dare could Edward come and say that to Equatorians? Who gave him that voice? Just because he's with us in Soma, so he dare think he can come up and question
Let me
us?
say something, Didi. First of all, he's not even with Soma. Remember, they're the same people who betrayed Soma.
They call themselves Soma. They still call themselves Soma.
Instigating. You remember he instigated that, isn't he their leader, his own leader, instigated that Cirillo is tribalist. Even they're trying to associate him with us, the separatists, when they didn't understand separation, but they just want to do it. And that's why he tagged along with Paul Malong. Paul Malong was his ticket to get to Juba, but he failed. So now they use that. And don't forget also, they used the same tactic when we came to Clubhouse. They tried to kind of confuse some Equatorian. Imagine, those are all our politicians of Shuluk, with all respect. We have to say it. لأنه هسه كله حاجات واضح. يعني كان قلنا دينكا برام قبليين إننا بنكونوا gave no justice هنا لأنه القبلية كله موجود في على النيل. That's why you see they don't live in peace. لكن عاوزين يزرعوا الفتنة تاع القبلية اليوم في استوائية. وعملوا حاجة ده before with Ayo. They almost got there. They almost divided tribe to Equatorian. Like in Equatorian nationalists, we're not going to allow them. They went
there, yes, and they infiltrated Ayo and they jumped out and left Riek Machar in boiling hot water. And now they're jumping out to victimize Equatorians, and Equatorians are just putting their neck over there to be slaughtered, And the consequence of 2013 is he is part of it. They are part of it, and they jump out. And the funny thing is they betray one another in this group. Okay, you see, even when I see even on Facebook when these people come out and make their Soma is making their videos, you see somebody from MDN coming out recruiting people from NAS to join MDN, saying, I think join MDN. And I think one time I wrote there, said that, aren't you guys weird? Isn't it you guys are the same people?
Exactly. They are funny.
These are the people that they want to run. They're the solution for South Sudan. People eating themselves like fishes, and they are blackmailing themselves. They thought that they will record themselves and blackmail themselves, and then the weak one, the Equatorians, will be blackmailing, and then they will be silenced. They will tuck their tail down. And then they will come out, they'll be pushed to come and insult Equatorians and to come and insult, to create a fight with separatists, the Equatorians. They think when we're talking Dinka, they think that we're sleeping and we're not putting our eyes there. No. At least I can see Dinka, what Dinka is doing. And I can see right the person I'm fighting with is not playing me, for like a snake. I can see he's there in front of me. And I can come to terms with agreeing that, what you're telling me is not true. And I mean, what you're doing is not right. I can tell him and he can speak. But what about Ita? Ita al-Shaitan al-Kabir there? انت بتجي هنا تشتم في ناس نهار بالليل and then you threaten people قال but really they you see this gonna come after people you're coming after people like what يعني ما انت you're just gonna bark like an idiot on the clubhouse or like on the idea you're an old grown person not even in 40s 40s plus or towards 50 with no logic coming here to threaten people and insulting people yet coming to defend one of your real SPLM that insulted Equatorians that هم الشراميط and رجالة Equatorians gay لأنه رجالة Equatorians ما نساوين Equatorians اللي بيجروا وراهم دل should reduce our value down هم دائما بيجي زي تسميته هنا يوم دنا سألنا بدك لا 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 ما في مشكلة خليه يشتمونا ما في مشكلة يعني إننا نعمل شنو it doesn't hurt me who say that your value is not important who say that time and reducing people is not it doesn't affect it affects people that's why the confidence that Equatorians is not high. That's why Equatorians have been dragged left and right. لأن أنتوا بتخلوا الناس يركبوا في راسكم. لما بيجوا بيشتموكم برجالكم. And then secondly, now we've been threatened that later on after this rally they're coming after people. يعني أنت بتعمل شنو تجي في بابي تجي to beat me يعني well you're gonna come talking about nonsense that like كل يوم أنتوا بتتكلموا بتشتموا في ناس. And on top of it, he opened a room to say that that he's correct. He's angry. He's not angry about why this man has insulted from his side. It's not really right from his party. It should not happen. But he's angry why Equatorians are complaining, why people are not happy. So he even to the extent that he insulted another Equatorian. Come on, McCartney is useless man. Who dare give you the right? I should need to disrespect us and useless. And later you want to walk my Equatorian. Do you think we will come to peace with you, with your people? You think Equatorians might be small? You think when we just quiet Equatorians في الجنوب هناك ما بيتكلموا في أب they will forgive you and forgive your people will thrive in Equatoria? Who give you this right? Because just NAS give you the right, tells you go ahead and divide Equatorians and insult Equatorians. You think Equatorians are gonna forgive this? Are they gonna forgive this? Does NAS own the whole of Equatoria just because Cirillo is the leader of the NAS? Does that give Shuluk the right to intimidate and insult Equatorian? And you go to Rujata Equatoria who are useless, you drop them down? And he threatened people, girl, they are coming after people. And this jungle, like Munol girl, the honeymoon between Equatorians and NAS in Tahade. تقول في منو كان داري يركب ما في سرير ولا كان travel ما قال في honeymoon. ده منو ذاته من separatist قال كان ما we defended Cirillo when Cirillo was accused في منبر Tomontanas last time في Facebook منبر Tomontanas we defended Cirillo those people who are manas قالوا في ناس جو دخلوا هنا قال Cirillo was responsible for 2013 إنه defended Cirillo.
I remember that
we are separatists me you CJ we even spoke at the same time we even open our mic all at the same time you say no because we often say that we Equatorians, we stand for all Equatorians. It doesn't matter.
We stand for justice. Sorry to cut. We stand for justice.
Cirillo is a dead walking man. أنا قمت فوق سألته why? أنا سألته زول ده كتبت له why? What do you mean? Tell me, explain to me. I'm not NAS. Will never be NAS. Not in my lifetime. Will never be NAS. But I want to know because it's my responsibility as a Equatorian nationalist for standing for separation. I believe for separation, and I believe. This is my responsibility, anything that happened to any Equatorian, because this is what I fight for. Tell me, what do you mean Cirillo is a walking dead man? Tell me. And he explained to me he meant political. لكن الديلاك الكلاب الحسودين ده اللي بيجوا هنا بيشتموا ما في روم طبعا يوم بيمشي with that separatist يعني if they want approval from رجالهم Delta Upper Nile ده هم بيلay separatists down as the slaughtered lamb and never differentiate. And the same ناس الحسودين ده يومات إننا بيسبورت even أولاد التحت هناك ده because these are our relatives. Like I said, أولاد تفوجلو ده أهلنا، أولاد تكاكوادة ده أهلنا. Tell me beyond that, what do you have? كم أنا هناك ده تقول له كير ده diminish them, ما diminish them? You think you guys are the ones supporting them alone? When you guys even don't fully support them. They're there struggling, rotting. You guys don't support them. لكن انتوا بتجيبوا ناس تانيين من أبنا يجي يشتم ناس يفرقوا ناس دي حاجات اللي انتوا بتعملوا يوم ده even to the يوم الناس بيقتلوا في ماغوي أنا سجوين run room to talk about the failure of بقولوا منو of أجري يا أخي of لاغو and also زول ده بقولوا منو زول ده أنا نسيت اسم ده هسي You know, those leaders of Equatoria, they're talking about the failure of them, and that hurts me so badly. Yeah, exactly.
That,
the night
always,
people were crying, people in Magi are dying. They are all group of Upper Nile in that room. Where are these idiots, Tanaste? Where were they? Where were they? And then ma khalo hina tani, you know, hum binchi hinaka to use Ochang to room to Ochang. You shoot the Equatorians because their plan to use Dinka failed. Their plan to use Dinka to kill Dinka to go against Dinka failed. They think Dinka are Belitin Mabiyar Kalam, then Dinka announced it clearly that we will never pick arm to kill our people. It had it? And then bigger turn on Equatorians, they want Equatorians all to join this fight. And they think Gali, we're sitting here, we're seeing the genocide that they're creating happening to our people in Kakwa, in Fojululand, we think we forgive them. They think that we're stupid. When they never even defended Nasta Equatoria, Equatorians al Bishakolo has said that they are Muatinin be defend this in Tatoma. I've never seen Soma, I've never seen Nas defended Nasta Equatoria. Never. Yala biju hina boots on the ground, ita boots on the ground mujnuntake. This is my brother fighting there. This is my relative fighting there. هم بيجي بيحددوا ناس هنا بيجي كان ما ننفع بيجي بيجيبوا رجالهم ديلا هم بيجي بتحت زي نساوين يلا بيجي بيضحكوا ها هسه ناس سيبراتيست هسه ناس منو إنتوا ناس براسكم. And now we're looking at the bigger picture. We don't want to be tail. We want to be the hate. We don't want to be followers. And hate all you guys brawling in Equatoria, that you guys will pay for it one day. I'm telling you. You guys, ma Upper Nile takunda shuluk takunda, you'll pay for it. Come enough. It come enough with you, mahal. Every time they make a room and you guys run, and then you guys under them. If this is enough, we will continue to speak. When we ask questions, what even made us to make room last time was clear. We said, this is not right. If you had to do something, the reason why we thought that we would not join hands and this, because we stand for something different. Ito in the Kumbarnami Kumbara, you want to fight for the whole Sudan, South Sudan, which is not really standing with us because we saw is fighting against the odds. Okay, Dinka is not agreeing with you. They have different plan. Okay, you guys, the Shilluk people don't want to talk about their separatist people. They have a big number of separatist people in it. They have a big number which are following Joe Johnson Oleng. Bidda amal yake amal hinai bidda say madamati ma bitkallam mom why she pulled off as soon as group of them, the men and the and the Ajay, some of them, if you guys realize, most of them pull out because they thought their agreement was with Oleng was going well with Kir. They said amal hinai gal she doesn't gal they don't even back these idiots. They don't back these people who are calling themselves politicians, which are here calling themselves big names to their politician, biju day and night, they say they are not behind them. They say they are backing Oleng because they're in Aradi Bitam back. Now they sign Aradi Bitam, they don't care. And Gamu Shuttamo Nas Kaman. Galu Nas de Amal Shiru Galu 4 years with your Gaba Amal Shinu. Teresa Zatu Katab Hinak Lakim best Katab Haja Kida mate. Who have video does that? ناس عندهم internal مشاكل بتاعهم internal hatred بتاعهم ما مقتنين من نفسهم لكن لو دارين يطلع كلهم ذات جروب ده ما مقتنين من نفسهم كلهم شايفين منبر ده بدا من شلوك لإيكوتوريانز ما they don't get along they blackmail each other يلا لما هم يجي slaughter Equatorians on the table يلا دارين act like they're united يلا قال دارين يحددوا في ناس كمان كده you ask yourself question Lonas the opposition party agreeing with each other. Why those leaders all don't come out and speak out and everybody speak out, everybody fight for their home. There's a rate to good in we meet in the middle. We meet in the middle. Leader today fight for your place. This one we share ideas. Magal Zoltani Darije you own nastanin. Tajib ahalak, tajib umak, tajib abuk, tajib akuk yala but they that shittim finas. Dertenji yala naman nasa ki shittim finas taguta nas ma itkalamu. Mata dalat labara shittim na shittim batna kaman. Itagal kasma de fila ita barak. Ita ma fi zobi hadid zola. Ma jira kulu based on the air hina. Which I look stupid because people will look at you reducing yourself like nobody. تقعد هنا تشتم في ناس تانيين اللي ذاتك ما عندك أي حق فوقهم قال ما يتكلموا زي منو يعني. انت continue with program بتاعك وانت لو عندك ذاته solution. If you have solution, first begin with your people. For solution start at your door. ما you use opportunities. ناس في قدروا شكلوا لأنه these people started the fight في قدروا هناك. انتوا كلكم هنا قلنا تكتبوا هنا مشاكل تاعنا تا Equatorians. انتوا جريتوا بقيتوا قاعدين تتكلم عن قدروا بس هي قال fundraising for قدروا و people are making fundraising for Equatorian. Just the next day, and but here they're making rally because of Qadr, and they don't want to tell people that it's because of Qadr. Can you imagine this confusion? And the very person that started, I even heard it last time people were talking in the clubhouse, the very person that started this rally a long time ago that didn't really go anywhere was him, Pagan. He's behind all these things.
في حاجة عاوز add Didi موضوع الرالي ده. These people even themselves, they have to calculate. Remember, it's a calculate. And عشان كده ما عاوزين focus on this rally. Like I said, it's useless. Let them go. We don't care really. I mean, the end thing, أنا عارفين ال end game شنو. It's not going anywhere. Like
I don't care about that.
But حاجة أنا قاعد نقول الجيم بتاعهم هم طبعا like they saw إنه now the door of the negotiation is shut down. أنا قاعد نتحداهم يورونا where are they now. مش هم كان كل يوم بيتكلموا هم دايرين يغيروا النظام ويتكلموا هم ناس معارضة بكرة هم هنا ده هم هنا بيسموه شنو what they call themselves هم revolutionaries and yet they will go and negotiate. They are to ناس هنا واضح كنا لهم هنا عاوزين land بتاعنا. We are Equatorian nationalists. We don't care. النظام بنفسه, the regime knows we're not going to negotiate, nor we even acknowledge the regime as a legitimate. لكن هم they acknowledge the regime legitimacy by going to negotiation. حسنا من قفلوا باب بتاعهم بقى now they're going to what to find a way. So هم درسوا موضوع المظاهرات ده might fit them. Before they were mocking even, I remember they were mocking us, they indirectly mocking us, say يا خواجة بجيب لكم solution. طبعا they know we are putting our cases in a way they don't even know. They want to figure out how we're doing it. يلا هم بقى يعملوا حقارة قال يا أخي خواجه بيجيب لك هسه هم ماشيين لباب خواجه مش هسه رئيس امريكا ده خواجه ولا هم ماشيين بيد باب
لما انتوا مشيتوا يوم ده هم شتموكم في فيسبوك قال سوري معلش قال شتموكم في فيسبوك قال انتوا خواجه بيجيب حل واسه هم ماشيين ليه يعني هم دارين they should be the one blowing the horn هم you blow the horn everybody you follow them you see everybody should bow down to them because they are a kingdom you see like مرات بيجي هنا بيقول announce I'm a prince انت prince منو انت امشي سايد نفسك وساير حالك وكندم بتاعك بوين ورئيس بتاعك ولا كان شنو بتاعك ده في في محل تاني امشي شيله عمل لك كندم بتاعك هناك واقعد في كونه تاعك انت ما قادر تكيب يو كندم توجذر يا ملك توجذر تيجي تشتمني انت قالني انا بريسبكت يو تشتم اهلي تقول لهم هم جاي وما شنو تيجي تشتم رجال إيكواتوريا قال يا يوسلس انت تقدم من فوق انت try to use دينكا ما ننفع try use إيكواتوريا ما ننفع إيكواتوريا resist. We have a different solution. We're not going to go on a war. تاني مرة كمان إنت تقدر تيجي تقول شنو؟ أنا مشكلتي إحنا قلنا we don't like to be dragged in حاجات it's not our business. ده ما بخلي زول تاني يزعل. We don't want to be dragged in حاجات ما business بتاعنا. ما في زول يزعل عشان just because إحنا قلنا we don't support this rally because we know who are those people who are backing this rally and these people backing this rally they're in a crossfire بتاعهم مناسكير. The same crossfire they victimized Nuer Fogo in 2013. Equatorians they coming to be victimized. Let them see you there in that rally, and then you come to cry about your relative back home. Matafta kashma kalis, because you'll be responsible. Liano, I told them last time if this SPLA are fighting crossfiring themselves, matat kulfinusam. At least you fight for yourself in the right way. Like, don't try to allow yourself to be used by these people who are recycling themselves all the time. Ideas طبعا ما في هم ما قادرين يتكلموا زمان هم هناك يلا عندما البرة هنا they want to come and be the boss of people. They want to stand up and so that الناس يشوفوا قال I know all the South Sudanese are with us. You see we are the solution for South Sudan. No, you're not. You don't have any realistic objection. You don't have a case. الليلة انت بتقول احنا ماشيين في شكله احنا ماشيين نعمل نوجهه بشيت بتقلب انا ماشي اعمل زي بشيت تيجي تشتم بكره تنكر كم في فيديوهات ناس بيعمل بيشتم الليلة في ناس في قبيله ثاني بكره بينقر انا ما قلت الكلام ده وبينقر نهائي completely and you have the backup هناك وبينقر نهائي انا ما قلت في الكلام ده دي ناس بيفولو انا ناس بيقعدوا ليل ونهار في ما اعرف في محل ده بيقولوا شنو بنومي هناك ما ناس الناس ما ناس تانيين يلا يجي يشتم في ناس They're يشتموا في ناس because they think we don't know what they're doing, brainwashing our people by intimidation, you know. Kashim Goi ma kwesi تعرف Kashim Goi on the app is not good. You cannot threaten people on the app. That's the thing here. I just wanted to say that, this tribal anarchy that is happening in South Sudan is reality. Still, people don't want to correct themselves. Inna bugolo shino is does all into that solution. I'll just conclude it in 1 second. Just you do not come bring all your tribe, bring all your dogs, your chicken, and munu to call people pigs and munu useless and as gay as munu intimidation and a biji borak and a mama shinu تجي تحرش ناس حرش الناس وين تاني يجي ورا ناس قال بيجوك في دو تاكي ولا شنو ما show yourself to my door, you will see what will happen to you. You're not welcome in my house, but show yourself to my door, my nonsense there, you'll see what happened to you. Kashim Goyi on the app is not good. You see, we're just all talking on the air, but if we're gonna educate our people, let's educate our people in the right way. If solution gonna come in that country, it has to be collective, not only just one tribe allocate themselves that they're the solution to people. I just wanted to leave here. Sorry, I was just adding on, but I elaborate a lot. Thank you very much.
برافو ديدي والله فعلا انت قلت في محله. I hope طبعا الناس اللي عندهم عقده نفسيه وعندهم حساسيه هسه تكلم زي بكره قالوا شتمونا وناس زي انتايس وناس هسه دخلوا مع حكومه وهسه هنا عندنا brothers I will call them brothers but as Africans but also I know هم كلهم ممكن يكون تانيين مع النظام but we don't care because for us they know us and we don't agree with them in any bit. Like in one thing we can agree that في mess, في anarchy, في tribalism. So they agree on that, yes. If they don't agree, also we respect their opinion. شكلنا قاعد نخليه يزول يجي فوقنا. We don't worry. إنما قاعد نطرد ناس من أوضة بتام من أوضة بتاعنا عشان لأننا insecure. We cannot handle the heat. اللي واحد بيكتب لي حاجة بيقول لي مثلا I don't agree with you. As long as I'm criticizing in a respectful way, I'm not insulting you, I'm not calling you a derogatory name. You're supposed to respect my right to express myself. هم قاعدين قاعد في دولة ديمقراطية. And they want to go to the democratic nation to help them to bring democracy in South Sudan. Look at the hypocrisy. ده عشان بوريك ناس اللي انا قاعد نتعامل معهم. عشان كده قلت من ثمارهم تعرفونهم افتى عينكم يا Equatorian. واي زول اللي هو حاسي اهله مظلومين افتى عينك شديد في جهه بتاع باقي جنوب السودان. But for us Equatorian and nationalists and we are proud to call ourselves, let them insult us day and night. وناس الديلوجن اللي عاوزين يعيشوا في تحت احزاب يقولوا هم قاعدين يمثلوا جنوب السودان باحزاب. Let them laugh. لكن هنا Equatorian National we are proud because we are fighting and educating our people to wake up, not to be fools again. لأنه دور ده revolution تاعنا ما هيكون بطريقة تا ignorance زي last time SPLA ويه. دور ده أنا هنقول شفت Equatoria either death or life or Equatoria. That's it, nothing else. So let me give a chance to Mr. David and then Ms. Babula and then later Mr. JJ, Mr. CPI, sorry, and Mr. Charles. So Mr. David, please go ahead. And we will time, if you don't mind, 6 minutes. Is okay with you guys? 6 minutes each. They can put their thoughts. So, if possible, Didi, please make sure you time the I'll talk. But go ahead. Yeah. And sorry we took long. We just want to explain some things. Okay, next time we explain it. But thank you for your patience. Go ahead, Mr. David, please. Open your mic and go ahead.
I thank you, Odysseus. I have my timer here that I started also. So it's not a problem, don't worry. Yeah, I just want to say a little things about the room. This is a great room, guys. And you people, I like the way you speak. You speak respectfully, you are, and also you speak very well in all languages. I like that. You all sound like my friends, Yeah, so about this topic, which is the rise of tribal anarchy in South Sudan, the hidden danger. Yeah, I agree. The tribal sentiment, the tribal anarchy is on in South Sudan. I agree with you. What I want to add is, because you talk about what all the time, what is happening, tribal anarchy. But I am more interested in the why of things. So on this point, we are, you know, we are being in this mama or this mayhem. We are being unfair to one another. We are being unfair to one another. That if, for example, the way we are being unfair to one another is that we have prejudices and we have biases against each other. For example, if I say you are a devil and I am an angel, I will be wrong. I will be unfair to both of us. You know? So, if you describe the problems of South Sudan as the problems of devilish Nuer, devilish Bari, or devilish Dinka, you know, as a whole group. If you say that, you are not being fair to yourself, you are not being fair to the country, you are not being fair to everyone. So, my description of the situation is that these are the particulars or particularities of a bad time in which we have a new nation. We had some good times in the past, and we have bad times in the past. In the path of struggle, we were united by one enemy, and we had bad times when we have a Akuma method with a little government in Juba, autonomy government. When we had power struggle issues that time, that became part of our history, and that history is being used politically when we are in differences. That is my understanding of this. That is my description of the situation. And also, we have the cultural baggage. If we have some bad elements in our cultures that are affecting our performance as a nation here, that is the problem. But it is not genetic. It is not something in the genes of Bari. It is not something in the genes of Chuluk, in the genes of Dinka, in the genes of Nuer. It's not. It is just we don't have established customs in a multicultural, multiracial country. We don't have institutions in place. We don't have customs in place that will fix problems in that. So every little fire, we say, oh, this is the plan of Chuluk, this is the plan of Nuer, this is the plan of Dinka, this is the plan of Bari. You know?
Attention, so, hello. Excuse me, can I interject?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one thing, you know, you have to correct my dear. You know, very important, you know, Equatoria, we used to identify ourselves as Equatorians. There's nobody over there, or Mundari, or Lutuka, all that. We are calling ourselves, you know, we're beyond that thing, and you know, it's not any longer Bari or Mabari for that. It is only Upper Nile. It's you guys in Upper Nile and probably Bahr al-Ghazal who used to identify ourselves as a tribe. But we have gone through. That's why we say Equatorians are nations. So just clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. No, particularly mean what you think as Equatorians, but what others will can accuse you, can herald those accusations across, and they can identify Latuko, they can identify, you know, Bari or any tribe. That is the truth. This is reality. So that's what I'm talking. I'm talking in general. I'm not talking about Equatorian people only, but I'm talking about all the South Sudanese. What all the South Sudanese do.
they munugi jibu de kalam de gal data South Sudanese. This is Equatorian nation, the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. Take your nonsense out from here, or I'm to be Malta Jengeta.
Well, is that a moderator?
Well, what? If
Is
I'm
this
a
a
moderator, you will not
moderator?
even last a minute here. I want to nonsense.
Moderators, is this
Alan,
a moderator?
Point of order. We allowed everyone to come up for the sake of just pointing some things. And then this I want to ask a question. Mr. David, just a brief question so we can give to the next speakers. And we'll go on, and we still will have another question later for you. In this anarchy, who do you blame? Do you blame the SPLM? Do you blame the Dinka, or you don't? Because right now, this tribalism is basically, as we know, everyone agree, in particular as Equatorian, Equatorian nationalists, we always know the blame on this anarchy is Dinka. But do you blame this chaos now is because Dinka misusing and the way how they have promoted tribalism within the SPLM, or you don't agree on that? And tell us why, and thank you.
Okay. No, this issue of you saying you are Equatorian separatist, you're not South Sudanese, but Salafan, Anna South Sudanese. Okay?
And I thought
I was.
So Ali can blame who on the rise of the tribalism?
I thought I was, and when you're talking about rise of tribalism, where in Equatoria or in South?
In the country in general, I go to the South Sudanese. So, the topic is about rise of tribalism.
Equatorian country or South Sudan?
My friend, I get it clear. South Sudan. Ma mushi Equatorial. It as a Juba da when. Juba da khatin alam tamunu musta South Sudan. Like the Equatorial land.
I'm responding to the objection that we are here, Equatoria.
Don't worry, just answer the soal. Focus on my question. Don't worry about any other
No,
thing.
I received two questions. I received that question.
اسمع خلي الراجل يتابع بعدين لما يجي في ختام ممكن ينسى.
Yeah, لأن إحنا عايزين conduct the thing in a very respectful way بأي طريقة ما معناته we agree with you, David. Okay, David, listen to Charles.
David,
listen to Charles.
It is my chance.
David, it's your chance. I'm just clarifying the question. Etika Gali, Anakide, he has in colonial South Sudan. It is happening in colonial South Sudan. It's not in Equatoria. Equatoria never make any anarchy against any people. But the colonial, Al-Mustamil, University Sudan, that's what the question is asking. Go ahead. Idiot.
Then why do you object when I talk about South Sudan?
Don't worry, David, answer the question. Thank you. So we can give other chances. I know you waited well, but you explain yourself. But I just have a specific question, so I want to understand, and the people who listen here understand. Blame the بيجي في موضوع بتاع Anarchy ده.
أنا كده بيجي
الفوضى
من إنه بيجي من إنه أنا as a dollar أنا جداد as a dollar.
No, go ahead.
Don't mind that. كلام بإنجليزي. Whatever language you take comfortable. إنجليزي.
كلام بلغة الكلام كويس. Thank you.
As order correct.
وانت بتفتكر انا ما بعرف عربي؟ انت بتفتكر انا ما بعرف عربي؟
لا العفو انت حر اتكلم. I'm sorry. I don't mean that.
Why are you interfering with my language? I speak Arabic. أنا امتحنت باللغة العربية فصحى before أنا جبت 88.
ده ما تعرف.
أنا جبت 94.
يا جماعة.
94.
Mr. David, focus. Don't worry about that.
This is an unfair interruption.
I apologize. Take it easy, gentlemen. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. David. Sorry about that. Sorry about the interruption.
I almost forgot.
أنا سألت سؤالي again about the anarchy. أنت بتblame. أنت قلت الجنوبيين. أنا ما رديت الجنوبيين لأن قبائل.
جنوب ده اسم ذاته أدونا من برا. But go ahead.
كل قبائل جنوب السودان I'm talking about.
Etika Rama Junubi. I'm Equatorian.
I know that. I know.
Proud of you, John.
Okay خلاص انت لو ما داير تتكلم لانه I misunderstood your title. Tribalism.
Mark it as I think
now,
David don't misunderstand. Please يا جماعة ما interrupt him in answer. أنا بس خليه حتى لو غلط لو ما بنا agree خليه he say his word. Let's not interrupt. Just respectfully.
Exactly.
Okay, hold on, Mr. David. Okay, أنا بديك فرصة تكمل كلامك يلا بعد كده. Then to answer or to counter what he said, just for that sake. Okay. بس إذا كان عندك سؤال تاني after he finishes point ممكن تسأل. Just kindly, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. David. Please, no interruption, guys.
Okay, I've been interrupted for many times now. I don't know how many minutes left for me.
Go ahead. You got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
So you have taken my 2 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
Hey. You see? Yeah, no. This forum is not a free forum. This is a guided forum. So I don't want to talk. I will stop here.
Are you serious? I did like 3 minutes. Come on, to get to complain. But
the thing is, you guys keep interjecting. Every time he's talking, you guys are saying something else. So that's why it's like he kind of stopping. Just allow him, let him.
But I gave him the chance.
The quicker he speaks, the sooner we can move to other people that wanted to say something.
Exactly. I gave him 3 minutes because actually from the 5 minutes, 2 is already gone. So it's 3 minutes. That's extra. You know, he actually had.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me who was speaking.
I understand, sir. So let me just give you the 5 minutes. Let's see what you're gonna answer, and please make your point. I don't want because we want to hear. You know, from your side, I should not know.
Okay.
Don't answer. And Sudan. We're not Juba. We're here talking freely, Equatorians. Go ahead, and anyone who comes want to say his own point.
Okay.
No interruption.
I will ask a question before I proceed. So this anarchy. This tribal anarchy, where is it? Is it in Equatoria or in South Sudan? Because I see here, it's written the rise of tribal anarchy in East Sudan, which I perceive
South Sudan. Exactly.
Okay, when I talk about South Sudan, please don't stop me. Don't interrupt me.
Yes, sir.
When I talk about that's how I understood your topic.
Okay, so just before that, Didi, please time him. Nobody interrupt him. Let him finish Jokum. You know, we want to hear from him, and then Barikari to reply to him what he said. That's it, please. Thank you. Further.
I just wanted to say I'm gonna time you, David, 5 minutes, and then when he's finished, so that other people who have not spoken will speak. Because if we keep interjecting, then we're delaying other people, and some people ended up leaving without we hearing what they want to say. So I think he let him speak, and if anybody has a question, and then let's move on to someone else, and then we can come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. I have a timer here as well. I will start now. So, I was saying, the problem we are having is because in South Sudan, not Equatoria, in South Sudan, the problem we are having, the tribalism we are having, they are due to the fact that we are a new nation, a nation that has never been a nation before that. Even the Addis Ababa Agreement and the autonomy government in 72-83 was under the Jalaba, so we were not free there. So that I can conclude, we have never been a nation before 2005, 2011. We have never been a nation. So we are a 11-year-old nation. So we need time. We need time to try address our mistrust, our conflict over power, and so on and so forth, our misunderstandings and all that. So I don't condemn any Equatorian that say, you or where I will be, I don't condemn them too much. I give them excuse that we haven't, but I will just I will blame myself if I'm not doing anything to improve our understanding as a nation. And also, I blame someone who, within a leadership of one leader, one president, they want to break away just because this one president is not doing what this one president, this one government is not doing anything good. And also, I blame the people who are, when we disfought and we fought, and some of us went to bush, and the people said peace is their priority, and then these people refused to come in and join that peace. These people, I blame them too, because it is like in Arabic is I don't know whether some people will understand this. قل ألقاه في اليم مكتوب فن ثم قال له إياك وإياك أن تبتل بالماء. This translation of this, threw him in water in a river and said to him, be careful, don't get wet. What I mean by that, if you are in the bush and you are attacking trade vehicles, killing innocent citizens, if you are doing that, and also you are campaigning all over the world for embargo on the country, and then when the country fails to provide security in the country, and then you blame them, then something is wrong also in both sides. So I am not a blind supporter of government. What I support is the transition, the peace that we have signed. That what I said, this transition. Let General Thomas, because I respect him, is someone who contributed to the liberation of the country. I want General Thomas to come in, be part of this, and then we watch the government what they are going to do in 2023. But we don't want to condemn each other too much. We understand there is something wrong with all of us in many ways, because we are ignorant of each other. We are a new country, and we are fighting, and we are fighting for power. We are suspicious of each other and all that. So that is where I stand. It's not a love for Dinka. It's not a love, because Dinka can help me. Even when in this chaos, some stronger parts of Dinka can invade my tribe, my clan, and kill them. So I don't have interest in that. And that had happened already. This rape, anyone with gun and with no fear of the government can come and rape girls. It happened in Lagos State. It happened everywhere. It happened during the SPL. It happened during that. So that is so. Let us just put everything in its historical context. That is all I can say. I'm not condemning anyone too much. I don't condemn anyone too much. I just cry for our nation, and I also cry for the bad things that are happening in Equatoria, the bad things that are happening in Abia, bad things that are happening in parts of Lagos State or Warab and Upper Nile. I cry for all these things. But if you point your finger to me and say you are the reason, it makes it very hard for me to cry for you, because you are accusing me here. I'm in Australia, and you are accusing me of something that Nazbagar Amalu now they moved from their region for their own reasons. They didn't tell me. I didn't know about them whatsoever, and they went there and they got in trouble with people, and you are accusing me of that. Also, people say Dinka don't condemn this, and they ignore the Dinka who are in opposition, and they say Dinka did not condemn this. And Dinka who are in opposition for the government, against the government, they have shows. So two things other people do against the Dinka who are in the opposition, they suspect them. They say they are not genuine opposition. And they ignore them and complain that Dinka have not condemned this. This condemnation, things they are done by organizations. So if you are organizing a party, in a political party, it's not a very individual that can go out there on the media and condemn things that are happening. No, it is organization. And there is enough organizations that are led by Dinka people that condemn what is going wrong in the country. But non-Dinka, they ignore these people. And I suspect because it is their agenda that they want to condemn, they want to vilify Dinka people. That's why they ignore anything against the government that other Dinkas do. They ignore it. They just ignore it. That is their plan. That is their strategy. That's what I can understand. But if we come to the reality, I can go and fight for you. If you don't accuse me unfairly. So I don't know. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Wow, أنا فكرت ده time تعجبها يجيك أنت عملت extra 1 minute. Anyway, no problem on that.
I saw by myself. Yeah, because
I know.
At the time. Yeah, I was not
It's
looking
okay.
at the.
It's okay.
At the...
No problem. Thank you very much, Mr. David, for your open mind to come and also put your thoughts, regardless. We don't, because most of us here, I might say we don't agree, but we respect your point of opinion. And that's how people have to dialogue, regardless, even if we're in the wrong, not wrong, I say in the different, line. Some will take a different side and they will stand with what they believe in. And like I say, I respect a person, even if he's wrong, but he stand on his wrong, like a man, better than somebody who's flip-flopping, who cannot stand for anything, but just trying to manipulate and use people and even deceive himself to be thinking that they're going to lead people to a better direction. So at least that, I'll give you that credit. But let me give to Ms. Babula. I'll say CJ, do you want to ta'aqib? Do you want to say something?
Yeah, there's some areas that I just wanted to talk about it simple. I'm going to raise it as questions, and it is for Brother David, to answer it.
Can we wait then? Yeah, can we wait
right
after
now.
نحن ننتهي من ندي فرص لكل الناس اللي ما تكلموا لسه؟
يعني التلميح بتاعي شنو انه بالنسبه لي وانه للراجل ده if you can understand me طبعا تقول تتكلم عربي ما في شك. الاخ ديفيد انا عاوز اقول لك انه شنو لو فرضنا انه في واحد يعني في الوضع بتاع جنوب السودان حاليا فرضنا لناخذ انه ده خزانه let's say it's treasury خزانه ده جاي دخل فوق واحد احنا شاكلنا عشان ناخذ الخزانه دي وفجاه بيجي واحد عاوز مجموعه بتاع كير يخش ياخذ المحل ده يتضح انه الراجل ده اجرم في حق الشعب او اخذ hopefully you're listening to me I believe you're listening فاخذ قروش اوكي اتهم ولقى انه هو عنده تورط في كتل بتاعت ناس وتورط في نفس الوقت في في موضوع بتاعت embezzlement. يا ترى الزول ده لما انت تجيبه هل الزول ده المفروض يجي وياخذ الخزانه دي يكون رئيس للخزانه ده على سبيل المثال؟ كير مثلا طلعوه من السلطه هو اتضح انه كير وبشر كانوا متورطين في موضوع القروش. الناس اللي عندهم الحق انه يجي تحطهم ثاني مره في حكومه ده هنا في نظرك ده بيعتبر حل ده حقيقه. النقطه الثانيه انه شنو في موضوع بتاعت انه الادانه لو احنا بنلقى انه شباب الدنكا بياخذوهم من وين؟ بيطلعوا ببواخر بكميات هائله عشان يمشوا ورا ناس ويطلعوا لإكواتوريا عشان يمشوا يتابعوا الناس دي. ده بيعني شنو هنا في نظرك؟ هل ده بيعتبر انه احنا كلنا في جريمه ده ولا بيعتبر هي خيانه عظمى؟ الدوله لسه شايفه ده من القمه الى القاعده كله عباره عن دنكا زي ما تقدر تقول جنجه وكده من بدايه للنهايه. هل ده حكومه؟ يعني بالنظر للعنوان you know based on the title that is اللي هو بتاعت Anarchy كده. Do you think that is a government? Can you call it a government? How do you call it a government? Can you deny that? ديني proof للنقطة دي. تقدر تدين تقول انه لا ده حكومة الناس كله ولا ده حكومة بتاع الدنكا. لما يكون الدنكا من القمة والقاعدة، لما تجندوا شباب بالعشرات كله عشان تدخلهم عشان يقتلوا ويعملوا اي حاجة، تيجي تقول انه اغتصاب دي حاجة عادي لما تشيل السلاح. This is wrong. Thank you.
اوكي
انت بتريسبوني at the end of the
the end لانه بكون افضل لو انت كان سالت السؤال ده ثاني بعدين عشان ادي فرصه، لكن شكرا انت سالت السؤال ده. I hope who noted it down كتبه في ورقه وبيقدر يتكلم فوقه later، لان ده اسئله مهمه جدا واسئله يعني منطقي، وفعلا اي زول الواعي في الوضع السياسي في جنوب السودان بيسال اسئله زي ده. فديفيد بليز بعدين حتى انسى. Let's give to بابولا. Miss بابولا please اتفضلي. I hope you take a chance to speak. أنا عارف إنك متأخر لكن كان عندك فرصة. وكون great to put your thoughts about the rise of tribal anarchy in South Sudan and the hidden dangers. Of course قبلك معظم الناس اللي كان هنا قاعدين بدري معنا سمع لما أنا خطيت I put my remark on what this hidden danger and the anarchy, tribal anarchy better careful كده. So we want to understand from a perspective, in a logical and honest perspective from what we see as Equatorian and also as people who once believed they were part of South Sudan during the one Sudan. But now we are as Equatorian, and what is the hidden danger? يعني مستقبليا, a hidden danger also in the future, and what does it, the effect that will come to Equatoria لو احنا ما دققنا وحللنا الموضوع بالطريقة الصحيحة. طبعا احنا كانفصاليين we know the best solution is to separate. للآخرين هم لسه عاوزين يجوتوا في الموية العكرة بدون مؤاخذة، لكن ده حاجة أنا شايفه لأن الموية العكرة قدر يرجعهم في نفس السايكل وحلقة بتاع حركة شعبية. فأنا ما أعرف رأيك شنو. بقولها تعيد فتفضلي. Thank you. And welcome Mr. Robert, Mr. J. Freeman, Mr. CPA. And also again, thank you, David, for having all this open mind to come up to be with us here, even though you speak in a different way that we don't agree, but respectfully we agree to disagree. تفضلي Mr. Babula. Thank you.
Thank you, Odis.
You're welcome. Ms. Babula. Babula Tae موجود? Okay, I don't see she's there. So let me give a chance, I think, to J. Freeman. Mr. J. Freeman, been here, thank you. And then by the kid and the CPI, and then Mr. Robert. تفضل.
Salam takun.
Assalamu alaikum. Shukran. Thank you for joining us. Yes, sir.
Fantastic topic as usual. I'm sure you've put a lot of thoughts into it. And it's correct. Recently, I've just been seeing chaos and disorder. As I get older, I see this entropy. I see it just everywhere. I see it in biology. I see it in our social state. I see it in our politics. I see it in our business, in our economics. And all that in our backyard is much more pronounced. Disorder in physics is a law. And it's not a mistake. It is the natural measure of effort. If you direct effort successfully, you get better results. If you don't direct it successfully, you fail. The government has failed. In social systems, chaos is a tendency, it's a disposition, a propensity, such as ignoring rules, customs, norms, altogether leading to inefficiencies and breakdown of the social system, whether you like it, accept it, or you don't. That's what happens. For our ancient farming cultures, work, training, inspection, monitoring, reporting on success and failures, or going back to the drawing table is normal routine. It's a farmer's mental state. If you don't do that, you starve the next season. Your children won't have food on the table. We have to invest tremendous energy, time, and discipline. We have to be consistent. We have to align with the seasons. We have to stick to those routines to minimize or avoiding sliding into chaos, starvation, insecurity, death, and even extinction. Without constant maintenance, our social structures and institutions and entire society breaks down into chaos. Our people knew that. They found balance in what they have, in what they want, in order to survive. The problems mostly came to them not from natural disasters, but actually most problems came to our communities from outside, causing even more extreme cases of disorder. And not only that, also a total destruction of what has been built in hundreds of thousands of centuries, brought down overnight. That's the social problem. The higher the entropy of a social system, the more uncertain and disorganized the people become. And that's exactly what's happening now. Left unchecked, it's bound to increase. And then the social system will naturally dissolve into anarchy and nothingness. Correction, rebuilding, requires constant infusion of energy. And I'm glad you kids have it. It's the only instrument that you have. Like I said, disorder is not a mistake. It's the default measure of our human effort. Rule of law and order depend on it. If you infuse constant active energy into the social system correctly, you get better results. And that's what we seek. People talk about unity and unity and unity and unity. How do you bring 64 nations or tribes together if it's not through the unity of equals, people who are equal in front of the law? It's not easy. Probably the best thing is to withdraw back the current barbarism for people to actually find themselves, to discover who they have been, so that if they want to come together, it has to be voluntary. You cannot force that. I think I will end there. I think it's a fantastic topic, and we will revisit it again next time under better circumstances. Thank you, Odysseus, and everybody on the podium. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. Even though you still have time, but no problem. I appreciate you, but we'll give you a chance later. And what I want to say, I'm honored also by you for an elder with great knowledge, and I would love to Equatorians to see, a real treasure, a national treasure like you. We have all the knowledge, history, and also all the, the thing that we lacked for so much, for so long, that we thought we lost it, but apparently we didn't. So we look forward to work with with you and with anyone who's in the same category like you to make sure that we achieve the objective that Equatorial must rise to its potential, because Equatorial is not going to be the same like yesterday when we joined the SPLM, because SPLM was the biggest disaster to our life. But I appreciate you. Thank you. Stay with us, please. Let me give a chance to Brother Robert. Brother Robert, welcome. I hope you have a chance to speak. Please go ahead. Oh, Mr. CJ, you want to say something before and then give to Brother Robert?
Yeah, to brother, the last speaker was what?
Mr. J. Freeman.
Oh, Mr. J. Freeman. Okay, sorry. Oh, thank you, Brother J. Freeman. It's good to have you with us, as usual. Yeah, it's great. What you have phrased up and explained, it's actually wonderful. But my main point is that, my question is, based on what you have said about the social system, the absence of social systems. If you could recall, going back to the year to 1972, Addis Ababa agreements where Equatorian, people of South Sudan, under the context of one Sudan, began successfully, become governors, particularly in Equatoria, for instance, and also as mayors and all that, having learned all these systematic way of how to govern. Don't you think that these things was there already existing? It was there holding us together, at least to some extent. It's unfortunately what make us lose it, the directions after 2011. There are more serious things that had happened that lead to this chaos today. And intentions and individual intentions and individual tribe intentions that turn, us to the chaos where we are living today, the anarchy. So these things was there. That means as tribes we were holding each other, irrespective of one tribes. That was being resolved in 1982 when Nimeri came up with the idea of the decentralizations of the South Sudan into 3 regions. So these things were existing. Yet what happens afterward? The 2011s, in the aftermath of 2011s, what happens? There's something going wrong. That's exactly what we're pointing into. It is something that had happened recently, not in the past. Because in the past we have learned. I could recall that, these the same SPLA regimes, by the time when they came to the towns, having all these ministers down there and also the officials and everything was in order. As South Sudanese would have held each other even without any interference from the international group, to an extent that of training people. But it's unfortunate. What happens is that, those people came and stepped in, if we can give that as an answer. They step in and then start challenging the others that, oh, to your Jalaba, get out of here. You're not the right guy. So don't you think that, we were having all these things? So what happened at the aftermath of 2011? That's my question.
Yeah. My experience is that the Arabs were authoritarian, but the line is very thin. The Arabs were authoritarian. They wanted specific things from the South. They wanted the wealth of the country. But their aim was not to destroy the existing cultures. The SPLM, the SPLA turned totalitarian. the line between these two is very thin. And the difference is that totalitarians tend to destroy existing social structures. Authoritarian tend to maintain existing social structures. That's the difference between the two, to the best of my understanding. I hope I've answered you. And you can go into details and see the characteristics of these two systems. You can investigate them. And you will find even more explanation to your question. But that's the difference. A person who goes after the wealth of a country, like the Egyptians, they wanted the water and that's it. The idea is not to destroy the existing cultures there directly, maybe indirectly, but directly they don't aim to do that. But a totalitarian regime, like the one you have, you can compare it to the Hitlers in Europe, in Germany. You can compare it to the Mussolinis. These are totalitarian regimes. The Pol Pots, these are totalitarian regimes. I hope I've answered your question briefly. Hello?
Yeah, thank you very much. I get it. That's accurate. Thank you. Didi? Didi?
Yeah, thank you, CJ. Thanks.
Yeah, let's go to the next.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Jay Freeman. You always you're always great, really. I think Babula, if you're around, I think you can speak. Oh, McCartney. I don't know. I'm not sure about the line. I think McCartney or Robert, I think.
I think it's Robert. Well, Babula, I don't know.
Babula can go ahead. I actually prefer to listen today. I'm a little bit tired today. Or tonight. Yeah.
Sorry for that.
Sorry.
Yeah. Babula, tafe? Okay, while we wait for Babula, if you come up, just blink your mic straight away, and then we'd love to hear from you. McCartney, is ready? Okay. I know you're supposed to be speaking, and then you left when you came back. McCartney. Okay, I think I'll move to CPI. Charles. Explain the name change from Charles Itahili, is it? Or Charles Itahili. Can you explain to me? Charles? Charles? Brother Charles, are you around? Okay, I think Charles Cantarija, please blink your mic. Let us know you're back if you are doing something. So I will move to Lucia. Luca, yeah, sorry, Luca. I said Luca. Luca, I apologize for mispronouncing your name. If you're ready, I think we will be waiting for you to speak. And I just wanted to welcome you.
Mr. Luca, it's your turn. You got 5 minutes. You want to say something, ask question, you're very welcome. I don't know. Look at Deng.
I think I can
All
hear
right.
you, yeah, I think I can hear you, and you can hear me too.
Yeah, I think we hear you. I hear you clearly. Everybody hears you. All right, then if they are not able to, we go forward back to the question that was said to Mr. David. James, I was to add something. I know you've been here with us so long. Thank you for joining us. McCartney, we were expecting to hear you. Sir, unfortunately, I don't know. الناس بيقولوا خجلانين ما تفتحوا ميكروفون ولا شنو يا جماعة. So, Mr. James, go ahead. Is it عندك chance قبل ما ندي David he to answer Mr. CJ.
يا شكرا الأخ عتيكا والناس اللي معانا، أنا بسلم عليكم. أنت عارف مخاطبة خلينا نبدأ من حكاية الرأي والرأي الآخر. أصلا كبشر ما في إجماع في أي قضية أيا كان مهما كان فائدتها للجنس البشري. يكون في تباين في رأي ورأي آخر، ويكون في اختلاف في الرأي. ده شيء طبيعي كمدخل في الحاصل في المشهد السياسي حاصل في بلدنا دي على حسب العنوان فوق هناك. The rise of tribal anarchy in South Sudan is a hidden danger. حقيقة الآن الأخاتك الغبلية عمل نتن وما مقبول، بالذات نحن في القرن 21، والدفاع عنها ذاته يعني أنك أنت مشارك بطريقة أو بأخرى. نحن لما نتكلم قضايا زي دي، لأن القضايا دي بتأثر في التركيبة بتاعت النسيج الاجتماعي بتاعت أي دولة. خلينا نخلي جنوب السودان ده، أنا شايف الجو الأيامات ده الجاي، لكن في أي دولة إذا القبلية بقت متصدر المشهد الناس ما حتصل لحل، لأنه الإنسان بطبيعة حاله دائما هو ميال. ربنا خلق فينا الميزة دي، يعني إلا من رحم ربي عدد بسيط من الناس هو اللي بيكون فير وبيكون يتحلى بالشجاعة. يعني ما بالك أنه ناس بتدعي أنه هم أهل فكر وأهل سياسة. السياسة ما بتنقاد بالطريقة دي، فالأمر واضح. يعني القضية يعني إذا أنت مثلا ما من الإكواتوريا مفترض أنه ما تدخل يعني راية ديبل كده في مجتمع ضارب الجذور. نحن كلنا سمعنا الإساءات اللي حصلت الأسبوع اللي فات بالتحديد في عبارات. أنا شخصيا كجيمس زنقلاوي ما دار أشكل نفسي، تربيتي سليمة، أنا ما دار أقول الكلام اللي اتقال، لكن كل الناس سمعوه. الكلام ده ما جو ملائكة الرحمن من فوق، حاشا وكل الملائكة ما بيقولوا كده، لكن أنا بقول الكلام ده اتقال هنا في الكرة الأرضية. يعني نحن ما نحاول ندسدس الأشياء، نخاطبها. في الناس اللي قالوا الحاجات ده هم بيعرفوا نفسهم. أنا ما بقدر أنفي شيء يتقال مهما كان في حصافة، مهما كان في أنه زول دار يترفع عن بعض الحاجات اللي قاعد تحصل. أن إحنا نكون واضحين، الكلام ده يتقال ويتساء بطريقة يعني واضحة لاتجاه الإكواتوريان، والناس اللي قالوا الكلام ده معروفين. لكن أنا شخصيا كمواطن جنوب سوداني وشخص إكواتوري بخد حتى الناس من السودان القديم هم طبعا عارفين أن إحنا امتداد له، عارفين التضاريس الاجتماعية بتاع جنوب السودان. الناس اللي قالوا الكلام ده أنت إذا درستهم ما نستغرب أن يقولوا الكلام ده. دي طبيعتهم. it is like cultural historic thing، يعني ما حاجة بعيدة. لأنه أنت مثلا شوف الجنوب ده مع مناخه البيئي واحد ومعروف. الناس أصلا النشاط البشري بتاعهم المزاول، أنت لو مشيت في غرام هل حتلقى بساتين؟ حتلقى مزارع مثلا كبيرة أنه الزول يتغوط منها ويأكل أكل شريف. أنا بقول ده للتاريخ القديم. حسب التاريخ الحديث ذاته ما بينفي أنه الناس تقوم بنشاط أنه يكفر مقعيشهم من القروش الحلال. الإنسان دائما لما يتعود الارتزاق تتوقع منه أي حاجة. الارتزاق ده أكعب ميزة، أنه لو ربنا يعني خط فيك الصفة دي أنت من الصعب أنك تتنازل منها. أنا ما دار ألوم الناس أن يقولوا الحاجات دي جيناتيك، ما جيناتيك هي، لكن البيئة بتاعت الناس اللي بيقولوا الحاجات دي مغروسة فيهم. وللأسف الشديد أنك أنت دائما الحاجات مثلا ما كويسة ما ممكن مثلا عشان تديها الطابع القومي تقول أنا دار أبقى زي زول ده أو دار الزول ده يبقى زيي. دي تبقى مثلا مجاملة بتاعت بوش بلغة أهلنا في الشمال، عرس ولا مصيبة زمان فرح تقول أنا ماشي أجامل، لكن حقيقة الأشياء لازم تقال. أنا ما مستغرب، أنا شخصيا ما مستغرب، دي طبيعتهم كده، طبيعتهم معروف بالحاجات ده. الارتزاق، الإنسان لما يكون مرتزق تتوقع منه أي حاجة، وبيحب دائما الحاجات الجاهزة والكسب السريع. أنا كل مرة قاعد أكرر الكلام ده والكل عارف الموضوع ده. أنت إذا دار تغيظ المسألة دي هي ارتزاق كيف؟ إحنا المكاتب الثلاثة بتاعت التنسيق الكلام ده بقولوا للتذكير بكرروا أكثر مرة عشان يكون عبرة. لما كانوا الثلاثة الناس دول كانوا عايشين كيف هناك في الخرطوم؟ ما كان الرواتب بتاع الموظفين بتاع الدولة والمواد العينية كان قاعد تباع في كوستي؟ منو كان قاعد يبيع الحاجات دي؟ أنا ما بجاوب. الإجابة إن أبناء جنوب السودان الشرفاء أصحاب الصوت الحق هم هو بيجاوبوا. كان بتباع هنا في كوستي دي، بينما كان مدير تنسيق الاستوائي أنا ما دار أذكر اسمه كان ساكن في الديم ده في بيت جالوس. عربيته أولاد الحلة كان بيلزوها له، ما بتدور ذاته بطاريتها ميتة. هنا يوريك أنه الفرق وين من الجانب الإداري. ده شيء واضح، وأنا ما عشت في جوبا ولا يوم، لكن ده تاريخ أنا عارفه عن أهلنا الإكواتوري أو أهالي. ده شيء واضح. لو جبت أي زول نحن عشان نكون فير بعد ده ونخط النقاط في الحروب بعد ده المفترض نجيب ناس يعني محايدين، نجيب ناس من الشمال أنه يجي يقولوا الكلام ده. لأنه الدكتور حسن الترابي مرة قالوا إذا جنوب السودان ده انفصل، إذا ما حكموا الإكواتوريين الدولة ما حتمشي في الطريق الصحيح. ليه؟ ما معناته الإكواتوريين هم مجموعة من الملائكة الطيبين يا الأخ أتيكا، لكن الحاضنة الاجتماعية بتاعت الإكواتوريين هي حاضنة مدنية بطبعها، بدليل أنه الناس ما عندهم زي ما قال الأخ سيجي العباءة القبلية دي ما فيش، ما موجودة هنا أصلا. نحن تجاوزناها بسنين ضوئية. مين قمنا جينا ذاته وجينا أبهاتنا ذاته وجدودنا يعني بيقول إكواتوريا الواحد ما بيذكر اسم القبيلة، لأنه القبيلة دي ما حتنفعك في حاجة أصلا ما تنفعك في أي حاجة. يس في انتماء، لكن في الشأن العام ما حتنفعك، العكس بتضرك ذاته. إذا أنت خشيت فيها بتغلق كده حجيب لك نتائج سلبية، لأنه الناس التانيين برضو عندهم مكونات. أنت ما تكون أناني، لكن نحن شفناه وسمعناه عشان ما نبقى في حكاية الغيل والغال. الكلام ده الناس هو بيتغيموا، نحن بس هنا للتذكير. انتوا براكم سمعتوا اللي اتقال، واتقال من شخصيات بيدعوا أنه هم ناس أهل فكر وسياسة. وفي العلوم السياسية الإخصاء ما محبس، لأنه الإخصاء بيجيب مثلا بيجيب كلام مضاد وبيجيب عنف لفظي وبيجيب حتى الاحتقان. إذا الجو طبيعي الحاجات دي بتختفي. دي من أبجديات ألف باء جاء ألف باء جيم السياسة، لكن ما قاعد يعملوا هنا. وأنا هنا ما معلم عشان أدرس الشعوب. الشيء ده واضح وحاصل قدامنا. يعني نحن ما نقعد ندسدس الأشياء. زي ما قال الدكتور فرانسيس دين، مشكلة السودان القديم حقنا ده كان هو سياسة المسكوت عنه. نحن لازم نقول الحقيقة عشان نتعلم من بعض. حتى نحن الإكواتوريين ذاته نحن ما منزهين، نحن برضو فينا عيوب يا أخوي أتيكا. الأخطاء السياسية اللي أفرز الواقع أنه نحن بنكورك دي النايد نقول لان جرابين ما عارف عمل شنو. ده امتداد بتاع أخطاء من 72 أو قبل 72 من يعني 1955. أنا ما أقدر أخش في السرد التاريخي. في بعض الأخطاء نحن وقعنا فيها وأفرز الواقع ده، لأنه أنت إذا ما فتحت الطاقة زي ديل ما حيخشوا فوقك أصلا، ما حيخشوا فوقك. ده ما معناته أنك أنت حشيل سلاح لا تقول تسكت الناس. نو، انت لازم تقف في موقفك الصحيح، تدافع عن حقوقك وحقوق الاخرين. لكن هو وضعنا حق جنوب السودان هو السياسه نحن بعض المرات بنشوفها كمصدر رزق. الناس دي المستعجلين، الحاله الحسي هم حاليا فيها، معلش انا حزيد دقائق شويه، انا من قبل قاعد استمع، في استعجال. الناس دي المستعجلين باي طريقه دارين يمشوا جوا، لانه يبدو انه الخزانه يعني بقت ما فيها قروش، بقت خاويه على عروشها، دارين يمشوا جوا، لانه ده مصدر رزق بالنسبه لهم. عشان كده في مناطقهم بالذات المجموعه دي لا عندهم بستنه، لا عندهم زراعه، بس يحبوا حياه الارتزاق والتملق السياسي والتوسل. ده نهج، فانت ما حتقدر تغيره الا التغيير شنو؟ يجي منهم ذاته. عشان كده انا شخصيا يعني ده رايي الشخصي، دائما يعني سردي السياسي موجه بس داخل إكواتوريا فقط، لانه انا عارف تداعيات الاشكال السياسي في جنوب السودان مكمنه الاساسي وين. كل اقليم يحل مشاكله التعقيدات التاريخيه بتاعته داخل محله، لانه هو ادرى، اهل مكه ادرى بشعابه. الكلام ده نحن ظللنا نقوله، لكن لا حياه لمن تنادي، ده واقع. فنحن ما نستغرب. انا شخصيا يمن الكلام ده انا الاول انا ما سمعته، في ناس قالوا والناس صادقين ما نكذب الناس، لكن نمرة 2 حقه انا شفته بعيني وسمعته. ده ما منظر ما يليق بناس انه بيقولوا ان هم يوم من الايام حيكونوا هم البديل. انا الكلام ده امرق منه الاكواتوريين انا حطلعهم، عمري ما حاقدح في اهلي لو عندهم عيب انا بقول، انا زول شجاع بقول الحق والله بالوضوح. لكن ناس ثانيين يجوا ملايين الاميال يجوا يتجنوا على الناس تحت الغطاء السياسي، لازم نقول لهم لا، الكلام ده خطأ ويستحق الاحتزار. والاحتزار في العمل السياسي ماشي كعب، انا ما اعرفهم ليه ما دارين يحتزروا. حتى الاحتزار التموم جاء بطريقه كده فيها نوع من الخجل. اخر حاجه انا حوضح هنا عشان ما يقولوا المساله دي يا اخواني الكرام فيها نوع من الاتهام. قبل احداث ماجو باسبوع، عشان تشوف ربنا ده بيفضح الناس براو كيف، الناس نفس المجموعه دي كان بتتكلم في الميديا هنا، بيقولوا يا اخي الاحداث اللي بتحصل في إكواتوريا دي ما في مكون هو قاعد يعمل الحاجه دي الدوله هو قاعد تعمل. يا اخي جون جارنج ده ما قبل كده في موضوع الدوله ده مش قال يا اخي انا يوم ما شفت لي دوله ماشي جامع ولا مسجد؟ الدوله دي ما بتمشي. الادوات المستخدمه الدوله اللي استخدمتها في العمل السيء او الكويس ده شنو؟ ده هنا السؤال. ودي الناس يعني نحن ما نقزمهم، دي اهل السياسه. الزول اللي كان قال الكلام ده زول ما هين، لكن هو تقريبا شاف مثلا ان احنا ممكن في الضعف يعني ضعيفين شويه من ناحيه سياسيه، قام يتكلم على الكلام ده. والصنو الثاني ده والثالث برضه قال نفس الكلام، رددوا نفس البغبغاوات، بس قاموا شالوا قالوا لا 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 ما حصل كده. جات الاحداث طوالي بتاع ماجوي دي لما شافوا الناس مثلا في تعاطف. وانا شخصيا ما حصل في ماجوي اذا حصل في اي محل في جنوب السودان انا بتضامن معاه، لكن ما اقدر احل. واذا حصل في اي محل في الدنيا كبنو ادمين من ناحيه انسانيه بنتضامن معاه. ده ما موت، ما في زول ببارك الموت ايا كان حتى موت الاعداء، لكن هم سكتوا وكأن على رؤوسهم الطير، سكتوا نسوا الكلام اللي هم كان قالوه اول امبارح. والدار يتاكد من الحته دي يرجع هنا في الميديا ويشوف، ويرجع في الفيديوهات القديمه لما الناس كان قاعد تعمل يا اخواني الكرام الموازنه، قتلوا زول في حته ثانيه يقول لا 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 اسكتكم اجده ما يونسوا، ننتظر لحد ما زول نفس الحادثه دي تتم في كواجاك ولا في وين. يا اخي الحاجه اللي بتتم في كواجاك دي بترتبط بالفايلنس المتعارف عليه منذ الازل، من زمان الناس دي عايشه كده. يلا في الحاله دي يا خلاي اعمل لك شنو يعني انا في الحته دي؟ والدار يتاكد من الحاجه دي نديه بحث او اسايمنت يمشي يفتش في الميديا. الناس دي تناولوا من القضايا اللي كان بتحصل في إكواتوريا الرياكشن بتاعهم كان شنو؟ مش كله كان نفي وكان سكات. تتكلم لك اقل حاجه كده طوالب بيقوم يخصوك يطلعوك انه انت بتشتم، او يطلعوا بعض الناس يقولوا قاعد يسووا كده. بعض مرات انت تكون ما قاعد تعمل الحاجات دي، لكن ده نوع من الافك السياسي للاسف الشديد، وتجني على حقوق الاخرين. لكن دي هو بلدنا جنوب السودان، ان احنا دايرين لنا سنين طويله عشان نعرف انه اداره الدوله دي شكلها تكون كيف، واي زول يتوب زي ما قال واحد من الاخوان هنا، التوبه واجبه في الحته دي، وما في زول بيشيل مشكله الزول. زمان هنا قالوا اللي بيجيب الثقيل بيشيلوا فيه راسه، والجمره بتحرق الواطيها. انت ما ممكن تمشي تعمل حاجه وتطالب باقي الناس تقول لهم لا 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 لا، من ناحيه قوميه انت لازم تجي معي في الشيء ده. طيب يا اخوي انت عملتها على شنو؟ طيب تيجي طالبني ما تحلها هناك عندك، طيب عشان ما تقول في ناس يتوغلوا عليك. المساله واضحه والملمح واضح والمشهد واضح، لكن احنا ما حنمشي نجبر الناس نقول لهم يا جماعه اصلحوا بما في انفسكم. الاصلاح ده شيء ذاتي بيطلع منك، ونحن نمد يدنا بيضاء رغم الاساءه، رغم التجني على الناس، رغم عدم احترام الاخوات ذاته، لانه الاساءه دي كان اكثر حاجه موجهه للاخوات الايكاتوريات. وانا كجيمس انا ما برضى المساله دي في اخواتي، لكن يمكن في زول ايكاتوري ثاني يكون راضي، انا ما راضي غايته. ده رايي انا الشخص، انا ما راضي. في نفس الوقت انا ده ما بشتم لي اي مره ثانيه، ربونا على كده، اشتم راجل زيي اعمل له اي حاجه نختلف هنا، دي طبيعه الحياه. لكن التجني على النساء ده شيء مرفوض. شكرا جزيلا الاخ اتيكا، اتمنى ان الرساله تكون تصل الناس دين ويطلعوا ببيان واضح وصريح للاعتذار، ودي مش شيمه الرجال انه لازم الواحد يعتذر، والميديا دي هو الفيصل. الكلام ده يتقال واضح، الناس ترجع الميديا بس تمشي تشوف، عشان ما يجي يقولوا دي قالت ولا اتيكا قال ولا فرتكان ولا عبد الرحمن ولا زيد. الشيء ده واضح وينقال، بعد ده الناس بعد ده تحكم. شكرا جزيلا للفرصه، انا حقيقي فينا ادي فرصه لاخرين.
شكرا جزيلا أخي جيمس، تكلمت فعلا كلام قوي وراقي جدا، وبتمنى من لهم أذنا فليسمعوا، ومن لهم عقول فليفهموا، ومن لهم ضمير فليصحوا. إن شاء الله بكون في ناس بيفهموا، وفي ناس بيقدر يصحوا من الروح بتاع عدم المسؤولية في قضايا بتاع استوائية. هم شايفين استوائية ده آخر شيء يتكلموا عنه، لكن أفضل لهم يتكلموا عن جنوب، وجنوب في نفس الوقت ما قاعد يمثلهم، لا ذاته قاعد يعبرهم، ولا حتى ذاته هم هيستفيدوا فوق أي شيء. الجنوب كان كلمة إهانة في الماضي، وهنا أخذناه بقينا ده بقى عنواننا، وكان سألنا نفسنا ده ما هويتنا، لكن طبعا ادونا له. إحنا ما قاعدين نقول استوائيين، الهوية اللي في استوائية عنده تاريخ اللي رمز وحدة بتاعنا، رمز بنائنا كمجتمع، حتى اتطورنا في العنوان ده. تطور استوائنا من خلانا نتكلم نحن شعب استوائية وليست قبيلة. إحنا قبائل موجودة ومتعايشين. اليوم الحركة الشعبية وأتباع الحركة الشعبية وبقايا الحركة الشعبية عاوزين يجي يدمرونا في خلال لحظات، واحدين عاوزين يشوشوا أفكارنا بعقلية بتاع إنه نتبع الأجمعية. زي ما أنا قلت، كان الأغلبية الصح كان يسوع المسيح ما صلبوه، ولا كان جاليليو قدر يكون في مرحلة اللي هو لما حددوه عشان يوقف بحوثاته العلمية اللي كانوا يحاول يقدر يبرهن العالم ان الارض هو كرة ارضية. فزي ما قلنا الاغلبية بيمشوا بس بيونيفورم. نفس الشيء الاغلبية قدروا يلعب دور في بناء الناتسية اللي في النهاية قدر يعمل اعمال بشعة ضد الانسانية. This is exactly what's happening today. وبعدين اغلبية دائما بيتكونوا في عصابات بتاع متخلفين، ما بتكون في عقلية. يا ريت لو كان عصابات بتاع ناس متعلمين، لكن متخلفين وناس عندهم طمع. زي ما أنا قلت، يعني أدينا أمثلة كتير، فأنا ما عاوز أكتر، لكن عاوز أدي فرصة للإخوة الباقيين اللي ما تكلموا. مكارتني if you're there, Luca, Deng, if you're there, please, if you're able to blink your mic and say you're able to speak, please. So or not, we can give to David. لأنه David في سؤال Mr. CJ. Mr. CPA also you never said anything, Miss Babula. So لأنه إحنا عندنا like 1 hour, and we want to make sure we finish it on time so we can save this. And also in Facebook and YouTube and other places in social media, we want to save it. طبعا الموضوع زي ما انتم واضح، احنا عاوزين نتدقق في الموضوع اللي هو الرايز او ارتفاع القبليه، الفوضى القبليه الموجوده في جنوب السودان، والمخاطر المدسه او المدسوسه في هنا في السودان في حاجات دي. Maybe I translated it wrong, لكن I hope you understood what I mean. The hidden dangers, you know. زي ما قلنا السلبيات بتاعه الاستوائي هيكون اخطر واسوأ. already احنا ضحايا بتاع الاخطاء الماضي، وزي ما اخوي جيمس قال احنا بنلوم انفسنا. Yes, there is no doubt on that. Yes, Mr. I'll give you a chance. احنا I will blame ourselves on that. I see nobody else blinking. So if you guys are busy or you're not able to, it might drop you down respectfully if you're not able to see. But I will let Mr. J maybe to put his final thoughts, and Mr. David, Mr. James, the rest who are not able to speak, will maybe drop you down if you're not able to. لكن زي ما قلت المواضيع اللي احنا حاصلين فوقه Equatorian need to really يحسوا ما يكونوا تبعية خراف ماشيين للمسبحة، لأن احنا we don't worry about what people say about us. They're the last thing we worry. زي ما قلنا إذا كان الأغلبية عنده حق عشان يقدر يقول الحق، ما كان يسوع اتصلب ولا كان غاليليو قدر يكون، وفي عدة حتى ولا الناتسية كان قدر يذبحوا يحرقوا الإسرائيليين في المحرقة. لكن لأن الأغلبية دائما هم بيتبعوا الشخصيات اللي بيقدر يintimidate them، بيخليهم يحسوا بأنه هم ما عندهم مكان يقدر يناقض أو يقدر يقف لمحله. لكن قال مسؤولية كل مواطن. إذا كان سيبتعرف من الوطنية والمعنى تاع المواطن لازم يكون واعي. إحنا في عصر اليوم المواطن ما زال مواطن تاع امبارح القرن العشرين ولا حتى القرون الوسطى ولا القرون الحجرية. المواطن مفترض يكون عنده مبادئ وعنده أساس، بيبدأ من العوائل of course، وبيبدأ أيضا من الحياة اللي يتنشأ فوقه. لكن للأسف this thing is not going to happen in South Sudan because South Sudan is already a lost case. Let me be clear. The reason is we have a lot that we can go back into cases لقضايا احتلال الأرض، اجتياح في أراضي تاع شعب آخر، طردهم من أراضيهم إلى يودوهم يقعدوا في مخيمات في أراضي أخرى على أساس إن هم يوغنديين وهم كونغوليز وما عندهم أهلهم هناك، خلهم يقعدوا هناك وإحنا نسيطر. ثانيا السياسة ماسكينه جهة معينة، ما ماسك كل الشعب ولا حتى استوائيين عندهم أي شيء. والاستوائيين جوا الأنظمة دي إن كانوا هو برا ولا جوا كلهم هم تبعيين وخايفين يتكلموا. سياسيين بيقى عمل زي كأنه فتاة اللي بيجيبوه في يوم بتاع زواج بتاعه، بس بيجيبوه الصورة تاع بقول يلا باي. That's it, like nothing else. It's like so embarrassing. استوائية إحنا بنفتخر نقول إحنا عندنا تاريخ وعندنا حاجة، لكن ما قاعدين نبرهنه. الجيل ده ما برهنه، لكننا بنعرف نبرهنه في وقت ناسنا بيقتلونا قاعدين نكورك ناسنا ده، ما إحنا قاعدين نطلع كده hypocrites منافقين. يلا اليوم بقى لما إحنا نتشدد في حقنا، لأنه الحق دائما هو لازم يكون مشدد في حقه. You know, have you ever seen the truth ever compromise with lie؟ يعني ده نسأل يوم أنت شفت الحق هو قال يا أخي أنا بجامل الكذب اليوم عشان لأنه أنا كل يوم قاعد نشاكل معاه في حاجات تاعي؟ No, never. They will fight for the, you know, الكذب في حلة والحق في حلة. You know, لأنه اليوم إحنا شايفين الكذب والنفاق واضح في السياسات اللي بيلعبوا فوقنا، إن كان في النظام ولا المعارضة كلهم قاعدين يلعبوا في راسنا. إحنا سوين 200 بنجيف. يوم داك لما واني تومبي كان بيتكلم ناس قال له واني تومبي ما عنده جيش، لما مات قال الله يرحمه بقى يكوركو، قال والله واني تومبي كان قاعد يقول حقيقة. وانتوا كنتوا وين يا خرفان؟ ما انتوا امبارح زول اللي كان قاعد يناديكم تعالوا قاعد يوعيكم، انتوا عملتوا شنو؟ استهترتوا. لما مات بقى انتوا كوركو فوق عاملين حالكم بقى انتوا ناس انتوا فوق. ما ده النفاق هنا، إهانة. You know, زول اسمه عبد الرحمن سولة the same thing. All our leaders when they speak out you don't want to hear them. لكن لما يمد يتكلم يلا كان الناس التانيين اللي ما عندهم anything to do instead confusing us and letting us to be submissive، لأن بنلقى they are قائدنا. وفي نفس الوقت لما تيجي تتكلم عن الأخطاء بقى لين يشتموا، قال أنت قاعد تشتم قائدنا، كان بقى أنتوا قاعد تعبروا بقى النبي. والله أنتوا الفرق تاعكم ما مع ناس تكونوا قاعد تقولوا يا أخي قاعد نحاربوا المتطرفين اللي في شمال السودان، نفس العقليه. احنا شكلنا متطرفين، حتى عندي understanding about المتطرفين اللي متعلمين ده ومؤمنين ان هم ما شافوا النبي بتاعهم لكن هم مستعدين die for it. But انا ما دام go there, but I'm just saying you guys need to wake up. Equatoria تقولوا انتم متعلمين، برهنوا تعليمكم ولا تكونوا تبعيين. It's very shameful. اليوم الخطر في tribal anarchy، الفوضى بتاع القبليه ده موجود على النيل باكمله. هو منطقه ما خالي من القبليه، لانه العقليه اللي بنوها ورثوها في اجيال لسه موجودين معانا والاجيال القبلين كان حاجه ما عنده نهايه. يعني احنا حتى اليوم بنحاول نفهمهم منطقه الوطنيه، لسه في ناس جايين بمكيده، في ناس جايين بافكار متوحشه ضد الوحده، عاوزين يسيطروا وعاوزين يمكنوا لانهم ما عندهم اساس. اليوم بيتكلموا كلام بكره بغيروا كلام. وانت كان ثوري ما بتقعد تتفاوض، الثوري ماشي يحارب عشان يزيل اي شيء ما بيتفق معه. لكن يا الثوره بيقول انا ماشي اقعد تحت في ترابيزه نفاوض، لما يقفل لك باب باش تفتش طريقه اخرى تستغل الشعب الضعيف الجاهل عشان تقول لهم يا اخي الحكومه. نفس الشيء استغلتونا بفور لما كان في انفصال جنوب السودان من الشمال. الاستغلاليه كان واضح، لكن كثير من الناس قفلوا عيونهم وتانيين فضلوا يكونوا جهله عشان يتبعوا الاغلبيه، لانه هو ما عاوز يكون يلبس يونيفورم خارج اليونيفورم بتاع الناس زي اللي بقى ناس يجي يناقضوه. طبعا احنا عندنا بقى في ناس عندهم خوف تاع النقد، انه كان ناقضوه ما بيقدر يستحمل. هو بيقولوا peer pressure، ده حاجات بتاعت مراهقين. المراهق لما يكون في وضع مجتمع، كان اللي بيشربوا السيجاره لازم يشرب مع مسك، كان بيشرب مريسه يشرب مع مريسه، كان بيشرب مخدرات بيشرب مع مخدرات. That's what they do for those teenagers. They call it peer pressure. لكن التينيجر الذكي والله حتى لو بقى منه هو بيقول اسمع hey I already planned what I want. وده بيكون نادر، لكن it's better to be نادر than تكون انت جزء من الناس اللي لابسين نفس اليونيفورم زي خرفان ماشيين يسيقون في المذبحه. ولما تيجي تخسروا ما تبكوا لناس، لوموا انفسكم لوموا انفسكم. لا دمرتوا اجيال اللي جاي وراكم، ما ان دمرنا اجيال. حتى الناس اللي صوتوا في تصويت بناء دوله جنوب السودان ده لسه ما عندهم الخجل انه هم دمروا اجيال صاعده في 2011. اليوم هنا 2022 في ناس بيقوا عمرهم في عشرينات، في ناس ما عندهم مدارس، في ناس بيقوا فاشلين من وراء هؤلاء الناس اللي ما حاولوا يحللوا ان النظام ده جاي بمكيده. the same game لعبوا في راس بتاع منو استوائيين. طبعا استوائيين قال يلا راح حكم، كان ده تكون درجه ثانيه لانه قالوا ناس الشماليين، لكن دينكا ايزي نقدر عليهم. هسه منو قدر على دينكا؟ هسه اليوم دينكا كنترولرز بكل عزيمتهم، واليوم في قبائل اخرى عاوزين يستولوا علينا يستغلونا، لانه لقوا احنا ما عندنا كفاءه نقيف على انفسنا، عندنا عدم الثقه. وديل هنا ماشيين بافكار قبليه. they want to rule others in their own tribal mindset. tribal anarchy. اليوم بيرسلوا ميليشيات تام قبيله يسيطر في اراضي بتاعنا ويلا يبدوا الرتب للضباط بتاعهم. قال ده ضباط، يا ريت لو ناس متعلمين. احنا بنعرف الضابط بيكون عنده لما يدوا رتبه ضابط بمعنى هو تخرج من جامعه عنده كل الكفاءه، بيقدر لبيك في الفكره لبيك في الحديث، حتى ممكن يعرف عده لغات. بعدين كان ما بيعرف لغات، حتى الفلسفه الفكريه اللي عنده متطور. لكن ما ناس اللي بيتزعموا هم فلاسفه ومفكرين، ناس اللي بيقدر يكتبوا كتب وناس بيقدر يحللوا، ولما يدون في معركه بيقدر ينتصروا. ده يا هو بدو ضباط ديل هنا رتب بتاعهم. لكن عندنا ضباط بس عشوائيين. واحد هناك عنده كميه كان ما معروف بس لانه هو زول الكبير في الحله، خلاص كل الناس بيفولو هم، يلا بكره بيقولوا جنرال. وذاتس exactly what they did with these people today. يلا ادهم رتب، يلا بكره هم جايين يكونوا في مجالس الوزاريه and then they will run the country into chaos. Today economically they cannot even run it. And look at the economy. حتى جزء معين هم يا ماسكين الايكونومي ده. The rest are suffering, chased away from their land. ده من كل إيكواتوريان. حتى اليوم الذئاب الاخرى الثعالب الشرسه بقى عاوز يستغل استوائيين، قال يا استوائيين. امبارح هم اللي بينبذوا استوائيين، امبارح هم اللي كان بيقول يا اخي استوائي شنو؟ استوائي قاعد يكون في حقه، احنا يا تعبانين. ابنا اللي كل يوم فوقه مشاكل ريلي، ما انت جبت مشاكل ابنا كله في استوائيه. ونفس الناس ده اليوم هم نفس الناس اللي قال يا خواجه بيجيب لك حقك. هسه هم كله ده نمشي للخواجات عشان يجيب لهم حقهم. قال لكن ده كله ده لانه desperation. هم فاقدين خلاص الفرص زي ما اخوي قال، وزي ما قلنا قبالك الناس ده بقى في حال عامل زي السمكه لما يكون في مويه قاعد ينزل تحت، كان بقى مويه ده ما فيه لازم ينط لحد ما يلقى طريقه، لكن المعروف انه كان السمك ده بينط وما في مكان فوقه منفذ للمويه او مكان عشان يقدر يقع فوق يلقى مويه، وحيموت بس في الصحراء اللي هو هيلقاه ده. ممكن ينط يمشي يقع في التراب ويموت يتجفف بسرعه. زي ما انت شفت السمك ما قاعد يفكر، اليوم هم بيقولوا هم قاعدين يفكروا، لكن ده تحركات السمك الخلاص في اخر انفاس خليهم يعملوا. لكن ده ننزل استوائيين، احنا لازم نفكر بمنطق. قضايانا اكبر من هؤلاء الناس. الناس دي اديناهم فرص ذهبيه 17 سنه وماشي، واكثر من كده اديناهم 22 وزياده. What did they do to us? Only to destroy us. وهم كمان دنيا عاوزين يكبروا حالهم علينا، عاوزين يستغلونا وعاوزين يقودونا. وتيب القاده بتاعنا بنعظمهم ده وينهم؟ لان ما بنرفعهم فوق زي ما هم بيرفعوا القاده بتاعهم. يعني شنو عيب عليهم؟ عيب علينا وحلال عليهم؟ ولا حرام علينا وحرام حلال عليهم؟ يعني هم لازم يعظموا حالهم لنا بالتكبر والفلسفه، وبيقعدوا كعصابات ما بيقدر يواجهوا اي زول يناقضهم ويسالهم سؤال. كانت ناقدت كان اديت كلمه واحد توالهم مستعدين يبlock you from their room because they don't feel comfortable to see you there. Oh, separatist. Yes, we will separate. Call us separatists as you want. We Equatorian, we were a nation. كان الجاهل ده ما عارف نعلمه. استوايا قبل ما هم كان في حاجه اسمه جنوب السودان، في لادو انكليف، خليه راجع كتب ومذكرات. بعدين منو هو عشان يجي يديني الدوله بتاعي؟ We will take it. كان بالدم ولا بالقلم ولا باي شيء. We will take it. وخلينا ناكد في يالتا حلالتا Equatoria, they are ready to fight and die. Just because you don't see them and you don't see any action. زي قال لك كان مطر جاي، ما معناته لازم تشوف جو ده لازم يجي بقوه بتاع زلزال عشان يوريك انه في جو مطر جاي. مرات بيجي الجو بيكون نظيف جميل، suddenly بيظهر بس from nowhere. And that's the same thing we're going to do. وزلزال the same thing. زلزال لما يظهر بوريك انذار. هسه اليوم علماء بيقولوا يا اخي في حاجه بيقدر يدقق، لكن ذاته ما بيدقق ولا مده كم، يمكن ثواني ولا كم دقيقه. لكن imagine زلزال عشان يتبني بتيك تايم. اي ناس اللي بيقولوا هم geologists وانجينيرز لازم يعرفوا الكلام ده. My profession is different, but I'm just saying we all know because this is a basic thing to understand. So خليهم ما يلعبوا في راسنا. استوائيين افتحوا عيونكم، انتم 200 هتقعدوا هتكونوا تبعيه. احنا ما خرفان، كانت لا تكون خروف الله معك، لكن اتاكد استحتروا في الانفصالين. when time comes في ناس هيدنقروا وشهم تحت، وفي ناس هيذكرون في التاريخ انه كان ده ناس من الناس اللي ما قادر يجيب ميسن استوائيه، بس قاعدين يجاملوا خوافين وعاملين هم اصوات استوائيين، لكن في الحقيقه هم بيخافوا يتكلموا عن قضيه استوائيه لانهم شايفين انه هم ما عندهم الكفاءه. طيب مفترض كان ينزلوا تحت ويقعدوا يخلوا الناس اللي بيقدر يتعامل في الشغل ده. فانا ما اذكر. let see CJ. Oh, I think the guy left anyway. So anyone who's not did not speak وما عندكم احنا ممكن نختتمه هنا، ما عاوزين نكتر اكثر لانه the person who was supposed to speak is not here. You asked him a question, Mr. CJ, and I think the guy, what's his name, David, he kind of escaped. Even he did not answer my questions, like and then I don't know. And I see here, Mr. Lucas. Are you able to speak, Mr. Lucas? Well, I'm up to that. I can drop you down, and then Mr. CPA, Mr. Charles, are you able to speak? Okay, Mr. Lucas is not able to speak. I wish he could blink so I could know, but oh my God. I see you, Mr. J. I will give you a chance. So go ahead, Mr. J. You can take over and say your word. I will move Mr. Lucas down. Thank you. Unfortunately, you're not able to speak. Yeah. Tfadal, Mr. J.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you. It has been a good speech. It's been enlightening always, just like always. So I want to say Happy Easter. And
the same to you.
And hope to see you soon with some more deep topics for discussions. And I hope I find time to participate. as much as I can. Thank you very much, Jesus, and thank you very much, everyone. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you. Thank you, and God bless you, Mr. J. And I'm really honored to be with you, and keep up the great work too, because you inspire us. You're the reason why we're fighting for, and because we want to see our great, enlightened leaders, brothers and elders, to come up, because one day this country needs you, because you have the history, you have the information that we need, because we know some, but it doesn't mean that we know everything, because you not just know it, you also lived it. Some of the things that we cannot even find it in books, and that might be a great information to us in the future when we build our nation, our beloved great Equatorian. We will, regardless, the people today, they're undermining it, say how and when. Those who are saying how and when, they are limited in vision. But those who actually know there is nothing impossible, then I stand with them, because those are the people who have true vision to make the change. So thank you, Mr. J. And God bless you, and happy Easter to you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye. I will drop you down. Mr. CPI, if you're able to. Mr. CJ, you want to say something before? And Babula, if you're able to, it'd be great. لو ما في brother James, أنا بديك فرصة أخيرة. كانت كده كلمة أخذت تقوله, because I think I'll drop. Yes.
يا هاتك شكرا للعنوان انت جبته ده، يعتبر من المسكوت عنه. على المستوى الشخصي أنا يعني بحب الخير لكل دعاة الخير أينما وجدوا في بلدنا جنوب السودان، لكن ده ما بيعني أنه قالوا الأكل لو نقص في البيت بحرم على الجيران، ونحاول ناخد فينا الثقافة بتاعت حب الذات، ما حب الذات بتاع الأنانية. ده أشياء نحن ورثناه من الرعيل الأول التاريخي بتاع جنوب السودان من عام 1947. ده كان جيل خلاق لحد آخر لحظة، الجيل الأخير بتاع ناس سامسون كوجي، ويعني ده جيل كان رائع جدا جدا. وأنا ما أقدر أقول أنه الأبواب انقفلت حوا والدة، لكن حبك لأخيك مهما أنت تكون عندك فيه نظرة، يعني واجب، يعني واجب وطني، ما وطني نحن لأنه ما عندنا وطن أصلا. كده نبدأ ببيتنا هناك حقنا ده، نحب بعض ونكون قابلين للتقويم، يعني لأنه الإنسان ما بيكون مكمل، الكمال لله وحده. وأنا مؤكد يعني أن الشعوب بتستفيد من الأخطاء التاريخية، يعني والقاعد يحصل الإعماد ده وبيؤكد ده، يعني في ترصد، يعني في مكايد، يا في مكايد سياسية بقت تظهر على حسب الشخص الضعيف والمتابعة، في مكايد يعني في بقت واضحة وبقت تحمي ذاته، يعني زي الشعراء العرب قديما قالوا أرى تحت الرماد وميض نار وأخشى أن يكون لها ضرام. يعني إحنا الضرام ده بقينا نحس به، وما هي دائما بتبدأ زي ما أنت ضربت المثل بالزلزال، بيبدأ أنت بتحس به شوي كده، لكن بدايته بتبدأ فجأة. ونحن شايفين قدامنا، وحبنا لبلدنا ولأهلنا والناس اللي قاعدين تحت الأشجار والتهجير القسري والديموغرافيك تشينج هو اللي بيخلينا نقوم نطلع ونتكلم ونطالب بحاجات أهلنا، وده واجب يعني ما من تجاه أهلنا. الطبيعي كان نتكلم عن كل جنوب السودان، لكن في ناس رافضين، والناس الرافضين دي للأسف الشديد هم بيقولوا هم الأغلبية بتاع جنوب السودان. أنا ما أعرف الأغلبية دي هم الإحصاء السكاني ده عملوا 200. أنا الشيء اللي بعرفه إيكاتوري سوري، يمكن حكاية 60% من شعب جنوب السودان. يس ده كده غايته، لكن دائما الناس بتحاول تحرك، والجماعات دول انتوا عارفينهم كويس. شكرا يا أخوي آتيكا، إن شاء الله نتلاقى في وقت أنه نحن كل زول أخذ حقه. شكرا، تصبحوا على خير وهابي إيستر.
Thank you so much, brother. عاوز أولا أشكرك شكر جزيل جدا على مشاركتك معنا وإلقاء خطاباتك معنا. I'm really grateful for you and your words, because your words makes an impact. Trust me, brother, tomorrow history will remember you because you speak with your heart and you're not afraid to say it. And you look forward for the betterment of Equatoria, and that's what matters. Akhi James, I really appreciate you and I say thank you so much. Continue the fight and don't nobody intimidate you. رأيك عندك حق تتكلم عن رأيك. أي زول بيوقفك من رأيك وحقك ده زول ما صديقك ولا بيحبك، لأنه زول اللي بيريدك حتى لو كان أنت بتناقضه في الحق، الحاجة اللي أنت مثلا أنت بتناقضه في حاجة هو قاعد بيليف إنه صح، مفترض يحترم رأيك بدون ما يجي يفيل offended لما يقوم يقول لك خلاص أنت ما صاحبيني، ده ما صديقك. وأي زول بيجي بيحاول يسكتك بطريقة إذا يقتلك أو يوقفك من تتكلم، ده كمان ما صديق ولا حتى زول بيقدر عنده نية لك خير. لأنه الإنسانية هنا ربنا إذا ربنا أدانا الحرية نحن ناخذ طريقة ناخذه، إن كان طريق الشر أو طريق الخير. مفترض أي إنسان يدي للإنسان الفاهم والواعي والمثقف زي ما هم بيدعوا، والناس اللي هم بيقولوا كمان بيدعوا بأنه هم الناس الحرية، مفترض يدي لأي إنسان حقوقه يتكلم ويعبر، مش يكونوا خايفين ويكونوا مشككين وعاوزين يجي يعملوا بوبارات بيقولوا شو بروباغندا اساس انه دعايات انه الناس دي ما واقفين معانا لانه هم كده كده كده. ده بيوري انه ناس منافقين وناس عندهم نوايا سيئه وما حيقفوا مع الحق حتى لو يوم القيامه جاء. فانا بشكرك اخي الكريم و continue the fight. Equatorial will be free regardless they laugh at us today or they don't agree with us. Tomorrow it will be a different day. زي ما قلنا في زلزال بيجي، مش زمان كان في كتيبة زلزال قال والإيكواتوريا لسه زلزال بس هم لسه ما شافوا الزلزال الجاي مفاجئ بعدين. So continue. Thank you. Mr. CJ, I think the man that you asked him a question earlier, Mr. David, he kind of like exited. So I mean, he did not answer my question, but I don't know what's your final thought. And then from there, I give to Didi, and we just conclude because if anyone wanted to say something, would have given him a chance. Unfortunately, no one coming up, so it's okay. لأنه إحنا في النهاية بنقول وإحنا ما worried about what's your opinion. We give you a right to say your opinion. We will have questions if we want, if we see that it's a question needed, but if not, we just listen to you and then we say thank you for your point. And if your point also makes point to us with what we believe in and what we are standing for and what we are fighting for, definitely we support you on that point. So Mr. CJ, please put your final thoughts. وانا بتمنى بس كلام اللي انا قدرنا نقوله، بتمنى من اخواننا الاستوائيين بدل هم يضيعوا اوقاتهم في حاجات اللي ما عندهم فايده irrelevant points وهم هي ابناء استوائيه، لازم يستمعوا لاصوات استوائيه بدل نحن نضيع اوقاتنا في حاجات الوهميه. لانه sometimes I see our people they are very easy to be entertained. عشان كده الاعداء بتاعنا قدروا يسيطروا علينا عقليا، لانهم شافونا احنا بنحب حاجات اللي ما عنده فايده. وفعلا لما زول بيستمع لحاجه ما، يعني مثلا لو انت بتقعد في مكان اللي بس هم بيتكلموا حاجات الدروشه، اكيد حتكون درويش. وكان في زول تاني شاطر بيقدر يلعب فوقكم، وخاصه لو زول مكار زي ما انا قلت الثعلب مع الغراب، لما هو جا شاف الغراب غشاه قال له يا اخي صوتك جميل، وهو نسى انه هو صوته ما جميل. طبعا هو ما عارف، وزي ما قال العميان ما بيعرف انه but anyway, let me not go there. So Mr. CJ, let us conclude. Let the voice of Equatorial rise, and our people back home, I want them to hear إنه ما كل إيكواتوريان اللي في الخارج بمعنى هم واقفين مع الباطل أو مع المجاملات. إحنا we're crying for you and we're feeling it, and when time comes your case will be represented correctly, because we're not going to just jeopardize it by some nonsense. I'm sorry to say nonsense, but by anything that is not useful to the interest of Equatoria. Mr. CJ, please put your final thoughts. So after that, Didi. Thank you. Unmute yourself, sir. Okay. Didi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Wow,
Just
look
a
at this
minute.
guy.
No, I'm here. I'm just getting my. I was charged.
Yeah, I'm just listening. I wonder, Kennedy Ladu say question: how many tribes do we have in Equatoria?
I think Kennedy.
This guy, no, don't even
question.
answer it. This is a ridiculous question.
Yeah.
This is a ridiculous question. Ridiculous. Ita kama Equatorian, please don't ask me this question. Ita kan Equatorian.
I was gonna say that don't waste time on him. I think he's just.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Ita kan عندك سؤال مفيد يا إنسان، please ادينا سؤال. ما تتكلم كزول كأنه جاي من ابتدائية. ده ما كلام تاع زول نضيج في الفكر، عشان كده بيلعبوا فوقكم. امشي دي سي وخلينا بعيد منكم بليز. I'm tired of these people اللي ما بيتكلموا كلام منطقي.
Kennedy is a bully. Just leave him alone. He's a bully. He does this all the time.
Yeah, I know. This is ridiculous. يعني كده تخيل الرجولة تاع
and trigger people and then he acts as a bully and then later on بيجي أنا عملت شنو? Why are you against me? But then he will bully you in the comments and stuff like that. I've studied him very well. So
أنا بس نسأل هل الجهل ده للدرجة لما ما بيفهم حقه وين؟ يعني أنت مستحيل تكون خدام بتاع ناس تانيين. عشان كده فعلا ما غلط لما هم بيشتمونا، بس كده راجع نفسك يا راجل ارجوك. انا really sick of people اللي ما بيقدر يحترموا حقوق الاستواء. في ناس قاعدين يموتوا وانت هنا تسالنا سؤال تاع how many tribes في ايكواتوريا. انت كان ما استوائي please don't ask question، ولو انت استوائي مفترض تخجل، لان ده ما كلام تاع زول راجل ناضج في الفكر. وريني انت ما عندك مستوى. I'm sorry because خليه هو اندر كل الناس اللي قاعدين يسمعوا، خليه يشوف الهيميليشن تاع الشخصيات زي ده.
شتموه قال هو جاي، شتموه قال هو جاي، قال نسوي مرته شتموه نسوي انت ايكوتوريا. هو ما قال حاجه هناك. منما دقيقه ما تعرف الكونتراديكشن. هو ما بيقول حاجه هناك. قبل قاعدين يشتموه ايكوتوريانز هناك. هو ما قال حاجه. هو قاعد يقولوا سيبراتيست قبل هناك. وقبل هناك قاعدين يشتموه ايكوتوريا، قاعدين يحددوا ايكوتوريا. قالوا لايكوتوريا بيسالوك اسمنا كان احنا ايكوتوريا. كاننا Equatorians say وده ما زول Equatorian يقدر question Equatorians on our legitimacy to be Equatorian. يلو جاي يسألنا هنا، ما يسأل زول لك، يسأل رجالهم دل هناك، يسألهم هناك هل في كم ترايب في Equatoria. طبعا في ناس ديلاك هناك ناس سوما دل هم يا Equatorians، إنما Equatorians
هم يبوريهم كم. أنا سامع
خلي كده دي يسأل ناس دل أهلهم دل هناك. طبعا هم جاب أهل جديد في ذاك Equatoria. Equatorians بيجا ما Equatorians. هم divided Equatorians. They have declared hatred and war between Equatorians. They have done that. That's why أنا بquestion هم. الفجلو القاعد يشاكل ده ما أهلين، ما أهل ناس Equatorians. الكاكوا القاعد يشاكل ده ما أهل Equatorians. Equatorians في ماجي وفي هناك قاعد يدفن جسمهم براهم ده ناس قاعد يدفندهم ولا ده سوما civilians قاعد يدفن نفسهم. يلا تجي تشتمنا.
Don't worry about him. ده الزول ده داير تعليم شديد. ما أنا waste our time مع ناس دي. طبعا ده زول أصلا ده تبعي، لكن أكد لك التاريخ بكرة هيدينك يا كندي. أنت هنا فيك تضحك تعمل نفسك
He's a bully that has been used. One of those ناس puppets that ناس وسوما we've been used just to instigate مشاكل and then you answer him, he writes more, and I've been studying him for so long. The things he says really, it's like you don't even know what to say to him. You know, there are a couple of them, I've studied them very well, what they say and what they do, and then they will flip it into tribalism within Equatoria. I've studied their patterns.
Don't worry. These people actually they are the lost cause. I said زي ما أنا قلت يوم ده كتبت لهم طوالي طردوني من رومهم، قلت كان في زول blind، إنت كان وريته لمبة هو بيعرف في لمبة وما شاف لمبة في حياته. So the ناس already they are lost cause. I'm sorry to say لأنه هم إذا ما بيقدر يستفيد من الكلام اللي قاعدين نقوله، عاوز يجي يسأل قال قبائل تا إيكواتوريا كم، اتخيل ده بوريك بيئته عقلية. عشان كده فعلا بيغشوكم. يعني كان زي شفت حيوان كان بدون مؤاخذة، إنت كان كجلات الكديس في لعبة كده كان جلاته توالو بينتهي باللعبة ده لأنه ما بيفكر في أي شيء تاني. بس أنت ignore these people. المهم للأسف يعني بيخزننا إنه في ناس بيقولوا هم قاعدين في Western country ما استفادوا في الوعي الفكري بتاع الدول الأجنبية ده. يعني مفترض هم يكونوا فكرهم يكون واسع، يقدر يحسوا بالألم، لكن النفاق اللي بيجي بيلعبوها قدامنا قال أهلنا قاعدين يقتلوه على كان دونيت. يعني هم بس جاهزين لناس الموتى. لما يكون في جنازة كل زول يرى نفسه زول طيب، لكن لما زول حي ما بيقدر ينقذ أخوانه. يا لو ده رجري مع عدو بتاعه ولسه هنا بيته ما دفنوا فوق الناس المراحيم ده. كده شفنا الشخصيات ده، فأنت ignore them. لأن أصلا هم
الحاجة اللي بوجعني شنو الإيكواتوريانز اللي بيدافعوا نفسهم براوه هناك، يلا هم بيجيبوا ناس تأبنا ده بيجي بيشتم ناس إيكواتوريا، حتى ناس كيني لبرون. يوم من يوم ده أنا اتكلمت الكلام ده، أنا قلت ناس كيني لبرون الجاني شكله هناك ده هم stupid تجي تشتم في قبائلهم. هم stupid. You think they are stupid? ناس دل they are so contradictory over themselves. Your mother, we used to help them, support them, and then they come out on Facebook and insulted that we're trying to hijack. So
Let me just say
immature people.
Let me say this and let them take it like they want it or not. لكن أنا بقول لكم ناس هو منظمة فاشلة وهيظهر soon how fascist هو. الدير ما دير خليه يقول بكره يطلعوا
so
بفيديوهات
immature
يحدد
people I've ever met them in my life, and we
giving
supported these
just as
people
for
just because they're our relative, they're our brothers upon their
no,
grievances.
forget it, please.
يلا هم
Let's go
بيجيبوا
ahead
في
and
فيسبوك
finalize.
كلهم دم جي يشتمونا separatists. We pull off هم بيجوا أجد أدوانا. Why we pull off, why we don't support. I don't understand that. It's so immature movement based on emotional feeling, based on hatred, based on force. إنت لازم تكون مام، ما تكون مام إنت عدوان. وذاته وفاتوا شالوا الموفمنت أدوا في دن أبناي. You know? So I just wanted to go and say, I wanted to just conclude my agenda in saying this, you know, this is not gonna work. The only thing that is gonna work is like, you know, let's all respect each other. ما في زول تاني يجيب زول تاني يحدد زول تاني مع كلام يكركر زي بحث الكلب يلا مفتكر قال كلام ده بيوجع زول ولا زول تاني يقوم run around emotional ما بي understand what is happening. If you're a politician, this is not a relative organization. This is not a family. This is not a kingship or something like that. If you're a politician, you put yourself out there to be questioned, to be challenged. There's a بلاد هنا قاعدين فوقه في بلاد برا هنا ذاك ده. يا بدل ما بيuse tribalism، ما بيuse relative، ما بيuse حتى لو أبوه في هناك، أمه في هنا، أهله في هنا. They don't run the system as a family affair or tribal affairs and stuff like that. They don't. That's why هنا كلنا benefit. حتى لو إنت كواجه وإنت ما كواجه. Itama ahal itama kawaje to be benefit, you know, and then they allow them to be questioned, to be crucified, because you're running lifetime as you're running affairs the country and affairs the country to generation to come. Maybe Ranu is like according to feelings, it's like, oh, there's all kabir tana, dem munu tana. No wonder ituma machine gidam fi hayatkum. No wonder people don't go ahead. Yalla nas bas yiskutu ma yasalu zol de kali zol yamul anyhow zema who dare. You see, how does this person even get an idea of what is he doing? How does this person even correct himself? You see, and this is why we are falling into this tribal anarchy that we're in South Sudan. Let alone some people don't want to correct themselves. Who might, like, for example, within the same organization, Malong BGB Amushino, BGB shield nas from the same partners that you guys are on it. And then instead of you solving your own issues over there, you want to come and attack other Equatorians that are fighting based on Equatorian, you know? And then you tadamul haggarat hinaka and munu and stuff like that. That doesn't work. But didn't you question, if you guys are together, why didn't you question Nas Malong attack my machine? And then Nas Malong BGB attack Nas Equatorians. Why didn't you attack him? Why don't you tell your people that, you know, then they have their own Balada jai gasim heta fi Upper Nile. There's many separatists that are in Upper Nile. My gushukun sake. Then that's my gushukun just because people don't talk about it. There is a lot of separatists and it's growing by the day. And some of them have not even come out completely yet. Shuluk has their separatists. Noor has their separatists. There is the regionists that want to separate. Balada had gasam heta wala nas darin wala manas ma darin. ما في زول تاني بخاف من زول تاني. The only thing I've seen the weakness in Equatoria is this. In this rise of tribalism that الناس فوقه ده Equatorian بس بقدم ناس. Tribe تاني بيقوم raise up Equatoria ورام كالدنب ماشيين ورام استحسن نفوسهم في ناس ذل. Equatoria also, the other thing, Equatoria don't want criticism. Today, if you criticize me, I become your enemy. If I does not agree with you, I become your, you become your enemy. Or, okay, I'm going to look for somebody that is from my tribe. I'm going Mazolde, which is not working really. We got to grow up, people. We got to grow up. You got to grow up fast and lose your diapers out. This is not personal, really. حاجات لنا الطريقة لنا الشالين وده مين زمان ده الطريقة ده ودانا لوين؟ قالنا بس following ولا people who are so tribalist. وجاتوا مشاكل الجابوا في داك الإكواتوريا ده ما مشاكل تاعنا. It's not our issue at all. بعدين اشتريناه في الدوس لأن بقينا قاعدين نسبيك. It becomes ذاته متخلف للدرجة أنا بسمع ناس تانيين بيتكلموا كلامات ذاته ما عندهم منطق بيجي بيقول إحنا قتلنا نفسنا، إحنا عملنا لنفسنا، we did this, we hated ourselves. It's exactly I'm thinking this. People yelling on people's head. Who killed who? Who killed who يا جماعة؟ ده واحد مكتوب هنا اسمه معرف جيمي شول ولا موني عندك في فيسبوك قاعد يقول stay away from Upper Nile. But unfortunately, Equatoria has never gone to Upper Nile. Upper Nile is in Equatoria, period. We're trying to get Upper Nile out of Equatoria. That's the thing here, but this just seems like it's hard. It's not us to get out of anybody. It's people to get out of us. It's the other way around. Nas biji bisanna. Tabi to then separate Equatoria. So what are you waiting for? We're waiting for you to leave. That's the thing here. Common sense. You say, munu say bitkalam common sense. We're waiting for you to leave peacefully. Because you're not helping us. All your agendas is to trap us, to be your followers, to be under you. And we don't want to be under anybody anymore. Al Beledag there, the one that the only thing that joined us together for Beledag there, not because we are one people. South Sudan is still living under nations and under kingdoms. And people are still thriving in that. Everybody is very comfortable for Kakun Hagota tribalism. Only Equatorian bus here gadi operate ka region. Ka nation, ka region, because that is in our blood because we have been a nation. We were a nation. In the 19th century, the last time we've been even a nation. Because this is in us. Like in Bagenazal Kulu, they operate tribalism and they operate as it's like Naskulu. Binadu nufusum zata huma nasane binadu nufusum gan uma nations and kingdom. Lakin basically Equatoria yitkalam gal I am a country. Nas bizarre. Le? Because Equatoria was the sacra de lenas. Gal I allow just the fact that Azol al Biji must be Zol Biji my sahabi wala kan who shunu a content style wala he's my partner wala kan who bigger shunu. And you dare not insult any Equatorian. Whatever we are doing with you, the plan we're doing with you, don't insult my people. I have a different business with you. It does not give you a right to speak about my people. It does not. You don't have the right. If you think you're going to insult my people, that means you're the enemy of the progress of what we're doing. Maybe get out. Maybe that's the end of the road for us. Maybe we can't see eye to eye. You see? Lakini ana mabe allow the behaviors that SPLA, people thrive in the bush over there, they bring it here, and people who claim God, they want to resolve the issues of the country, they want to come and divide people, and apparently they brought it into Equatoria, come on. They want Equatoria to be divided and to be abused by other people. This is a slavery, Hassan Equatoria Fogode. It's slavery completely, and this should not happen. Equatoria best gadin escort nas. Yelom bijuhina gal ayum gadin kalam sense yan. Just to impress those people. Yani nazal yahurujal umo ya the followers. Belittling us and making us feel fadia. Yana nazia yishtumuna yuhaguruna لدرجة يعني كان زول تاني بيتكلم زول ده كويس زول تاني يجي دمكاتني يوم ده يا أخي useless person. ده كلام شنو امبارح حتى شتمت ناس كانوا امبارح طب فاتي تاك شتم إيكوتوريانس بكاب الليله بعد شويه الليله صباحي تجيب كم شتمت إيكوتوريان تاني قال لي useless وانت دايرنا نمشي معاك سوا. How comes? Why should we? انت بتمشي في روم تاني داك وشان تقولي هناك تقالي وشان يشتم في إيكوتوريا ديفايد إيكوتوريانس ده نسومه واحد ده وإيكوتوريان واي دي بقول عندنا بوت في جراوند وزول في بوت هناك ده تعبان ذاته ما لاقي ذاته فوقه حاجه وبيشتموه أهله. Itu gal nazena smuni yani kalam de gal itu galin kalam de biga wen yani ma biga fini ana didi de ma biga fini de ma ahali ana ya hinaka bishattutum كل يوم في بلد تفجلوا هناك de ma nasi وبشتتم كلام شنو question big question ما كان دار ناس and so you answer me this question بشتتم كلام شنو ما كلام كنيتو نسكير ناس ايو de بنتي هناك ديد ناس نازل de كلام شنو ما كلام كنيتو يا سجن ويتو ما protect ناس de ذاته. Now they have to fight for themselves. Who do you protect over there? Before you guys run your mouth to know what you're doing within the home of Equatoria. Room bitakon ta gibel itu run there. Itu tamlin hagarat gibel hinaka room tamujasif there. Know what you guys are building. Know what you guys are breathing. Room bitakon ta shuluk itu bitranu every day. Know what you guys are breathing within Equatoria. Just know the plan you guys are breeding in Equatoria. You guys will be responsible for it. And you guys are responsible for the genocide of my people over down there. And let's say to take you online here بتعملوا حجارات لناس. انتوا قلتوا يعني we're sleeping happy every day عشان الناس ما بيتكلموا انتوا قال ناس بليدين. The things that you want to say you could not say it, you go bring ناس شلوك دول يجي يتكلموا في راسنا حقارات يشتمونا ما أولاد دينكا تانيين معاكم ده. في زول بيجوين زول تاني في شكله بكسمة بيشتم في أهل زول القاعد يشاكل كمان تحت. Itu dari ni na nagasi itu barakon itu nas barakon nagodo barakon ina nagodo barana. Yala na lim kan na nagasi Equatorian dele itnen nagasi Equatorian dele itnen nas imshi zare na separation imshi zare. Every Equatorian down hinak there separation. Yala na shifu itu machine wen manas konde. Kande yao hagara detu bijibu nas deli jisheti mi Equatorians wallahi hata lo bigina na kuna irhabin fi dakle Equatoria den ma binogodo sawa. Hata lo bigina na kuna irhabin dakle Equatoria de ma binogodo sawa. ما بنقعد سوا نقوم نفجر نفوسنا كل يوم. كان ده يا الصليب ده بالطريقة ده حقارات ده بالطريقة ده مش يا رومس ناس بيجي بران روم بيشتموا في ناس والله ما في زول بيقعد. تحديدات ده تحديدات كشم ساكت. انت كراجل واحد نسيه يوم ما سيريلو شتموه ده في حاجه ده هنا ده هناك انا قلت at least سيريلو came from a legacy that his forefathers has been the Equatorial Hasi bigger capital city هذا ناس فوقه ده وزول ده قال شنو؟ قالوا سيريلو ليت شنو؟ وده زول سوما ده زول انديان يا قاعد يشتم في سيريلو. لكن الجبانين ده الكلاب ده بيسكتوا ساي يلا كان في سيبراتيزم دارين يتكلموا كل يوم بيشتموا كذا بتاعكم ده ياكي يلا انه بيجاوبوا. يا انا قلت له انت وريني انت كشمك ده قاعد يدوق كده ده اهلك ولا ابوك ولا امك ولا اهلك عمل حاجه في بلدكم يلا. why should I believe you? Why should I believe you? انت ما قادر to solve issues تاكي تبلد تاكي for over decades and centuries. انتوا ما solve مشاكلكم هناك في Upper Nile. You did not. You failed miserably. Your refugee, your king is refugee, your leaders is refugees. You're all refugee in هذا. even capital city ده تمشي فوق ده بتقول لان مشينا الكابيتال سيتي انها بتديكتات في جوبا. imagine again after Naskiri you coming to dictate. then I go why should I believe you? And then what about Cirillo? Cirillo can lead at Haweni and Cirillo leads, you know. And I go at least maybe you can lead anything or fail or anything, but at least he came from forefathers that and that Juba day and that Equatoria day and that Aizol Gadi got hina. The evidence is there. We know where we came from, the people that built that place. We have a biography that we can be proud of it. We can be trusted. We can be trusted. When we say we're going to do something, we're going to do something. And that's why those people who let Equatoria down miserably, they not enjoy the peace. في زمن 1983 when Equatorians fathers في زمن ده did Kokora, Nazal enjoy, and Nazal are the very adult Equatorians, the very useless adult Equatoria today. Umaya, the reason why today you don't even know what they're doing, they could not even reason properly. And they're the very people who are allowing the atrocities that are happening in Equatoria. And they put their hands up. They don't want to speak against it. They don't want people to deal against it. في حاجات هم ما بيقدروا بيتكلموا لما نجي نتكلموا برا هم بيزعلوا لأن تكلمنا. وحاجات القاعدين يحصلوا حصل في زمانات أسد. We started speaking about it 2 years ago. We said these things are gonna happen. قالوا لا 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 إنتوا tribalists إنتوا شنو إنتوا ما كويسين. And then these things happen today. And then bigger هم كمان pretending قالوا feel like they're speaking about these things, but we have been speaking about these things. And قالوا لنا cap we are radical and منو they're trying to shut us down. When these things are now happening worse, Nas bigger paralyzed. People can't do anything, and still today people do not want to credit us, or we don't even care about credit. People do not even want to admit that what we've been saying is true.
I'm sorry. Just to add you one thing. إنت متذكر لما بقى جابوا موضوع كارول برجر ده؟ هم بقى عاوزين dismiss كمان أصوات بتاعنا هنا كإكواتوريا. We are the one who are living the pain. Carol Berger just wrote a report. Report بتاعه was just giving it to those diplomats to know how to deal with South Sudan. لكن إحنا living down there, we're telling them هم ما عاوزين ياخدوها serious. لكن لما بقى خواجه ده جاوا ناس سياسيين تشرب جا ظهروا بقى يعملوا فوق بروباغندا مع زول اسمه جونا تشانغ ده automatically بقى عملوا بقى حديث الناس قالوا كانوا يتكلموا فوق في الماضي. You know, look at these people are manipulative. The same people also try to intimidate Equatorian. But إحنا يا أخي لين نفصل إحنا ما كلنا لوا يا أخي. عندنا لوا كمان في Equatoria. Can you imagine the insult they're trying to do it? Then from there تك بتام تاني قال يا أخي أرض ودينكا كابين وكده وهم باشياسا قال شنو؟ قال ما لما نمشي مظاهرات ما نقول دينكا. ده بوريك شنو ده في ناس زي ده. And then you talk about the anarchy اللي موجود. ده هنا بيلعبوا بفكرة بتاع الناس وده اللي هنا قاعدين يستخدموا قوة. بوصدم يعني انت قاعد تطلع من تمساح تمشي لواحد تاني هناك مرفعين. انت هسه قاعد تلقى يا
قريب
يعني من اخوك قال عنده مركب قال تعال كان نركب مركب بتاعنا عشان نخارج من المنطقة ده وقال لا انا زلت انا ده محل بتاعي كله ده انا زلت وحده عندنا نقعد كله في مكان ده يا اخي تجيني اكلوك غدا يا جيك ما كده فكر في راسك فكر مصلحتك شنو اذا في دول انفصلوا في دول build their own nation because they felt like there is no progress when they are with people who do not respect them لسه انت ما قاعد تفهم كلام ده يلا بيشتموكم كمان بتفهم قال لا انا عندي تك سكين والله الشتيمه ده بيجي فوق وبيجي في عيالك
وقال يسوقوا رجال ده يقعدوا مع بعض سوا يلا الرجال ده بيطلع من هناك بنتوا بيشتموا ايكوتوريانز ما نساوين ايكوتوريانز بيقعدوا هناك بيتكلموا بيضحكوا بيعملوا شنو and then بيطلع من هناك بيشتم ايكوتوريا عشان كده no wonder even in between them some of them even ناس تمالون ما agree مع حاجات تومن they don't have any problem and هو ذاته هو ده جاي يزعل جاي يشتم مكاتني ومنو قال useless ده وما ناس مالون في the same حزب بدل يكوندم كلام ده ويسكت يجي تلا زلانتو فوق ايكوتوريا تعرف يفدي زلانتو فوق ايكوتوريا يلا يقول كمان يحدد ناس يلا كمان يقول ايكوتوريان useless you know يلا يسألنا كمان كشمنا يقول قال if you really Equatorian وبعدين هو بيجي بالديل مع ناس let them come in back let them come and insult يلا خلي South Sudanese see the leaders اللي قال هم دارين ده leaders بتاعهم ده خلي let them back ويلا طبعا قالوا هم دارين يعمل حاجة ده هم كمان شالينه في South Sudan ما في إيكواتوريا بليفت كورنتا تو يمشي هناك في محل ده في المظاهرة ده أنا عارف they were doing this so that they want to move Equatorians from there to come no the last مظاهرات عملوا ما في ناس ذاته طلعوا في شارع ثم ثانية Equatorians شالوا دخلوا في blue house شالوا من بيوتهم them are not these are not people just remember these are not people who went out to protest the 50 Equatorians that حياتهم دخلوا في هنا في blue house ده they never even got out يلا تاني كمان they're making another move because Dinka refused to be used now Equatorians are the one to be slaughtered كانت يلموا أهلهم من North Sudan هناك يلموا أهلهم من محل هم فوقه يلموا أهلهم من كامبال هم فوقه يجي هناك يجي يعمل حاجة ده ما يجي يشتموا Equatorians ساكت ما يجي يشتم Equatorians ساكت
هسه إيكواتوريا قاعد يفايت
ما في زول تاني بأكسبت ناس تطو حتى لو أنت بيجي بيت وين ما في زول بأكسبت ناس تطو زول تاني يوز ناس حقه ما في زول بأكسبت زول كده قال بيقول أنا عندي thick skin بأكسبت your people to be dragged down this is diminishing your people for generation في كلام تاني كوجي بيقول if you want to destroy people just destroy one generation and for thousands of generations these people will be nobody عشان تقعد هنا يشتموكوا نيتا منو انت بقينا منو بقينا منو كلامات قوي تقول انت شتموا فينا ده وبعد شويه كده بيطلع بنت بيقعدوا بيلملم الرجال ده يمشوا يضحكوا مع الايكواتوريان سوا يلا بشويه بيطلع بنت بيشتموا ده كلام شنو زره hypocrisy really يعني هم دارين ورينا إن لو دارين ولا إن ما دارين إنت لو دار change ما عمو change كده started in Upper Nile let me see إذا كلامت واحد دينك تاني قال ناس كان Equatorians عندهم مخ كان ناس ده صحيح دارين لي قال هم بيsolve any issue Upper Nile يعني خلينا solve issue ده Upper Nile ده دينكاوي يا قال كده قال خلي Equatorians ده براو الجبنة اللي بيفولو ورا الناس ده قال جبنة ده خليهم براو Upper Nile يعني عنده مشاكل come here come solve it وده كلام دينكاوي ده قال ده كلام every day أنا was saying
exactly. لا انا قلت الكلام ده ما الناس هسه قاعدين يسمعوا انت قال هسه الناس قاعدين يتطوروا كيف ما هم قاعدين يسمعوا المشكله استوائي ما عايز يتعلم اخوه ما داري يتعلم لكن الدنكاوي بقى ياخذوا هسه نوير اخذوا قرار ان هم عاوزين يكونوا دوله you know community نوير اللي لسه قاعدين الناس قاعدين انا باخذ ثقه بتاعي في نوير more than all the other tribe in Upper Nile. لأنه we're already serious. Equatorians nationalists already standing their ground. لكن ناس لسه في النص الخاتين كورين جوا كورين برا ده ويلا الناس التانيين عاملين حالهم سياسيين تاع معارضة البرا ده اللي ماشيين بيونيفورم بتاع يونيتي يونيفورم بتاع يونيتي لكن جوا هناك هم ذئاب هم عاوزين اكشلي القبيله بتاعهم يسيطر في البلد نفس حركه لان طبعا هم خايفين ما يقدروا يظهروا وشهم so it's better for them او يظهروا حقيقتهم so the better for them to use others ما انت زي ما قلت كثير ما ناس عارفوا يا هو مخططين بتاعهم ده كله في سوما ويد سوما هنا لما ذاك جا خان سوما يلا قال يا اخ سيريلا ده قبلي وتابع للناس متذكر حتى يوم ده كنا قلنا ماشي it would be a great insult for separatists to be associated with NAS. إن قلنا كلام ده for one reason because NAS never spoke in defense of any Equatorian غير هو قاعد defend South Sudan ونتحدى أي زول تاع ناس يقول لي كلام ده أنا غلطان. South Sudan is number one objective بتاع NAS. When we come to any anything قاعد يكلموا دائما بيكلموا South Sudan and the root cause. Now, Equatorian, the one who are fed up with this political nonsense drama بتاعهم circus الماشي ما بدين لقدام ده جينا تكلمنا قلنا احنا عاوزين نكون دولة لأنه أصلا احنا already كنا دولة عاوزين نكون برانا بس خلينا زي يسيحوا من أراضينا لا أي زول من أبا نايل لا بحر غزال يقعد في أرضنا doesn't matter who you are ما تقول أنت اشتريته ما تقول أنت عسكري أطلع من هناك أرض بتاعنا ناس كان بقى هم يقولي apologize بقى ناس جروب بتاع سوما و including ناس قالي apologize this is the truth even لما المظاهرات ده هم كان قال شنو كل زول لما الاستوائيين مشى مظاهرات في دي سي قال احنا ما بنعرف ناس ما تابعين لنا ده مش هم هسه اليوم عاملين حالهم قالوا هم ماشيين المظاهرات عشان يتكاتفوا مع الشعب وتاب اخوانك لما قاعدين يكركوا اهلهم قاعدين يقتلوهم ليل ونهار يغتصبوا بنات ايكواتوريا لقيت ناس تاع الناس قاعده تسيجت to fight for us why didn't you not all support this وتقول لسوما راح كان نقيف مع ناس ده حتى لو هم for separation لكن نقيف معهم كاخواننا لانه عندهم حق يتكلموا عن حقهم but they didn't feel that is necessary. Instead, they disrespect say ناس زي الحرق وعالم حسب بقى زول بتاع سوما قاعد يحدد أي إيكواتوريا ما تحرق عالم ده كانت حرقته ده ماشي جيل كده imagine ده نفس العالم اللي بيخطوه في قماش تاع دينكا اللي قاعد يمشي يغتصب بنات إيكواتوريا نعم ده كمان في السيم ده بيقول يا أخي دينكا ما كله كابين ومبارح كان جروب بتاعه قاعد يقول أي دينكا قاعد يغتصب ناسنا قاعد يشيل أراضينا يعني قلت لك ناس بيلعبوا فوقنا كانوا إحنا بلي لهم كان احنا ناس زي دمنا ولا شطرنج حتى ضد الشطرنج لعبه ناس فاهمين لكن these people they're playing the weakest game ويلا عندنا the weakest people اللي مستعدين يقعوا لهم كورقه بس and then they want to tell احنا يا عندنا hate اننا jealous let me tell you الترايبال anarchy الموجود في جنوب السودان واضح لو زول واعي بيفهم يا جماعه قال اخطر شيء لما زول جاهل ما عاوز يتعلم ما عاوز يفهم ما عاوز يعرف حقه وين ولما يقولوا بيقوم زعلان من اخوه قال تعرف عشان لانه اخوه ده يمكن هو كان قاعد يلبس قماش مرقع بنطلون مرقع وقدر يدخل في مدرسه لما قدر يعرف يكتب ويقدر يقرا يلا في زول ثاني بيجي هناك حرامي كبير بيقول له يا اخي امضي هنا انا زول مليونير يلا طبعا بيشوف الشكليه تاع زول ده من الزول ده محتال بيقول له بس توقع هنا وكل شيء بيكون كويس يلا اخوه جاء المسكين اللي اتعلم بس بيعرف يقرا ويكتب مثلا اخذ لك سنه الثالثه ولا الرابعه بيعرف يكتب ويقرا لما زول قال يقول حاجه ده فوق مكيده قال لا انت زول ما بتاع انت ما عندك شيء يا اخي زول فاترو يا اخي زول بيعرف كل شيء وزول ده هنا حرامي قاعد يشتغل وبدل يشيل ارضك لان لقاك جاهل وياهو the same thing they're doing to our people وبكره هنشوف احنا ما عايزين نوري بارد لكن احنا هنحارب باي طريقه عشان نقدر
دق قدوس هنا ايكوتورينز كل يوم ياهو هنا قاعدين يبكوا about بقولوا شنو land occupation وبيجي بدق قدوس هنا قال انا ده عندي 2 بيوت في جوبا at the same time وايد بيجي بيشتم ايكوتورينز بيحدد ايكوتورينز because عنده 2 بيوت في جوبا يلا يجي question us upon our ethnicity as ايكوتورينز قال if انت كان صحيح ايكوتوريان you know can I imagine this is the things that we say every day some people are very smart Uma قاعدين يدردشوا Equatorians have been displaced they occupying Equatoria. They are حاجة اليوم أنا قلت I have issue with some South Sudanese. Equatoria is really suffering. Everybody is on the neck of Equatoria. While Equatorians are getting displaced, ناس تانيين occupying ما دينك براو يا قاعد occupying. those opposition, even these very opposition people هم بيجي بيدوقوا دوسهم هنا, they are occupying the land of Equatoria. عشان كده هم بيجوا بيضحكوا فوق ناس because we are at the weakest point now. لأنه ذات الناس عندهم حق في راسك وبيجي بيقول لك في وجه هنا فوقه we are crying, we are losing our lands, بيجي بيشتمونا بيقول لنا إننا شنو لأنه إننا ما بنقدر نقول لنا أنتوا useless لرجالنا. نظري جدهم من فوقنا يقولوا لهم أنت useless يلا يجي يقولوا كمان أنا ده عندي بيوت في جوبا ده ما حقارة إحنا ده ما مشينا قلنا suffering أنا ده عندي هناك كده أنتوا useless أنت حتى إننا عارفين ما useless أنت كان ما useless why you have house here why you don't have in your place why you didn't stabilize in your place. I don't even whatsoever respect زول اللي بخلي بيته ما مصلى بيته مجدة وسكان بيكينج بتاعه يلا بيجي قال دارس تحتر في الزول تاني عليك الدنيا دي ماشي كيف منو يا منو انت تقعد تنبح تشتمني نهار بالليل لكن انت في وين انت كلب في بيتي انا انت في وين just because اننا sign together the جنوبين sign the separation تا سات السودان خلاص قال بيدوا للناس حق عشان الناس خلاص يجوا اي زول يركب في الروح ايكوتوريان خلاص ايكوتوريان ما عنده حق ليه بس يعني جنوب السودان دي ايكوتوريا بس اسال نفوسكم ايكوتوريا ليه بس في ايكوتوريا الناس دي بيقولوا كلام ده كده ما في زول تاني ماشي في بلد يا جماعه دي في ابنال ما في زول ماشي في جهدك ما في ليه ناس ابنال بيجوا هنا بيقولوا قال انا عندي حق في ايكوتوريا ليه وهم ذاته واي كان قاعد يقول هم the 3 people powerful بقول هم the number 3 people the biggest the majority يعني الليله هو بقول كلام سيار لسه تاني رجع في البروتست انت مذكر الكلام ده زول واحد بيقلب نفسه زي هربايه بيجي بكركر بشتم بيجي بيقول انا ما شتمت بيجي
عندنا
بيعمل كده
حلقه
انت
عندنا حلقه بكره بعدين
issue with
دوري
your
بعد هسه شوف معظم الناس بتاع السبورترز داي سبورترز بتاع الناس طبعا لما يسمعوا سخانه هم بيجروا يلا هم فاكرين انه احنا عايشين على انه منو بيستمع وما بيستمع. احنا ما فاضيين. عندنا استوائيين اصليين بيستمعوا وهم مستعدين يقيفوا على الحق. وكان في وقت بتاع احنا نعمل action they are ready. في ناس حتى they talk to us like whenever time we're ready they are willing to give whatever it takes and that's what it matters to us. احنا ما موضوع بتاع لانه عندنا كوره يكون لازم مليان. ففي ناس لما نسمع كلامات قاعد نتكلم ونتعانم في حاجات ده هم هربوا لانه بيعمل لهم ضغط. ما انا قلت لك كلامنا المنطقه بتاعنا دي لازم تكون عندك قلبك ما فوق ما عندك دايابيتس سكري ولا عندك اسمه شنو ده مشكله القلب عشان تقدر تقعد في غرف زي ده. لكن زول المفروض so let's ignore them. المهم العنوان انا خطيته هناك ده اللينك اللي انا خطيته هسه في conflict and crisis in South Sudan ده بيوضح كثير وده اتكلمنا عنه last time وهنتكلم عنه تاني وهنجيب الزول اللي كتبه ذاته Alan Boswell. We're still working on that because I just want to make a time and right time لأنه الموضوع ده هو هيوري بالتفاصيل. استوائية صراحة إحنا في وضع خطير ومحرج وضع فشل. يعني هسه إحنا بقى بيشوفونا كشعب غلبان. عشان كده بتلقى اليوم السياسيين القبليين اللي عندهم مكر اللي هم عاوزين يستغلوا عقول الضعيفة بتاع استوائية وقدروا هسه. عشان كده هسه اليوم تلقى ناسنا ده قسمهم لدرجه بقى في ناس ماشيين وده ناس كمان الحمد لله ده ناس البرة let me assure you this ناس لسه ماشيين في الحاجات برنامج بتاع المحتلين بتاع المعارضه اللي في الخارج ده كله ده ناس اللي برا. لكن صدقني ناس التحت ما فاضيين لوساخه ده لانه ما عارفين شنو الهدف بتاعهم. هم خسروا اراضيهم كرامه بتاع مرته شالوا منه اهانوا قتلوا اخوه ولا اخته. في ناس ذبحهم. يعني انت فاكر الناس اللي هيجي ينسى الموضوع ده كده؟ كان انتوا فكرتوا عملتوا سلام مع النظام ولا انتوا لقيتوا خواجات ده اللي انتوا كان قاعد تستحترونا قال خواجه بيجيب لكم حقكم؟ خلي خواجه يجيبكم في جوبا ده. انا دايركم تجوا لكن اتاكدوا استوائيين اللي تعبانين اللي اهلهم ماتوا ده الا كان دماء اخوانهم ده ما دماء حلال. ده ما عيال تاع ناس وده ما اخوانهم وما عيالهم ما نساوينهم. انت بتشوف بلد ده بيران سموث لكن صدقني الناس دي هينتقموا وانتقامتها ما هيكون طريقه انتوا دايرينها. انت وزي ما قلنا all option in the table and we are ready and when we talking this is serious. في ناس استهترونا قال يا اخي انتوا ذاتوا المنظمه بتاعكم ده شنو؟ don't worry about منظمات. احنا بنوري جهله عشان يمشي يوري معلومات برا لناس اللي ما بيستحقوا. ما في ناس عايزين يطلعوا معلومات مننا. They want to know what we're doing, how we do it. But let me assure you, we're not that foolish. انتوا حاولتوا وجبتوا جواسيسكم وجبتوا فاشلين بتاعكم وحاولتوا. But you will never get anywhere with our information because we know what we're doing. When the zero time comes, because that's the moment where we are waiting for. زي ما قال الحق عنده شنو الصبر. ما worried about what you do, what you say. فيك تستهتر قال يا خليه يصير له whatever this guy ما في واحد ثاني طلع بالروم قال يقول لنا شتمنا سيريلو. هنا قلنا انتوا ما قاعد ترفعوا الليدر بتاعكم سيريلو. ارفعوه فوق بدل تخلوا واحد ثاني يجي ياخذ سيريلو تحت. بس بيجيبوا سيريلو في فيستيفال بتاع 5 سنه 4 سنه 6 سنه ما معروف 6 سنه ده كمان جايين يجيبوه. يا اخي انتوا ما ارفعوا الزول ده. هو جنرال بتاعكم. وروه اتكلموا كان هو سياسي ارفعوا شأنه. كان هو عسكري ارفعوا شأنه. مش بس كله انيفرساري ده تيجي تعمل نفسكم ناس جوه. يلا هنا السياسيين تاع ملكال ديل بيقدر يلعبوا فوقكم. قال يا اخي إننا بنعرف عندنا رؤيه وهنا زي ما جبالي قاعدين يوريكم الحاجات دي كله موجود. ما قدرنا نوريكم موجود في فيديوهات بتاع الناس ديل. انا ما اعرف انتوا اخترتوا تكونوا عميانين كيف يعني. عايزين تقفلوا عينكم عشان ما تعرفوا الحقائق ده. ما الحقائق ده موجوده يا جماعه عيب عليكم. واو. يعني عشان كده انا قلت إيكواتوريان اتحد ارجوكم ما تخلوا الناس اللي برا دي يلعب فوقكم تاني. احنا بنديكم اللي بنقدر عليه لكن بنأكد لكم إن هنقف معاكم لحد النهايه حتى لو ارواحنا بيشيلوا بقوه. إن بنموت شفتها make sure إحنا gonna take life with us. والدار يحدد. For me I already like I told you I'm not joking on this. I never cared much about if I believe in something ما تقول لي منيتا. Just don't go cross me around and don't try to make إحنا ما بنقدر نعمله. Because Equatoria need to have its own independence if it take by blood or by pen. زي ما قلنا. ما في زول بيجي بيتحدانا. واللي عاوز يسأل كيف إحنا بنعمله ليس اقعد هناك انت خليك جاهل لأن انت اصلا ما هتقدر تفهم. اذا انت ما قاعد تستوعب انه وضع انت فوقه ده يخليك تقدر تعرف كيف إن نوصل فوقه. please stop there. انا اعرف معظم الناس بيرسلون كجواسيس عشان عايزين يعرفوا معلومات احنا كيف قاعد نبني قاعد نجد there. when we will not tell you we promise you. وإننا بنعرف زول اللي ما عنده نية كويس جاي في وسطنا قاعد يتكلم عن إيكواتوريا وعاوز يعمل نفسه هو معانا. يلا لما نيجي نلقى هو زول ما نافع صدقني we don't even بنعبرك تاني because we are sick of these traders. لأنه في اليوم إحنا شفنا في Equatorian easy to be sold وإحنا شفنا الخونة والخونة دي حقتهم هيجي يوم ما. أنا عاوز كتير ندي فرصة لديدي and then CJ.
Let me just conclude in my 2 minutes or 3 minutes and I just wanted to say that إحنا ما ممكن Equatorian ما نعمل في نفوسنا كده كالس. ما في زول بيهين نفسه براو. ما في زول بيجيب calamities upon themselves براو. ما في زول بيجيب فقارة في راسه براو. ما في زول بيسحر نفسه. ما في زول بيقتل نفسه براو بجسمه براو يجيب مشاكل له في بيت براو. يلا بيجي بيقول قال بس يلا بس بيقعد بيسكت كلمة مشاكل ده يهيل ميبي لنا سكتنا بس لنا سكتنا. درجة شلوك ساكت ده كمان يجي يركب في راسنا كمان يشتتنا يعمل شنو. ده نفسه رياك مشار لكن they wanna play him and take over but then it didn't work. And then when he stood the turn of Riek Machar who jump out and the same thing they ran from there. They created many different organizations. Manager Mam they came and stuck on Cirilo like a tag. I think they're gonna tick ولا شنو ده جراد ده وشوية جراد ده نمن ركب نمن بقى في راس سريلو. يلا بقى داري يعدي داري ياكل اهله كله سوا. يلا بقى داري يشتمنا داري يلكتشر الناس داري يعمل شنو ونص فويس بتاعهم كم هناك زمان ده هو مشكلة هنا. أنا قاعد أقول ده دارين يفجروا كلي يفجروا داري يجي يشتم لكن نشوف الناس اللي قالوا هم political party هم leaders دارين يجي lead South Sudan ده يا هم قاعدين يعملوا division قاعدين يشتموا ناس يشتم بالleft دارين يوز دينكا ما ننفع دارين يوز إيكواتوريا ما ننفع. يلا إننا ماشيين في South Sudan ده نمشي نقعد نتكتل في بعضنا في حترة اللي هم created من الناس ده يا هم دارين يعملوا زي ده يا كويس ده يا حاجة الكويس كلي إيكواتوريا كلها اسمع كلام ده ولسه هنا هنيجي. ودقيقة هما بيعملوا هنا لما نجي نتكلم يلا because we speak the truth we don't really hide anything يلا they kind of like try to make people not to come you know they're busy running everywhere rooms stolen like crazy they think people don't understand what they're doing and هم قالوا لما الناس بيجي بيسمعوا مليان ناس دل يعني everybody agree with them but people are coming to look at your hypocrisy your idiocy your stupidness the things you say the arrogance you have the anger you're brewing on people the hatred you're brewing on people the lies that you're saying on people your tribal mindset انتوا بتجي تستحتروا في ناس عملوا حقارات يضحكوا في ناس so what لأن كنا لا أهل لأن كلنا من upper night so what يلا يتكلموا يحقروا ناس يلا باقي ناسهم دل أهلهم دل بيجي يلا باقي في النهاية يلا قال دارين يجي يمدحوا طبعا it's okay go ahead and insult my people my Equatorian go ahead insult them go ahead and disrespect them you know تقول يعني سريلو on the whole of Equatoria تقول ناس on the whole of Equatoria تقول كلهم هناك في سوما هو on the whole of Equatoria هم قاعدين ينسى الكلام ده هم بينسى موضوع ده هم قاعدين ينسى الكلام ده what they're creating really they don't know the hatred they're creating they don't know they just don't know what they're doing today is the last and the good thing they're the one Nas is the one who drew the line today قالوا honeymoon Equatorian
Don't mind them on that foolish rhetoric.
They're the one who drew this hatred and this
I know,
war
but
upon us. They're the one who
insult طبعا هم عاوزين mock you because بعدين احنا اصلا ما كنا عندنا علاقه معهم هم يا برام كانوا يعملوا حركات ايكوتوريا
هم ذاتهم ما بيجونا هم بيجوا in the other line when we are not there remember هم بيتكلموا معنا
او تقيف معهم في الفكره but they were trying to نفس حركات بيصيروا دول يستخدموا
I know هم why هم بيمشي هناك if our other part is talking هم بيمشي هناك why ليه and one day I will say it why they هم بيمشي هنا لأنهم هم عارفين ليه هم بيمشي هناك بيمشي يتكلم هناك لأنهم دارين use people and why they're doing that I know and they thought that we're not there when you don't see me as Didi you think I'm not everywhere amongst people they think I don't see them I don't hear them they even talk our language
you don't need to worry about them
and wonder why as John Kur last time come and insult them and they were not found they are too busy being enticed in the rooms while they're being insulted they are called Galinas separatists because they shot themselves on the foot by themselves idiot people they go there and when separatists are speaking they go speak as separatists but they will not come here they don't know that these people also is part of us but also because they're trying to change these people to be part of like to speak
nationalist,
in between and then they'll go there speak the agendas of Nas and then Bashir they'll speak like separatists they shot themselves on the foot by themselves and while we're there too busy trying to tell the Nas the concerned citizens they're fighting against them saying that no this is not the way to go these people are not these people really clearly fighting for all of you but we're not we don't care about you we only care for Equatorians we kind of telling because we've seen Equatorians suffer but because they don't know what they want they really don't know what they're doing they don't that's the problem here confused people that don't know what they're doing and just لو شافوا الناس وفي هناك أهل وفي هناك بيجي بقعد بيتكلم لكن إنت ما تابي له ولا كان إنت عشان ما بيتكلم زي ده وبيحيت إنت ما بيجي يلا بيحرشوا الناس كله they think we don't know وبعدين أتدم you find them in a locked room and then they talk about you and then started it's like devising things against you they think we care really that's why you don't find me among you all the time nothing else but just creating problems over problems I think we're even comfortable in our own zone like what we used to be before this clubhouse things people want to look with hajat sawa and people have to be sawa and when we're in Facebook they don't even come and talk with us they don't even want to they used to oppose us and then in clubhouse here they started confusing people double-minded people ما بيwork كله ما بيwork حتى لو بيجي زول قاعد يشاكل لك زول قاعد يكركر بموضوعك every day and night وانت هنا قال انت you're not fighting for Equatoria you're fighting for South Sudan انت مش كل ما upper Nile and منو upper Nile every day وانا قلنا اقول لك يا اخي زول كان زول جا من هناك قتل اهلك وانت خليت انت سيبه ميت تاكي في جوا انت مش تكور ميت تطولو يا قتلوا براده يلا انت جاي ديدي انا كمان تمشي تجيب زول داك ده يجي ديدي انا anyway انا بس believe here انا بس بيسي قالي this is what these people are doing is really gaslighting people telling you gaslighting means telling you that you're stupid, you're crazy, this thing is not happening. It's not happening completely. You're making it up and blackmailing people. You know, it can kalamta, and I will come after you, and it's useless, it's ana useless. I can jam mahal mabnu, mahal peaceful and stuff like that. What it betak when? It's magadir takfil yunak fi betak. You cannot. You're on the run. You're a fugitive. And you want to talk about me. Ita munu ita عشان ita تفتح كاش مكاني. Ita munu تفتح كاش مكان Equatorian. Can my Equatorians الجابانين دل you know give you a place there. Ita munu تجي تشتم رجال Equatoria ياك. Useless ita ذاته. أنا بخليه هنا. You know, there's some things that's really annoying. It's really annoying. You know. That's my يحقروا ناس. If Nas want to do politics, let people do politics. You know, يلا خليه زول تاني يكون emotionally run off and then started making video that threaten people. Don't threaten people. Anybody showed up in your house, dishes wala CJ wala Muno, that's America, you know. You got the right. Don't even open your door to sit down and talk with an unreasonable person who's emotional. Ma fahim collecting things out of context that legally defend his whole time. Don't even waste your time. That's America. You got your First Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. Anyway, we don't want to waste our time with this people, but الحقيقة بيظهر بعدين. Like tell you, there is a time with us. You know, we got time. هم يعملوا يرقصوا طبعا في كلانس هيرفعوا راية بتاعهم وفي ناس هيرقص معهم. في النهاية هنشوف، لكن حاجة اللي قاعد يوجهنا إنه في ناس قاعدين يموتوا من وراء تحركات استوائيين الإيماتشور ديل اللي بيتصرفوا تصرفات تاع ناس كانوا ما واعيين. يلا هم بيمثلوا حالهم واعيين بس لأنه هم لابسين يونيفورم بتاع ناس الجهلة اللي هم بيكبروا حالهم في وسطنا قال يا أخو متعلمين وانتلكشوالز بس لأن أنت بتعرف تتفلسف في اللغة أو تعرف تعبر نفسك لغويا ما معناته تزول واعي. لأنه ياما لقينا كانوا هم واعيين ما كان حرب بتاع جنوب السودان ده بتطور ل 22 سنة. أنيا ساكت ناس القدامى اللي كان English pattern as بيقول لهم ناس بيعرفوا إنجليزي بس ما بيعرفوا عربي قدروا يحلوا مشكلة ده بدون ما خواجة يجي. لما جاء عملوا اتفاقية لكن الخيانة كان جاء من واحد وياهو دينكاوي جاء لعب دور وجاء جاب أهله وجاء برج البلد وجينا في كوكورا من كوكورا جينا دخلنا وين تاني في جوا حرب تاع اسبيلي تاني جابنا وين هسه الدولة بقى ماسكينه قبيلة واليوم ما يا ريت لو بس دينكا برام الجديد قبليه موجود في قبائل تانيين لأنهم عندهم صراع تاع السلطة. اليوم بكل احترام أنا بنقول ووضوح اليوم شلوك برهنوا حالهم هم كمان عندهم طموح عشان يسيدوا البلد. عشان كده السياسيين تاع الشلوك اليوم عاوزين يبلاي. لو ده ما tribal anarchy then tell me what is this. إذا هم بيجوا بفلسفة بتاع يا أخي ما في عندنا لغة ذاته في استوائية بعشان بيجي يلعبوا قال يا أخي عندنا أراضي سرقوا بعشان بيجي بيقول يا أخي إن ذاته ما تزاوجنا بعشان بيقول تلقاه قاعد يقول يا أخي ما دينكا كله بعشان بكرة بيجي يقول يا أخي دينكا بعشان بيجي بيقول لك أراك مظاهرات يعني قال أنا ما كنت في جزء مظاهرات جنوب السودان أنا بس كنت قاعد نسبورت وهو يا كان قاعد يشجع مطبلات بتاع الناس بعشان هسه جاب برنامج جديد وهم نفس الناس اللي انشقوا من الصومة طلعوا هناك قال يا أخي اتهموا سيريلو وهنا نقيف له يعني كرامة إيكواتوريا مش لأنه سيريلو هو شخصية عشان نقدر نعبده زي ما ناس ثانيين بيعبدوه لكن احترمناه كزول عنده تاريخ وعمل حاجات اللي عمله لكن كمان عيب إنه إحنا نخلي زول زي ده قاعد يجيف بمبدأ هو أوريدي قال مبدأ واضح إنه هو قاعد يفايد لجنوب السودان. نيجي نلقى الناس اللي بيقولوا هم واقفين في طرف بتاع الناس ما قادرين يقفوا يحموا الشخصيه وكرامه هذول بالعكس بيجي بيلقى دينك بيجي بيتكلموا يوم ذاك الروم اللي احنا مقفله قال يا اخي دين يشبهونا احنا ناس وهنا كلهم سوا قلنا نو احنا بنعرف الانفصال ده هدفه شنو وضحنا له لما بقى عاوزين يعملوا حركات كده يقول يا اخي انت قاعد تدافع لسيريلو انا قلت لسن انا بس دايرك ما تاخذ اسم بتاعه مع انفصاليين لان الانفصاليين عندهم مبدا بتاعهم وذاك عنده مبدا واضح. اوكي انت ركز على كلام ده هم حاولوا يجرجروا كده في النهايه هم استسلموا يلا ديلك بقى طلعوا هناك عملوا جروب تاع عصابات طبعا تعرف هم ذئاب بيجوا يقعدوا سوا يلا بقى كلهم يطلعوا احسن كوادر تعمل بيعرف يتكلم لغويا يجي ابوهم قال هاي يلا اجدع بقى يتكلموا كلامات بتاعهم هناك بقى يطلعوا كمان خلفيات تاع الناس اللي هم كانوا بيعرفهم اصحابهم هم رجعوا كلهم في نفس الحلقه قال هسه راح يكون مظاهرات. مش ده نفس البي بي سي ولا بي سي سي بتاعهم اللي هم ناقضوا كان اللي كان شكلوا قريبات ده ناس وول وناس مناسة كلهم دخلوا في امبريلا تاجنو. احنا عاوزين تغيير كده. شوف النفاق واستواء هنا داير يجور حاله مع الناس دي يا جماعه. ما عيب علينا، احنا مفضل نكون واعيين. الاسرائيليين قالوا لما العرب بدوا حرب بتاعهم ايسيس هناك ناس سالهم هم قال listen when the enemy are fighting I'm not gonna get into it, let them fight until the last person stand. انا بيجي بفايت معاه قانون يعمل ايه حركات، لكن بتاعنا ده احنا بس بنجود حالنا مع اي زور. يوم داك لما شكلت دينكا ونوير قام ونوير دينكا يا غلطان في قتل تنوير إيكواتوريان دخل حاله فوقه. تاني كمان هسه سوما هنا جايين يجروا الناس ده عشان يجي يلعبوا دور تاني كمان شنو يرفع واحد قبيله فوق في على النيل وهم يسقطوا تحت. طبعا كان اتكلمنا عن بحر غزال في ناس فعلا مظلومين لانه دينكا قدر يدامينيت دم، لكن في على النيل دي القبائل متنازعه أليس نوير هسه في جروب هم اخذوا قرار واضح عاوزين يكونوا الدوله، وانا بحترم الناس ده اكثر من الناس اللي هم عاوزين يرجعوا يكونوا في نفس الطين بتاع الحركه الشعبيه وعايزين يقولوا التغيير ومفاوضات وكلامات فارغ. وهم جوبا انا ما بقدر يناقضوا ليه هم دخلوا في المفاوضات ده ذاته، لكن عايزين يغش الشعب. احنا عايزين نغير، عايزين نجيب حل. يلا بقى بيجيبوا الصور عشان يلعبوا ايموشنال جيم مع الشعب بتاع استوائيه. ناس لقانين يموتوا بيجيبوا صوره جنة. انا كان مكان بخجل باخذ صور تاع الناس ده. انا كان دي عائله بتاعي فوقه متعذب بمنعهم بقول لهم ما تاخذ صوره تاع ناس. مش يوم ده لما جانا كان عيال الكتالون ده لما هم قال لي نازل متى اطفال الكتالون ده قال ما تاخذوا الصور ده في اونلاين. انتوا احترموا ناس اللي قاعدين يقتلوهم ديل ولا تشيلوا صور تاعهم عشان تلعبوا لعبات سياسيه عشان تقدر تلعبوا في عقول تاع الناس ومشاعر تاع الناس. تقول انا كان نشيل شعارات ناخذه في دي سي، ما يجيبوا حاجه ثاني. اتكلموا بملفات. عندكم ملفات ده ما تقولوا انتوا ناس كنتوا في الحكومه كانوا امبارح. اتكلموا ملفات اللي عندكم لو ده وجيبوه وريبريزنت تو ذا دي سي اللي انت تتكلموا فوقه. اللي انت قلت امبارح قلت تستحترون قال خواجه ما بيجيب لكم حل. احنا ما ماشيين عشان نشحت خواجه يا بشر. لما عملنا مظاهراتنا ما كنا قاعدين نشحت، إن كنا قاعدين برهن قضيه. انت طبعا ما بتفهموا الكلام ده، لسه بعيد عليكم. بس انتظروا الوقت المناسب تفهموا في الوقت المناسب كيف الجيم ده حيكون. لان انتوا قعدتوا كم سنه انتوا ما قدرتوا تعرفوا حتى كيف يقدر يتبني الدوله لما طلعتوا معارضه. اليوم دخلتوا في النظام الارهابي المتخلف اللي اسمه الحركه الشعبيه، في النهايه طلعتوا بانه بقفه فاضي قلتوا انتوا معارضه عشان ترجعوا. اللي انا بعرف انه عندنا عدو هناك في النظام قاعد ماسك احتل ارضنا وانتوا هنا كمعارضه قاعدين تلعبوا ضدنا. استوائيه لازم يكون حر، وحريه ما بيجي باي معارضه ولا بالنظام، بيجي بابناء استوائيه الاحرار اللي هم عندهم هدف واحد. الشعب استوائيه يقف لنفسه، ابناء على النيل يقف لنفسهم، بحر غزال يقف لانفسهم. ذاتس ات. ما تقول لي قال لنا حزب وانا كده. انتوا كلكم جايين من نفس الشيطان اسمه حركه الشعبيه، نفس الشياطين تاع هنا. عشان كده بتقولوا كان شيطان ذاته جاب الحاجه اللي انا ماشي معاه. ما انتوا شياطين، انتوا برهنتوا للشعب انتوا شياطين حقيقيين. You're not true. You're not angels. You're devils. because انتوا عندكم دماء وعندكم اجرام عملتوها، عشان كده انتوا مستعدين تمشوا مع الشيطان. في كتاب انا بقدر انا هتكلم عنه. It's about somebody
الشيطان
who
ده أحلو سوري ولا الشيطان ده أحلو عشان
yeah
كده.
exactly. في كتاب عن واحد قال he gave I forgot not Nostradamus, I forgot his name. I will try to remember the book. I had it. I read it when I was a kid. But this book is funny. الزول ده قال هو داير يجيب نفسه للشيطان لكنه ندم فوقه ندمه نما انه ما صدق حاله. وهسه في استوائيين عايزين يمشي في نفس الندم، لكن we don't care. These people already we are not going to waste our time. لكن ابناء بتاع استوائيات تحت ناكد لكم we are fighting this. حتى لو هم قاعدين يستهتروا هم قاعدين يعرفوا كيف احنا قاعدين نجيب موضوع ده. خليهم يسالوا. احنا قلنا لكم اي زول ما بنمسك فوقه ما بيكون جزء مننا. انا we are sick of people اللي بنشوفهم traitors because we have seen people try so hard and we have tried to respect them لكنهم طلعوا الناس ما كويسين. وانا ما هكتر هنا، لكن ادي سي جي بليز your final thoughts. انا ما عاوزين نكتر ذاته عشان نتكلم عن الناس، لكن yes it comes to some time you get you sick when you think about them to the point that هم ما عندهم reasoning. لانه ده جاي يستهتر هنا بدل هو يقعد هناك يقعد في وقت بتعمل بيطردوا ناس منه. لما تيجي تتناقضهم ما عاجبهم، حتى ما عندهم الشجاعه عشان يجيبوا زول اللي بيناقضهم فوق، لكنهم قاعدين كعصابات ذئاب عشان يجي يتفلسف في الشعب. وطبعا يقعد جهله يجي يستمتع بكلاماتهم. طبعا كل زول بيطلع لك كلمه كده خلاص قال ده بقى كانه بقى ده اينشتاين ولا ده بقى شنو ابن خلدون ولا ناس اسمه ده الفلاسفه ذاك ناس I forgot the name. I remember in Arabic كان في فلاسفه كبار you know المهم maybe CJ know better than on those Arabic philosophers you know ناس ابن خلدون ابو نواس yes هؤلاء الناس اللي قالوا هم طبعا الفلاسفه العرب ديل you know so عاوزين يتفلسفوا في الشعب لان لقوا الشعب جاهل ما طبعا الناس دي كمان كان فلاسفه عصر الجاهل عشان كده هم تعلموا في عصور الجاهليه الفلسفه عصور الجاهليه يقدر يتكلموا زي ده you know
أمل الذمة كل شيء تقول إنه غلام بيدي خير لي من جنة ربي وفي النهاية بيجي يقول أن اللهم لبيك أن الحمد لك وأن الملك ولا شريك لك وما بعد في توبة بك yeah exactly
بس أنا ده بذكر لك هذا المثل بتاع الثعلب ذاك قالوا إنه الثعلب وشنو يركض
جاي فوق
لأنه ده خليه مثل ده يكون لاستوائين يفهموا كويس الثعالب اللي بيلعب في راسنا هسه شكرا
Let me start first of all, you know, yeah, أجت تقول ده حقائق واضحة جدا. تعرف كيف؟ الثعالب طبعا يعني you know, foxes are everywhere, you know, in today's تعرف كيف in the situation that we're going through, the traitors and all that, you know, they are there. هم بيجوا بيلبسوا لباس وبيقولوا انهم ناس طيبين لكن في الحقيقة هم زياب. Let me first start with David. Yeah, طبعا David ما قدر يجاوب, you know, he was unable to answer all the questions that I raised to him. For me it's simple. أنا بقول إنه أطيروا الأشكال هتقع. You know, it says, you know, don't you worry about him, you know, because all kind of birds, you know, all birds kinds are, you know, are the same. So that's why, you know, such individual cannot be able to answer that, of course, definitely. لهؤلاء الناس اللي بتاعت الوحدة, الناس اللي بيقولوا وحدة والعبارة بتاعت وحدة لفظا في موضع معاناة بتاعت الشعب الاستوائي في حالة يعني لا يرثى عليه, you know, in situations where, you know, it's really, they wouldn't even feel it, or they wouldn't feel that, you know, Equatoria is under existential threat and fire, being marginalized, being persecuted and all that, you know, to an extent of genocide, displacements, continuous displacement and all that, is still, we could see those people, of course, calling for, and now we're unity, we're for unity and all that kind of thing. That is not really a feeling. That is something that we wouldn't have expected, anyone would have expected from Equatorians to go blindly, just keep on pushing with those people when those people intention exactly is similar. Nasa Bahar Ghazaleh, if we could see them down there, how many of them are now holding as presidents? How many of them who have been playing the role of what? We are all wanted to, you know, and I was in a campaign for the presidency. You know, how many of them? And how many of them are today first presidents? Imagine all those people. How could they come all from one region or two regions? That's totally wrong. While Equatorial had been sidelined. فنقول انه شنو لشعب زي الجمالي زي ما قاعد يقول المثل انه شنو يعني حركات الجمالي كله للاسف كلمه قاعد يقول معارضه ببساطه زي ما انت قلت يخرج من طرف اللسان حلاوه فيروق منك كما يروق الثعلب بمعنى اخر another way come out of your, you know, of one's tongue a candy, you know, candy حلاوه طبعا all of a sudden it disappeared from you as disappeared, you know, the fox. عارف كيف؟ ده العبارة اللي بيقول العرب يعني لأنه نازل
ما قاطعك أنا فهمته طبعا هو قاصد يعني في الفلسفة ده طبعا كان قلنا إنه يخرج من الإنسان حلاوة
يخرج من طرف اللسان الإنسان بتاعك
طرف اللسان حلاوة يعني there is always a sweet talk, you know, sweet talk, but at the end it turns out to be a fox.
All of a sudden, it disappeared. It disappeared as disappeared the fox. You remember?
Oh, okay. It disappears like the fox because fox is a very cunning animal. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
It can give you a sweet talk, definitely. Can give you sweet talks.
ما
but, you know,
طبعا
all of a sudden-
هم قدروا يلعبوا في مشاعر الشعب الجنوبي عشان كده
Exactly.
تلقاهم اليوم وهم ما دايرين تناقضهم ها. That's why they will never because they are foxes. They will disappear
from time to time. أي
exactly.
يعني ده قاعد يمشي مع شنو؟ قاعد يمشي مع الهواء. قاعد يمشي مع الهواء. مرات في اللغة الدارجة الجنوبيين قاعد يقول شنو؟ ده قاعد يمشي مع الهواء بس. كان هواء مشي يمين كان مشي شمال. So how can I trust you and say let us go for water? يلو قاعد يقول شنو؟ قال you're prolonging the regimes, you know, that regime's period. You know, that is all nonsense.
وهم كان جزء من الرجيم. كانت خير. هم جزء من الرجيم. هم يبنوا الرجيم وكانوا يرفعوا جونجرين. يا إلهي.
Exactly. So هنا هيدل is too much, my dear. It's too much. Nazil, leave alone. They are the same elements. When we come out and say, okay, we are for separation of Equatorial. No. Can't طبق السماء والأرض هنا. You can't get there. Imagine denying my right. Something that is being legalized worldwide. And no ayazul, any nations, any people who feel they can have their right to become a nation. لو توفرت كل الظروف للأسف الشديد. There is flip-flop here. This is one of the things that, you know, really, if you come across flip-flop individuals, please don't trust them. You better walk away. You know, that should have been the point. For Equatoria, there's no doubt, you know, we're going to stand, guys. Whatever it takes, we're going to stand. And believe me, we will succeed. At the end of the day, and we prevail, whether they like it, whether the enemy like it or not. I know this is how those people are playing their tactics. You know, today, women get the bullshit, and the next day they will say something else. So, for us, Equatorian, let's just stand. We know in every moment, there's always في ناس الكويسين وفي ناس اللي قاعدين يلعبوا بالوتر. Today, women قاعدين يدوا نفسهم credit. They began to credit themselves and we are the best. We are. That is nonsense. فما تسمع. قالوا الكلاب النبيهة قلتهم بعضي. عارف كيف؟ الناس اللي بيقولوا كلامات كتير بالكلام من الصعب يؤدي لشيء. الليلة ما مدى مقدار الجبن بتاعهم look at the cowardness. When they start, the first start was that, okay, and the machine rally for DC. All of a sudden, then they turned out. When they swept their tail. So why? Why is that? Why don't you be brave enough? But then that is not the way how we have to build that country. That is not any longer a country. They've already spoiled it right away from the beginning. When there is no constitutions, when somebody has to come up with his own constitutions, then start imposing it on people coming or hijacking the people, Masalam country. What do you expect of that? Government of technocrat Barbaric way that what technocrat means and it house nas what we are looking at them now today when to shift left and right. Why do we have to come up and just do jealous? أنا عملت كذا أنا قريت كذا ما لازم كل قرا يا أخي. Do we need to go and just do jealous نقول أنا قريت أنا عملت كذا أنا كذا? No, it doesn't have to be this way. In the Western country, لأنه هم قاعد يشوفوا أنه today, if it wouldn't have been that war, الشالنا مثلا nearly half a century, if not 150 years, if it wouldn't have that war. كم في زول الليلة بيتكلم أنه أنا تعلمت كده أنا كذا أنا engineer. No, that's all nonsense. Nobody would have talked that or PhD or all that when all people are educated, like in the US, in all those Western countries, where education is open to everyone, to the level to higher level. So nobody would have talked. Still, they don't have any feeling. And those of us, those among us, those who are not lucky to get educations, there were some reasons. There have been hundreds of some reasons, such as the war, the ongoing war, where people were born in war, where people are also perished in war. So because of all that, you shouldn't come up and start coming up and start proudly saying, no, cousin. That is nonsense. This shouldn't be. If you're really intellectuals, if you're really educated, that shouldn't have been your word. It's unfortunate. And guys, yeah, this is how life is. There's always players in every time, as I've said, there's always players. But we have to be careful as Equatorians. We know how far they're insulting us, insulting our women, our sisters, our mothers, and all that. Despite all that, it still غير النظام. وقت أنه ذاك النظام ده is working. So my brother Jay Freedom قبل شوية أنه this is the kind of detectives ناس اللي موجودين دي. Those are dictators. ناس اللي عاوزين يهيمنوا على الناس بأي أسلوب. They just want it. They are totally different than the Arab. Yeah, and it's true. It's true. Each of them wanted to find a way, find a ground in Equatoria. They just wanted to, force out all the people of Equatoria so that they can get there and get the lands and all that after all. So those who are going to DC, main aim is similar to the same regime today. So let's not get confused. Let them not confuse people that we who are now challenging and criticizing what they are doing and their behavior and mentalities, let them not twist it and say, okay, we're prolonging the regimes. No, we're not prolonging the regime.
No, and add to that, no, we are actually want them to stop going there. It's not our business. They can go as long as they want, but let them not use Equatorians. لأنه هسه عايزين يستغلوا استوائيين من جديد. That's why we don't accept that. سياساتهم المكارة ده enough. Game ده واضح. الكرت مكشوف. خلي ما يلعبوا في استوائيين.
We're the voice of the voiceless. Indeed. What you have said is correct. And the voice that voiceless, Equatoria. People who are now under the tree. Moms who are suffering. A child who's dying at this moment when we're talking. While we're praying for God and Rabbani Diyumalafi. We're struggling to say the truth. This is not the way. The way out would have been, we know what the way out is. But they wouldn't come and reach us. Yeah, of course, they are afraid. They don't want the truth. If you associate with a criminal, you're a criminal. Can't associate with Maharami. You're a thief. You're a thief. Whatever, that is by associations. That is how your crime is. So let some of them, for those who are insulting us today, let them come out and say, oh, أنا بريء. أنا ما شلت تعريفها من هناك عشان بكرة يشوف كير كان بيلاحق وما بيلاحق. Those of كير بيلاحق ولا ما. There come a time, where we start doubting about those people. Some of them seems to be getting some support. من الرجيم اللي هناك بالذات. Because how do you know that? We know that through their language. We can see their language. And we know that, according to reliable sources, that, regime is using all its power, using money as a means of how to turn up everything, everyone's, and go after all those people. Those who are outspoken, who are coming out and speaking out in public. No. So this shouldn't be the way. This is not the way. Take your way, guys. You just proceed as you like, but make no mistake.
Let me close this room and open another one, please, because to continue just this, because it's gonna cut off.
No, I'm not going for long. I'm going to Anarchy.
Okay, thank you. Man, let's save the room. Let's save the room.
زي ما يقولوا شنو الجمل ما بينسى جرقبته تعرف كيف؟ يعني simply كمل بينسى وجب رقبة بتاعه. بيقول أنا SPLA نقول له لا لSPLA. We say no to SPLA, and they still saying no. Let's go for unity. Let us unite with SPLA. That's exactly what it is. Okay. Which SPLA? The new one. Thank you. All right. God bless you and bless everyone, guys. We pray for people, homes, and everyone who have joined us and who is going also to listen to us. نشكركم على الاستماع ونقول ربنا يبارككم وتكونوا في رعاية الله إلى وقت آخر نتقابل إن شاء الله. Thank you.
شكرا بس سيجي انا بس نقول انه الحاجه ده هينتهي ما عاوزين نخسر. next time we will talk. زي ما قلنا خدنا اللينك اللي خدناه هنا conflict and crisis in South Sudan.
That's enough for today.
Equatoria. This by itself it explains اي استواء لسه عميان قد يقرأه. You know خلي أنا كنت في الأخ يوهان want to come up but unfortunately my brother I want to give you a chance but unfortunately this recording, but if possible I can give, if you want guys, I can give another chance just for 20 minutes and then bring Johan up later in the next room. Just I'm going to put it just continuation.
Next room.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Johan, just expect and follow us. Continuation, we're going to be in Equatorial nation and we're just going to do it right now, continuation. So let me end this one. Thank you.
All right, greetings South Sudanese. Sorry guys, مرحبا مرحبا. آسف أنا كنت كان نفتح روم تاني جديد في الكلاب هاوس. أيوة أبو نواس. Thank you Shiva. How you doing? Let me just connect the other one here, you know, while I'm doing this live. Yes, Mr. Johan, thank you for joining us. I invite you up, my brother. And if you can pin other people, Mr. CJ, I pin you. Others. Yeah, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Shukran li maji'ak. Yes, guys, as you see, we are talking. Hopefully, yeah. Oh, I thought people hearing me there. Yeah, welcome, Mr. Johan. Thank you for joining us. I'm here still in Facebook. We made 5 minutes and 53. Wow, 53 minutes. So thank God we did save.
Sorry, I didn't see him. I was trying to pin, you know.
Yeah, yes.
Johan, how are you?
Hey, hi, Didi.
Welcome, brother. We want to hear your voice definitely, and thank you. CJ's here. Welcome. Yeah. So this is a continuation to what it is, the rise of tribal anarchy, and so of course I wanted to hear from you, and I want to hear from others. So we'll make it like 30 minutes to 20 minutes, and then from there we finalize it. And those in Facebook, we want to say thank you for joining us, because it's really important to hear you. Also, convey your comment or any question, ask us. Unfortunately, I wasn't around in the comment section in Facebook, so I couldn't tell what people are saying. But I appreciate you, those who are writing. Even if you contradict us, it's okay. If you are with us, that's awesome. So we're not going to get upset because.
Yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you very much for this. Yes, for giving
Yeah,
me
you're
this
welcome,
opportunity.
brother.
Thank you very
Further.
much.
So go ahead, put your thoughts, and let me connect my device here.
Yeah, I know it's complicated, especially with Facebook and Clubhouse. You know, the names can just be changing itself every now and then because people like to use pseudonyms, especially with Clubhouse. And I would really like to appreciate you very much. أنا ممكن بقدر أتكلم بعربي ملخبط طبعا.
Yeah, feel free. It's good. Yeah, feel free.
You guys. Arabic is like way back. أنا ما بعرف كنت في الثمانينات. طبعا أنا بكون أكبر منكم بكثير. But I would really like to appreciate you very much, especially you, Odysseus. يعني تجي مثل ما أعرف عسكرية ولا شنو بيقول له أرمي قدام وورا مؤمن تكون يدفع الورا ده. يعني أنا ما بعرف أنا بشكركم كيف. You make me so proud. It's like I was talking to my younger brothers and sisters, especially Didi. It's almost like I named one of my younger cousins or nieces, especially my younger nieces, like Didi, something like that. Thank you very much. Yeah, you have a very unique name, and I really love it. And when you speak out, especially when you're emotional, I can tell you're a typical Equatorian. And by the way, you guys should not undermine yourselves. I mean, Equatoria is something, I don't know, it's completely unique. I don't know why we didn't claim a whole country by ourselves. I mean, if Rwanda or Burundi can claim a country, and we never did. We actually accepted to be called Southern Region, and all this other garbage was dumped on us, like Upper Nile, Equatoria, Upper Nile, Bahar al-Ghazal. It's completely pointless. And when you look, let me give you a little bit of history background. Equatoria was actually part of the Belgian colony. It was actually leased out to the British because the British were actually trying to find the Nile, I don't know, the root of the Nile or something. They had to lease Equatoria from the Belgians just because they were following the Nile. They want to know the root of the Nile. And we ended up being lumped up with all these British Empire. And we ended up with this big Sudan, and then we ended up trust me, we will never mix up with these people. It's gonna take forever. And what you guys have started, even if it takes 200 years, it's gonna happen. I know you don't have support now, but it's a matter of time. I mean, who would believe? Yugoslavia. We just forgot about Yugoslavia. Do you remember that Amarat or Biyuta Labino had a parliament in Yugoslavia? Yugoslavia was a country, but now it's 3 countries: Serbia, Bosnia. So I don't know. Then they can get additional Montenegro. Why did they break up? They broke up after 200 years because they cannot mix up. Cultures will never mix up. We are unique.
And you guys are a very perfect reflection. Imagine it on Sukhar. I'm sure you were born in the 80s, but you guys can sense it. No bugger limo. This fake unity altaga and nasgamul and nasgamul. It's gonna take a while until they realize it is not gonna work out. I'm in total support of you guys, but you guys are pioneers. I remember when Odysseus came out in Facebook, people tried to push him around. We want to see your face and all this nonsense. Now, welcome to Clubhouse. Whose face is out there? Nobody's face. Even you, Didi. I wish I could see you and hug you. I can't even tell how your face looks like. So everybody's in the game. You guys play the game and move the chess game. Move it around. You will never be played. I'm sure, Zaitangi Kelemeni, Shulu, where they'll try to play you. They'll try to play you around, fight their battles. Because, trust me, they're also smart. Especially Shuluk Nazakan Girib Mashimalin, so they're a little bit civilized. How come they're not in the leadership now? They're not. Because they know how to play the chess game. Munar Finas al Galab Lomon, Finas al Gisera Lomon, Finas al Gam Lomon. They've enriched themselves. Now they want to come to leadership. Very soon they want to use you. But like I say, يعني اللعبة دي كبير. في pawns فوقه, في clowns فوقه. The biggest pawn Kir Asarif, Lari Tala Reis. Who could believe that? And now they're using people all over the place. I know the fight is not going to be easy. Yeah. But you guys are turning against each other sometimes. لأن في جزء من تقدر على بلعبة unity يوم بعد كلام فارغ تاني. Be very observative يعني عين تكون قدام. ما تكون سيبا أخوانا تكون أنا أعرف في فترة ثانية تكون تالك عنه في ناس ندر استفيد من تكون ولا في أساس رالي سيتي تكون ولا درام شنو. وفي جزء منهم كان قال لي تكون ذاته بكون حكومة دي كمان بيستك دي تكون عشان تكون تتومن. Yeah, I totally understand that too. وما تنفيك قال تكون براو يعني في أخوانا تكون الكبار قاعدين تكون. ومن ما قاعدين تكون بساكت لأنه من ذاته فخور بيتكون شديد لأنه إنما يتوقع قال في جزء من الناس يعني في جيل التحت لأنه نحاول ونسو. قال يا أخوانا في حاجة قروة كده ما كويس. لكن الناس تاني ما قاعد أسمع. يعني أنا بشكر بالذات أوديسيوس لأنه طلع في فيسبوك بمفتوح ورياض جنته بمفتوح. Sometimes أنا زلقي كافانا جين قال لي زول ما كمان جي إكسبوز يعني كيف هو وين لأنه فاجأ تاني قال أو بتاعت تاريخ تنا طويل. كانوا زمن الإنجليز حاول يستعمروا محلات الجنوب دي هم ما قدروا ليه لأنه هو ودنكا ناس these guys are too violent. That's why I tell you محلات دي كان they were considered يعني محلات مقفولة. يعني it's either they commit genocide يمسح ناس كله يا منفتز خيار تاني وما لقى خيار تاني. الحمد لله مجي لقى إكواتوريا ناس زي ما بعرف استمارة بلجيكا ولا شنو ناس زي a little bit يعني they are a little bit civilized. They were able to settle down مع ناس زي لأني ده كان ملاحظ زمان خونوا southern region شفت Upper Nile وبحر الغزال the first governors they were from Equatoria. في اثنين مناطق دي إكواتوريا يا كتب لأنهم لقى قال يا أخي ناس يعني بقدر قودوا دولة بقدر أعمل settlement بقدر أعمل تقدم على الأقل. So the first jealousy دي ناس استوائية بدأ في الزمن ده. They are أول generation يا
nas Aldo Ajoten, nas Diu, nas Mono, hata madaris alamalu nas Rumbeg, amalu fi manatik tanaza عشان أساسا كان يسخف ونازل لازم ما داري يفهم. يا ريت كان ما داري يفهم زمان، لكن هسه بيستخدموهم. يا ريت كان بيستخدموهم مع أهل، يستخدموهم مع شماليين ذاته. Do you know why Anyanya one failed? Anyanya one failed just because the Arabs were able to use these their cousins. أنا بختبر ناس أبناء البرغزال the cousins الشماليين، لأن العرب لما جاء ما جابوا نسوان، استخدموا نسوانهم يا ولد قبائل ناس بيقولوا مصرية. يكفي قبيلة اسمه باسم دولة ولا بني آمر مثلا زي ناس شرق السودان ده، يا أخي قبيلة بيسميه باسم إنسان. لأنه الناس كان بيستخدموا يعني طرق عجيب منهم يا هوا في أبيه. بيصدق كان سلطان بيجي he will make sure that every person who gets married they have to take their wife to be blessed by the king. And the king usually it's an Arab guy. He will sleep with the wife. The first child that is produced is actually his legitimate bastard child. And that child will be named after him. That's how they created all these tribes, the Beni Amir, the Masriya. And these tribes are now the real threat to South Sudan. These created fake tribes are the ones becoming a problem to South Sudan. That's why they didn't have any identity. They came up with all this creation, calling themselves Arabs and all this nonsense. Unfortunately, Shimalin, Abar al-Ghazal or Alini, they buy into this shit. That's why Equatorial becoming a state is almost becoming impossible. Okay? The moment Equatorial declares in itself almost a country, trust me, mark my word, you expect an Islamic state coming to the south. And you can see it from this Tutkeo and Abdel Baghi Ayi and this nonsense who are actually pushing for the agenda of the Islamists. These guys will get tons of money. Like now, even seeing further south in Africa, in Mozambique, wherever this Islamic state trying to form itself, or even this Congo, they are Muslims. They are now pretending to be, I don't know what, because people just want power. The Muslims are ready to pay them to finance another El Shabaab. You see how dangerous this is. This Upper Nile, this Baragazal you're talking about, these people are half animists and half Muslims. They are the biggest threat. If the State Department doesn't think of something or creating a base, these are the next threat to the southern region, because these people are so determined, they're so ready to sacrifice their own just to stay in power. So this issue of Equatoria as a country is actually a very, very, very big thing that I don't think even Nasina CJ or Didi ولا Odysseus Bagder داير قوة كبير أكتر من ده، لأنه ناس زي يتمسك للسلطة لدرجة بعيد، وعرب دي يستقدي. So I'm so proud of you, but the fight is a very big fight. I hope people are listening. I hope you have a very big support. أنا قاعد جروب تكون بس صغير، ناس هسه مشغولين في الرالي، وطبعا الرالي ده كويس وبطال، طبعا ما معروف شكله ده كله شكله السلطة. People wanna stay above والناس ندرجين في رقبتنا. And Equatoria being above is kind of scary. ما قال لي Baragazal بس حتى لو أنا they are trying to make Equatoria a tribe. And once Equatoria becomes a tribe, it's the biggest threat, because the moment Equatoria becomes a tribe, And you know what tribe is? Tribe is not really حاجات الناس يكلميني أو ناس بوني سلطان واحد. No. أنا كان أقول ريتا قال لي أصل زي في أمريكا Republican Party ولا Democratic Party. The biggest fear is for these parties to become tribes. But the real definition of a tribe is a group that thinks in a very rigid manner. زي ولايات التقاني في جنوب زي ناس Tennessee, Mississippi, they always vote one-sided. They don't reason. So if one time Equatorial becomes like that, they don't reason. They behave like Dinka. They vote one way. What do you expect? Equatorial will always vote for an Equatorian. If democracy will just be out of the window. So كنا in Equatoria عابس في سلطان نبيس بيفوت له وبالتالي رئيس. That's why these people are sabotaging democracy. Equatoria is already a well-established nation. They don't want a democracy to be formed in the southern region because these people will think one way, like what they are behaving, they will always vote in an Equatorian. Nazaldo ajo dengi jere tagano mundir koun wilayat tanin ziyada mundir 32 they just want representation for parliament عشان denka كتير they can sway in legislation whatever, but trust me, it's always gonna take for a while. It's always gonna die down. We were never meant to be one nation unless they have to accept حاجات تانية. يعني إن إيكواتوريا عشان نطلع بطريقة إن تفكير قبائل إن سوبر مع كاراكا لولوبو شنو. We admire our diversity. We never fought each other. And our cultures melted together. We became one entity. And we became a region. And I could also say we became a country. لكن كده بالجور لنا قال فاجة تاني كنا في southern region شنو geographic location وكلام الفارغ يا سورنا مناس تانية التقاين يعني كده والناس دي يعني sometimes I feel sorry for them. يعني في ناس تانيين كويسين مثلا ناس واو ناس تانيين ناس مرلي they don't want to be there. يعني يمكن عندهم هلم ممكن ترى زي ناس استوائية لكن طبعا الناس تانيين دي ما قد لهم فرصة قبلية دي too much and كورم وندير مساعدة جزء منهم يعني ناس شلوك دي all crying on mother kilta can separate that's why they wanted our help and some of them are even ready for leadership so can يكون من Equatoria الآن هنا عندي فرصة الوحيد على الأقل بيكون في تقدم. So sometimes تم كمان بدي لهم فرصة شوية ما تكون كمان so tough لهم تقريبا. I'm telling you these guys will never survive and see them ناس الأكيد تقريبا Dinka where all those people understand is violence. So let's play the game right and I hope we will succeed. Our agenda is not leadership. That's why you don't see our faces flashed all over the place. We're not on a campaign trail because the environment is not really suitable for that. All we want is change. If it doesn't happen, maybe our own country. And I know ممكن كده قال يو نازل كان بعدين نكون برامج بالشكل بدون نانو في قبائل تانيين كبار وكده كده في حاجة واحد ما فاهم قال أساسا إنه من زمان كنا ما بقدر شكلها بدون نمشي شكلها ليلة. Yeah, I know. ناس أجي شكلها. We are fighting. I know. يعني for the first time Zande Evi Shakla Manas. Manas Balanda wala shino. Taman Balanda yeah. Asli Tomon min Apana Baral Gazal. Like they were able to accommodate these people for all these years. For the first time, they started slaughtering each other. Yani, what do you expect? Yani, you bukra zatu, bukun dinka, mundari man, bari bada katul warun kaman.
Just to
I know
remind you something too, in Baranda and Dogo, the Manatic can't have Equatoria, and Huma can't part of Equatoria.
Yeah,
But they got divided. Yeah,
I know that. Not only that, Hata Dinkabore, do you know why they are trying to squeeze themselves into Equatoria? Because
the land with Equatoria, Bordema belong to Dinka. Dinka as a mind of Makan. That's why we asked them question, where Dinka belong to. But they want to kind of lie like, oh, Border can in a Dinka board, Manatin Juzu in Equatoria. No, you're not. Dinka has no place in Equatoria. Never. Only just recently.
These guys are gypsies. You know, in Europe, what gypsies are? These are people who just move around. They are just people who hunt for opportunities. Kan jina fa hagiga dinka de asasa niyamu ndukuru. Dena sabis gifeti sumahala al-zaraum. Al-zarabis mo bis bijamu bija take advantage. The reason why they were never categorized into different tribes, the Equatorial Nadi, Avokaya, wale nas Mundu, wale Nadinas, Nasanin Nadinas, Lokoya, wale Shinshu, it's because these people didn't have any leadership. Now they just move around. So everywhere they go, Basalumon Gala Dinas Dinka because they're migratory. And they claim Galmunia Akbar Gepila. They are not. These people, because they're all over the place, you have to Galmun Mungetir. If we squeeze them, if they're all brought together, you will be shocked to find that these people are actually a group of thugs that belong in one small place. Historically, they are even not cattle herders. Go way back in history, during Samuel Baker, these people are fishermen. They are hunter-gatherers. You know what hunter-gatherers are? These are people way back during civilization who never even settled down. Abugar almun legato leleta gaya no mbare umunindure. Well, legato in Zande. They used to be employees lenas luode. They used to be just nasal bes limumun ga tala na abugar time. All of a sudden mon own. Why do you think money into culture as Serega? Because the first development almun amo finefsa to tomon ya Serega. They took people's cattle, they took care of them, they owned them. Now Serega they become an industry. And these guys will never stop until somebody stops them. Yeah, and modern institutions, the government institutions, all they know is just stealing. Something has to be done to put a stop to this. Obsession tomon mabugare bigger too much. To the point alzatu bigger biblical. Ita kan bizikir fi gisa ta Musa zamanu jamin ras jabal fi man sena uje ligona zibiga ga abedu bagara. Galde biga ya Allah tutumo. This is exactly what these stupid folks are doing. They are worshipping cattle. They are ready to kill another individual that looks exactly like them. This is an abugarto. This thing has to come to an end.
It will.
It will. And I promise you guys, don't even undermine yourselves. I know they're calling themselves born to rule and nonsense. Their biggest fear is either revenge from their own kind or fear of somebody taking over the country and developing it and becoming a real country. And they themselves will have to be taught a lesson. It's a very unfortunate integration to Guari is not going to work. What do they have to offer? Damn. Let me tell you something. Imperialists, they had something to offer. Even in English, it's because they offered for us something better. اللي هو يا استقرار وتكوين الدولة. What do you think Dinka they are offering? They are below that. We are above them by far. Their fear is being led. They are comfortable. بس يكافوا بيحكموهم. وناس ما بيستحل حاجة تانية إلا قال يحكم. The only difference is we are so nice. We are so lenient. The very best lesson الناس اللي يقول يا في شمال قريب ده في شمال قريب ده خرطوم ومعلات ده ما مناطق تدينكا. Why were they kicked out of there? ليه Arab ده استخدموا عنف لهم? Do you know how many Dinkas were killed? Do you know in 1956 or 55 the majority in Khartoum who ethnically who were they? They were these Dinkas. They were massacred, they were killed, they were kicked out. Because these people are never organized. They are so primitive. They are savages. The only difference is we never implemented the exact thing that the Arabs did. Few months ago, or a month ago, when Kahadna del Roa decided Katalo, Mar, Nasfi Kadaru, do you know the reaction that Shimalin did? They went and burned down the whole village. I'm akid, 98%, 95%. Nasa alam al-harakat al-mabam fare, ma fi Equatorial for wala wahid. في الشمال دي كلنا سطرنا نازل ما سطرنا تبيعة تطمن but they keep misbehaving. يا ريت كان في الشمال في أستراليا في أمريكا they keep misbehaving. They took our name to the dirt. اسم ده تنقى الجنوبيين كله شيلوه في التراب because they go out there they claim oh, South Sudan they Denka, South Sudan they Kida, they make the whole South Sudan to sound like it's only two tribes. Mark my word, if South Sudan was only two tribes, by now, another Rwanda would have happened in South Sudan. The only reason there is no Rwanda in South Sudan is because of Equatoria. We were like the buffer zone, keeping the peace, keeping everything intact. Somali is one ethnic group. They were never able to become a stable country for over 10 years. These guys are meant to be ruled and are meant to be led. I wish we could all come out together and plan like what they're doing day and night, planning to rule us, which is very ridiculous. If we all come down and actually strategize and plan to rule them, it would have been better. Where in the world that you think that the majority nonsense of Tumuna Wonki Ethiopia, Oromo Delia majority, are they ruling? Kenya today, but you know, but the Latin Sena, Moi, Hakemuma, fix them up, Lari Kutumantala, Monazamun. But do you think the Kenyan, the Kikuyu will always rule? No. Uganda, the only reason why Uganda became a separate country was because of the Buganda kingdom. Did you see any Buganda ruling? No, they never ruled. So, Kidi Palmungi majority. Yani nazi kifike gal kilma majority algistaqdimu fi democracy ده يعني all of a sudden بس كان ديمقراطية عملوا ومن يبحكم. It's a challenge for them. Let them implement a true democracy and let's see if they will win.
Exactly. Democracy will
not.
defeat.
So CJ, you know, this is, and my best friend Didi, you guys are doing a nice job. Don't undermine yourself and don't, especially Didi, don't become too emotional and expose your weakness. You're really not weak. You're the strongest of the strongest. You keep Equatoria proud and keep talking and speaking. It really doesn't matter if how many people listen to you, because it's always a matter of time. Even if it takes 200 years, you will be remembered. And the fight is bigger than the small talk, guys. It's not about our faces. It's all about our ideas and agendas. Even those who do not speak up, they will always be heard. And it's all about playing the game, moving the chess games. There will always be pawns, and there will always be kings, and there will always be clowns. You just know yourself where you sit on the table, and let us watch the game. Thank you very much. And I think you can put me down. I'll always enjoy listening to your guys' voices. You are our next hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Johan.
Thank you so much. Johanna, I just wanted to give you thanks really so much. Yes, you're my best friend. And yeah, thank you so much. I really gain and appreciate what you're saying. And I'm really humbled to hear. We're so humbled to hear what you're saying. Thank you very much, really. And kalamat ito good to the kulu and kalamat. Very strong and powerful and kalamat sa. And they جزء من كلامات الكلام قبل أنا كان دار كلم قال you know I know that we have people hearing. I know that we have أخواننا النقاسمة. ما كل الناس deaf ears طبعا. You know ما ناس كل الناس كافو. ما كل الناس you know خلاص give up. كلام كده فعلا صح. وده كلام بيسجع لنا شديد وبيسجع أخواننا تانيين ذاته. أنا أعرف قال you know ناس كنا دنا it's like أنا ما give up. أنا ما give up في بعدين وأنا ما give up في بلد تاننا. وده حاجة ما في حاجة ما في زول بيوقف لنا ما في زول بيستوب لنا. شكرا شديد كلامك كده مفيد شديد. شكرا.
Thank you, Brother Johan. Well, your name sounds like a German, Mr. Johan. You know, it just reminds me of some friends of mine named Johan from college long time ago. He's German. So I really appreciate you, Brother Johan. And continue also, you know, encouraging and awakening our people, because I see your wisdom. And I know you're not sitting down idle, just silent. You're telling our brothers and sisters to wake up, to do the right thing, to stand for themselves, not to follow, because it's done following this you know rhetorics and notion that we have to always listen to propaganda and all these nonsense that does not get us anywhere. We're not going to be the tail. If we're going to be partners, let's be partners. If we're going to be the head, let's be the head. If we're going to stand for ourselves, let's stand for ourselves. There's nothing else for us to argue on that point, that we need to allow others to kind of insult us and undermine our right. So I thank you. And you said you want me to drop you down, right?
Oh, yeah, you can go ahead and just drop me down.
Oh,
But
okay,
thank you very much, Odysseus, for bringing that expression. We always don't want to be the tail. We always want to be the head. And you guys are actually the head. I know a lot of people have been insulting us, making us always the tail, because all they see is the tail. They don't know who is behind. And we are always behind you guys. As long as you guys remain the head, especially Didi, keep on being our head. And we are all behind you when we're all watching. We are like the watchers. Thank you guys very much. I'll continue to listen. Don't mind about my name. It's not about our name. We'll never use our names as an emblem. No, we are not using our names, and we'll never use our tribes as our emblem.
Yeah, I'm proud of you. Thank you very
Equatoria
much.
is great, Equatoria is strong, and we're always watching you guys. Thank you guys very much, and keep up
Thank
the
you.
fight.
Amen.
Thank you. And I like what he said there, that, you know, in Facebook, Nascan, people are crying that, you know, oh, pictures. And then now in Clubhouse, you don't have to have it.
Yeah, exactly. I always say that Odysseus is the pioneer of Clubhouse. Because you remember how they always like to attack you, demonize you, we want to see your face. No, you're almost like a god. No face, no nothing. And always your idea is up front. So keep it up and they will always follow
Exactly.
you. You are now the head and keep it up. They will always follow you. The day they see your face is the day they will never forget your face. Thank you guys very much. And thank you, my beloved Didi. Keep it up. You are our head and we'll follow
The
you.
leadership
Thank you.
in the form of simplicity. It's not actually about yourself.
Thank you.
It's all about, you know, what you believe in, what you're doing, putting your people first, especially our people who are voiceless and speechless. Why should I just decorate myself and dress myself and want people to see me up there when my country
Absolutely.
is bleeding, when my people are bleeding? It's about how much I'm pouring into what is the issue of my country, highlighting what is happening there, not dragging the attention to me, you know. So you know who their heart is in the right place by what they're focusing on, where they put their focus, not put their focus in the wrong place. And this is our weakness as Equatorial, always bishatumona bgulu. Ito best nothing there haflat umata shunu hotelat wajad del ushunu del. And we're trying now to come up with a different phase, a phase that focus putting our people first. And I really thank you so much for what you said. And yeah, we're in a generation whereby we're not going to be gullible, we're not going to be cheap, we're not going to sell ourselves short or cheap, we're not going to be double-minded, we're not going to be like deceived by words, because we have been there. What I love about Charles, even Charles has joined the SPLM when he was young. That's why I said I examine all my people that joined when they were younger. He came out so powerful. He overcome and realized, and last time he was saying that, yeah, Jama, don't you see how what have happened? Use me an example. I've been here, I've been there, I've fought hard, but at the end of the day, we realize we Equatorian, no matter how contribution we've done, no matter anything that you've done, it will be brought to nothing. And then on top of it, beta kaya shallow, iyala kaya be abused, everything. ما في زول بيجيف later. انت ما تمشي تحت راجل تاني ولا تحت زول تاني تقول انا بشيلك كده انا بوديك left. ما في. Uber ذاته كان انت بودي له house address تاكي ولا taxi وما بشيلك in the right place. Sometimes even if you give them the address, even هم ذاته بيhijack it بيشيل it في corner تاني بابيس it. You have to be the driver. You have to be the director. You have to be that minister. You have to be that person that fight for yourself. Ita ما بتجي تكون act like you're confused. Ita running left and right. ما بدوك احترام. You want to agree مع ده, agree مع ده. Ita لازم تجيب في محلك. Ita لازم to fight for your own home. Ita يتدي قرار. Ita بتجي yes, I heard you saying this. أنا كمان in this what can we do now? Or this is what I have that we can do. Yeah. Or ita gum hinaka, like I always say, this job is a big job. We take every Equatorian jib, ahal taki jibu, yumes taki jibu, yabis taki jibu, jibu kutaki jibu, munu everybody. Kali يتكلم في قضية إكواتوريا ده ما قضية قال اللي بيتكلموا فوقه بس زول واحد بيتكلم اثنين ناس. Bring everybody to talk يا أخي. ديتو شايفين ناس تانيين ده بيجوا كلهم بناسهم كله بيتكلموا ليه إكواتوريا بيشاي out from كلام حسده. كله كورنتا ناس كله في داخل إكواتوريا. كله كورنتا ناس في داخل إكواتوريا في راس إكواتوريين. يلا طيب إنت سيد البيت ناس بيستحضروا في راسك كيف يعني؟ بيشتميتا بيعملوا إنت كيف بيعملوا ده بيحقروا إنت بيتقوا إنت. إنت خايف. إنت بخاف لحد 200. إنت تتكلم كويس خليك واقف في محلك كويس. Even if you're gonna fail like a man, fail like a woman, so that إنت بتقدر تقوم من وقعتك كده إنت بتجيب a deal straight. إنت بعرف your failures you will track. We have failed 3 times or 4 times. معقول إحنا لسه we tracking back the same شهر اللي إحنا fail فوقه؟ ما بيجي زي لا ده ما كلام كويس.
Thank
I really
you.
wanna thank you.
Thank
I
you
wanna
very
thank you
much.
so much.
Thank you. You remind me of my aunt. يعني it is typical Equatorian woman مثلا في بيته يقوموا صباحه بيراقبوا بعضهم كده لناس والناس بيستمروا جا في بيت وبيراقبوا وديروا شنو وما بونسوا لكن the moment هو بونسوا ده هو بيريبريزنت 10 ناس وين ما ونسوا I'm telling you, Tangala Lela, within a school smartphone for South Sudan, Didi, you will have a following of like more than half the population of South Sudan. Al-Gasma Kalam Take. Bara Ujibta Take Ita is wide, Finusta, Nin Shababa. I like to call you guys the three musketeers. Ite harba, ite gidam. Don't even undermine yourself. Anam akikangal. Isolating the smartphone, na skula lela bukura basma kalam Take. Unfortunately, haramia ya in the smartphones. That's why Mungamo sabotage come that nonsense al Mungamo Facebook, Clubhouse, Kalam Faring. Lain kan gali fi antis tenna kulu gas maina muni for not everybody will be listening to you, Didi. Because you, for now, for me, you are our leader. Because you spoke the mind of over half the population that you know. So, kalama wade, kalama clear. Bes ana mada kelta ale sinu satake kutubu baltake kale nusta ada sukanta junubin gasma kalam tak. Ana aruf nasa biken gal junubin de anana. Yani ma gasip. Apa na yalo le barakasa. Ana mutakit kangal naze kan gasma haje be rotan to tomun munzaso bugi fumaita. Lana zulumal gura Sudan is too much. It's over too much. Zulumal nuswan gura through kodani. Wala juzu min nuswan al besgoku marujal to tomun haramia de. It's too much. Lana ma fi takadum iyali age taban o nuswan yake stak yage tasibu kalam al farik. So keep talking. Hata wita goni shwaya. It's enough. It makes me feel comfortable. Galfi zol asasan gimesi nusta asal Muslimin. So thank you very much. Ana bisni miras maita. Don't feel discouraged. Kalima finas gas maita. Kutu amal galfinas gasma. Bizat min Equatoria. Bijuz min mon gasma. In Equatoria proud, Equatoria strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother.
All right, moving on. I want to again thank Brother Johan and Mr. CJ. Go ahead, and before we bring Mr. Anzor,
that is really a boost, encouragement, word of encouragement, at the same time, to all people of Equatoria, wherever they are. Yeah, indeed, we are resilient people. We are unique people, people. I know that kind of people were savages, as someone may put, as those people would expect. We will prevail at the end of the day. It won't be that long. Trust me. It says Jesus. Believe and trust, if you have that one. If you believe in something, you can achieve it, and we will do that. So we thank you and we look forward to people like you to come up and give us that kind of courage as well as all people, wherever they are. Yeah, we will prevail at the end of the day at issues, whatever it takes. As you have said, Equatorial are living in any corner, though they are not privileged to have all that opportunity. Well, things have been planned ever since 1983, kind of have fire to the Equatorian people. The Equatorian people have been taken to their rights. So unfortunately, all of a sudden we find ourselves under the bondage of a specific group of those elements, those savages, who are now giving us hard time. So, to say the least, we will have time to go through all this ordeal, we will go and find out means and ways of how to serve our people. We are not other than the voice of the voiceless, or people who have been sidelined. It has been a while when Equatorial been suffering. Equatorial عادة عنده ثقة زايدة، عارف كيف؟ يدي ثقة زايد للناس. مرات بيقول إنه شنو هم بطيئين أيضا في التحرك. Sometimes someone becomes slow to act. So that is one of the reasons why people used to take them. يعني وياخدهم كمثلا فريسة عشان يلعبوا بيهم في كل موقع. لكن الكتب دي حقائق، والحقائق دي ما بتموت، بيظل هذه الحقائق ثابتة. اللي شيء نحن نعيشه حاليا هو عدم الثقة فيما يختص عن الناس عن upper Nile. You understand what you're saying is that أنه ورينا عرض كفك. Show us who you are. Show us your dedications and your strength. لأنه it's not any longer Equatoria that has to be used all the time. It is too much for us. Of course, there's always conditions. Today, we're in a different era, an era where people can speak out, even though they're dictators, and those who used to oppress us, yet, still people can speak out. So we are that voice. So we will promise you and promise every Equatorian that we will not give up. We do everything in our power until the last breath, believing that there are people who will take over. If at all any one of us were to fall tomorrow, nothing will prevail us of carrying on this task. So we encourage all Equatorians, to line up, to help each other. For those who have the privilege and opportunity to hear our voice, let them also help the others, forward our message to the others, because that's the only way how we can be able to connect. In our positions where we've been deprived of everything, nearly the next one of displacement and all that, there's nothing other than that. That is the only way how we can be able to communicate, how we can be able to pass our messages and look to each other, watch each other back. So with this, I'll just yell back to you, particular. And thanks a lot for our brother who have just come up and join us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. CJ and Ms. Didi. Welcome, Mr. Anjor. I hope I pronounce your name, Angua or Anjor. Sounds like French, Angua. No, it doesn't sound like that. But go ahead, introduce yourself, sir or ma'am.
How you doing?
All right, it's a sir. All right, then.
It is. It's Anjur.
Anjur, okay. Welcome, brother.
Thank you. Just a little bit about myself. I live in Australia, in a state called Victoria. I'm new to this forum here, Clubhouse. My brother is the one that actually introduced me to it 2 weeks ago, and I just started to. I want to get a chance and jump into the forums and hear all the different topics and trying to, put my inputs in the best I can and trying to listen to other people's point of view as well to see, if I can learn something as well. So I've only just joined in at just then, so I don't know exactly what the topic is. So I don't want to just speak out for sake of talking. So if somebody can just give an idea as to what we're talking about here, so I can try to narrow my view to the topic instead of just talking broadly.
Awesome. I like the sincerity. Thank you, Mr. Anjor. That's actually good because it's the first time I see a brother who will come up and say he don't know the topic, but he's willing to listen and put his input. And I love that. That's actually good because, the topic, maybe you did not witness it earlier. This is a continuation to the topic called the rise of tribal anarchy in South Sudan. And I might have to kind of go in a brief on this topic. And it is, let me go here. Just give me a second, please. So I can actually Yeah, just give me a second here. Let me do
Yeah,
this
that's all right.
correctly. Because I know it's very important that we need to kind of like talk about this, and that's why we came up with it. It's the next. We're going to have a continuation into it, but another topic, another day. It's called. And then here it is. Just okay. Okay, I think. All right, I thought I saved it somewhere, but let me just.
While you're looking at it, I'll just give you a little brief about myself as well. I think I just spoke pretty briefly about myself. So
No problem. You don't have to go deep into it because we're not an interview here. But just know that also you don't have to. Just to remind you, you don't have to expose this, your more sensitive detail about yourself, because we don't want we right now in our forum, we're the most unwanted people in South Sudan, either by the regime or the opposition. And let me just remind you that we are the ones who speak for self-determination of Equatoria. So anything that we say about Equatoria, some of our enemies of Equatoria will see it as anti-unity, anti-progress of the country when they are the problem in South Sudan. But yeah, I found the title. I mean, I found the topic. But yeah, go ahead, introduce yourself, but make sure do not go and speak on sensitive, like about your address, your name, where you live. You don't need to go there. Just go in a brief and what do you like? For example, you're like a social activist in some Equatorial issues, and how do you feel about South Sudan, and how do you feel about Equatoria, and also your views on these things in a bigger manner. You don't have to go deeper, so just to protect your identity on that matter. Thank you.
Don't worry, man.
Yes, sir.
The name that I put there is not it is my name, but a lot of people don't know that name. That's why I actually put it there for that reason. So those who knows my name, they know who I am exactly. But just to go back on my background, so I was in Sudan. I was born in North Sudan. My parents are from the south, obviously from Bari speakers. We came to Australia some 20 years ago. I haven't been to Juba myself. My parents, two older brother and sister were born in Juba. And I've never been back to Sudan since we left. Some 20 years ago. I always hear about it from my parents, other relatives and stuff like that. So, and that's when I saw this forum. I was like, I wanted to hear a little bit about, people talking about what's happening in South Sudan, in particular in Equatoria. I was a member of my community as well in Australia here, trying to push for not just reforms, but trying to put ideas of how we can build ourselves as a community first before we can actually engage into Equatoria or go into Equatoria as a tribe. We needed to galvanize ourselves or organize ourselves first before we can go to Equatoria. And I think that's something that I've noticed with a lot of tribes that make Equatoria. They have division within themselves. They can't get themselves together. That's why you talk about the enemies amongst us. The enemies only watch your weaknesses, and they tap into that. And a lot of the time, we as Equatorians, we are not united. We talk about being united, and we're trying to unite Equatorian, but we can't unite tribes among themselves. And when I'm talking about tribe, I'm not even talking about the whole tribe. You can never unite the whole tribe, but if you can get a majority of people so they can have a shared commons to be able to push the tribe forward, but that is even difficult. I've tried in so many ways, whether it's through sport or social work, trying to organize people. What I found is we like to talk, and I'm doing that right now. is we like to talk about ideas and how an idea is always good. It's good ideas. But if you're not going to execute those ideas, or you don't have plans in place to make sure those ideas come to fruition, they're just ideas like anything. Everyone has ideas, you know. But those who make ideas come to fruition, those people who have roadmaps, you know, they have plans, not 1, not 2, not 3 years, not 5 years, not 10 years. You see, with medicine, they don't find cures after 5 years. It takes sometimes 10 years. But I find a lot of us don't have that vision of, 5 to 10 years, or we don't want to make that sacrifice that, you know what, we might have to do 5 to 10 years before we can bring that change that we want to. We're trying to get all Equatorian together. Why don't we start first within grassroots? Because in Australia, I find a lot of our young kids here that they're struggling with their identity. Being in Australia, your parents trying to tell you to go to, think about back home and stuff. They've never lived there, so there's a massive disconnect. I can only speak for people like where I am from. And the disconnect here is because we haven't changed ourselves in a way to accommodate our kids and realize our kids weren't born in Juba. They don't know where, if you drop them in Juba, they wouldn't know where to go, So how can we galvanize those young kids? Because they're the future. I'm not old, but I'm not young. I'm probably mid-30s, I still consider myself pretty young. I consider myself, to be, one of the young people within the community. I think the biggest issue that we need to get is the young guys that we've got in our community, because they're the one that's going to be running the future. How can we do the best we can to set the platform for them to be out, for them to rise? Because our biggest issue now is we're trying to fix this issue, but there's a massive disconnect, between that, 20 years old, 25, 30, all the way to like 15, 60, I hear my dad and my uncles always talking about politics, amongst my little cousins and stuff, but they don't even understand what they're talking about. They talk about what's happening in Juba, this movement and stuff like that, but they never explain to the kids and say, hey, we're talking about that, your cousin, your uncle, your nephew, and so forth. Those people depend on you. We've brought you guys here so you guys can get educated, so you guys can one day not go back, but help them, or take the education from here and go and restore your country. But that disconnect is massive at the moment in the community, especially Equatorian. And I find, especially with us Equatorian, is we're too nice. Sometimes we're too nice. We don't, we're too nice. That's our biggest issue. There's a saying in English is like, if you want to fight with the pig, you might have to go into the mud and get dirty. And the problem with us, we don't want to go into the mud.
That's an American saying, by the way. That's an American saying.
No. That's Australian saying, mate. I promise you.
Really?
That's Australian saying.
I thought it was, because even we have it here in America. This is a big quotation for the Southern U.S. But go ahead, though. Yeah. So we don't want to do that. A lot of the time, I've heard. I think it was the CJ was talking about. We don't have that. We don't want to fight. And people have known us as Equatorian people not to fight because we're too nice. We're more religious people. We always think about God. If somebody does something wrong to us, we think, God will fix it. Who do you think those people are from? You think they're not children of God? They're doing the wrong thing by you. What do you think is happening? I always say this to my parents who, very religious, and I believe in God and so forth. But, if God is giving you hands, if they're giving you a hand, sorry? I just want to remind you so I can actually get to I want to get to explain to you the topic, and then also I want to have point to say.
Yeah, I'll just wrap it up quickly. If God is giving you hands and minds and legs, what are you doing? You're still crying to God. What does a disabled person has to say? If you are the one that is fully completed and you can't even fight for yourself, what does a disabled person does? So yes, we can say, yep, pray to God and all that stuff, but sometimes we need to get ourselves in there because God is giving us all the ammunition, but we don't want to fight. We want God to fight for ourselves, and we can pray as much as we like, but if we're not willing to sometimes, get into the fight, and let's see what happens. we'll never go anywhere. But you know what? It's good that we're having conversation, but this conversation needs to lead to something. You know, we can talk about it right now. You know, just to wrap it up quickly. You know, we had a community meeting back in 2004. You know, and there was a turnout. Probably 90% of the community turned out for our tribe. You know, and everyone was really, really excited. You know, and I remember as a young man, I told them, "What is the vision? What is it that we're trying to achieve here?" Until today, no one was able to tell me that. 16 years later, till now, no one could be able to tell me exactly what was the vision back then. Everyone was really excited that the community was together and everyone came together, but there was no vision. 16 years later, and we're still doing the same thing because we didn't know what we were trying to do. So I'll just wrap it up in here for a second. I'll give you a chance to speak as well.
Thank you very much. Ita, you said truth, like, you know, the things that you spoke about, the young people, you know, they lost, they don't, sometimes they lost and stuff like that. I do understand where you're coming from, and I think this is something that, you know, yeah, people need to pay attention on it as well. You know, sometimes we pay attention in a lot of things that are wrong. Like, for example, you know, when it comes to things such to do with, you know, parties and like this community parties, and I'm not saying that people shouldn't do, you know, big and stuff like that. Those kind of the things that everything that is gathering people, especially, you know, I think when you look into certain, you know, certain, you know, certain people, you know, these are the things that people pay attention to it, but people also keep forgetting that life goes on, and we have other generations that are getting left behind, and there is no connection that, you know, goes on, and these young people are getting lost. I do understand where you're coming from. You know, sometimes we make up our mind, and you know, it's like like that's the issue with us Equatorians. Sometimes we fix our mind in one thing that is serving certain group of people. That this is a very issue that we're talking about, that certain individual issues, that there are people that they set their mind in something that is self-serving, it's serving them only, but it's not serving entire majority of people. And this is the thing that we're talking about. We need to change. We need to focus. It's very important. We need to look into ourselves as Equatorians and be the head of ourselves, be the leaders of ourselves, and solve our issues, whether things to do with social life, things to do with economy, things to do with political issues, things to do with, you know, as a generalist, you know, things that we have failed miserably, that we have not looked into, so that, you know, that our weakness, we can strengthen ourselves, you know, because when we don't really focus into who we are and our country and what is happening, then this is where our weakness, you know, is like drawing in, and then from there we lose our voice, you know, and then from there we don't even know how to guide our young people. So I think when we fix ourselves and we stand in the right direction, then we will know what to do with our people, because we will know that we need to provide them, equip them with the knowledge of who they are, and they are the people that are going to replace us tomorrow and for generations to come. And it's really important. Thank you very much. So I will I'll, if anybody, CJ, if you have an input, or Odysseus, or yeah,
indeed.
Nancy was here, I think she left. Yeah, welcome, CJ, please.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, even but go ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you. Jonah, I try to wait to pronounce your name because I don't want to. Anjur, thank you. It sounds indeed like a French name. It's very, very, very. Yeah, it's It sounds like really
Is that
French name, but
Anwar?
really.
Anwar or it's not a French name. I'll tell you the name, the meaning behind the name. Yeah, I'll tell you the meaning behind the name. So the name Anjour comes from a poem back in Khartoum when my brother used to go to school. It's called Anzur Latilka Shajara Satar Wisubna Nadara. So, and then my parents, because they couldn't say Anzur, they say Anjur. Then everyone in the tribe starts saying Anjur instead of Anzur, which means look.
I got it.
So that's how the name came about.
So I believe you can speak Arabic as well.
Thank you for explaining it.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
That's great. Well, yeah, for me, I would like to thank you, for your perspective, point of view. Indeed, what you have said is correct, but let me put it this way. Mainly concerning your connections with the elders and the youngsters. How are they really communicating or passing the words and all that? Traditionally, if you could see our situations, our country, as Southerners and Equatorian, we have been going under all these colonial periods. It was a tough time, we have many tough times that have been going through, liberal traditions which had played a role on it also. Mainly, when elders are talking, children are not always engaged or neither told about, what they are supposed to do. The only way is just one of the means is school, when they go to school, that's the time when you get a chance of learning more, understanding more about the environment and society and all that. That's why there is total disconnect. That is one of the reasons why, the elders were not open to the youngsters and all that in particular. So that's one that you can say about it. When it comes to the second, which is religious-wise, when it's come to religion, of course, overall studies and belief, each of us have come to the realizations that, what is Bible? Bible is a history of those who are before us as well. Despite, it's a form of believing, it's also a history. There is a fight on it. There are people who defend themselves who have been over the time, and if you see it, it's a bunch of historical backgrounds about the people who are before us, how they exist, how they defend themselves, how they stand. So that's exactly what it is. When it comes to us as Equatorial nationalists, who are calling for liberations of Equatoria, and the Equatorial stand as a sovereign state, indeed, all these things are there. We say everything's on the table. When it comes to the word of Jesus, let us love each other and forgive. We mostly rely, we follow, we goes with what, we put also everything's on the table. One of that is that Moses himself, the way he used a sword as a means of how to overcome his enemies. Right? So that is all there. Now, the only things that as Equatorians we miss is the tool, and dedications. We may have dedications, but the instruments and way of how to carry it on, like as I've said, executions is really, that is fault. That is how, that's when we become short. That's all great. But in time of war, for instance, like today, as you can see, some of us, when based on the title here, some of us, despite all that, ill intentions and genocides and all these crises, all these victimizations of Equatorians, all that, despite all that, people still, you could still see among us, you could find a weakness. Those conspirators within us, among us, were still saying, okay, let's go for unity when it's not any longer a time for unity. It's a time for defense. It's time for existence, for surviving. Let's say, stand for yourselves. Either you will be, or you will not. That's the time. This is critical times because there's time for everything, as we used to say. It's time for war, time for peace, and time for security and everything. And these days we're living, particularly those who are in Equatorian, right? It is not something easy. It's not any longer something easy. Imagine 2 million of your people being displaced, against their will, in something that they have never did, other than enmity and some kind of revenge because of speaking the truth. That is exactly what happens. In 1972, Equatorians, when they come to self-determinations, shortly we could see that, somebody was stepped in and took over everything in the way how things are going today. That's why our people it's unfortunate, instead of fighting back, they use leniency, expecting that things may work out. It's unfortunate. That's what brought us to this particular point of time where we're now suffering. That's why people like us, we become a voice of voiceless. We're telling the truth and not any other thing than the truth, which will definitely, if we work hard, we will set us free in any time, either sooner or later. So I'll end up here, and I'll yell back the mic to you guys. And thank you, brother, for what you have said. We still look forward for more, to exchange ideas and opinions as well. Pass the message also to our people, because every word that comes from us, every word that we may exchange here, that goes far. It goes beyond, the boundaries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. CJ, and thank you. And you're actually, I found the topic which I was supposed to speak on. But, Andrew, you mentioned about an idea. I just want to ask you, what is your understanding of an idea? Before I get to explain to you some things, but I just want to know from your understanding, what is idea to you?
This is not a dictionary.
No, I'm not. I'm just.
Oh no, I'm just.
I'm your understanding to idea. I'm not saying to give me a definition. Your understanding, right?
My understanding is, you have something that you want to do. Say, for example, you want to buy a car. Then you start. That's an idea. You want to buy a car, and then you start finding what type of car that you want to buy, how much it's going to cost, and that's kind of thing. That's what I think idea is. Idea is something that you want to achieve, and then you find how you can achieve that idea. Does that make sense?
Awesome. You just said something that I was looking for. Achieve. An idea is about achievement. Idea is not about a dream, not about hope, not about wishes. It's about achieving. And to achieve it, you have to calculate. You have to add, subtract, whatever you want to call, plan, draw it, and make it happen. Idea is never dead, nor will it ever die if it is there, because idea is not like dream. Dream you can forget it. Wishes is almost like somebody who's wishing something because something happened at the moment, then they become captivated by it and they want to achieve. They want to wish for it. The same thing with hoping, because hoping and wish is the same. So when you were talking earlier about ideas, like Equatorian have so many ideas. I believe they don't. If Equatorian had an idea, most Equatorian had an idea, this idea would have been executed already and things would have happened different. But the problem is Equatorian have been living in a wishful thinking, dream of delusion and illusion, because we have seen them. They say if we get this thing happen. They have lived in illusion of, looking at others, they're going to achieve it through them, not through themselves. And that's why they fail to recognize that idea is not based on wishing and hoping at others. This is a plan. You have to calculate, you have to work for it so it can become what you want it to be. So idea never goes like just in a thought of a wishful thinking. It's more deeper than that. So if you look at dictionary, even idea has many definitions. And if you look at it in an understanding, ideas is not the way how we dream, because dream always, you forget it quickly, because you can dream today. If I ask you 20 years ago, what did you dream? Not talking about dream that, if you talk about wishes, even dream like, you woke up from sleep and dream, because dream is something that you're not going to remember in the coming years or the coming days. So dream is something to forget, the same thing as nightmare. But if you want to have an idea is always there, because something is built up within you. It built up through hardship, through struggle, through pain, through whatever you're going through, to experience, to something that you faced it and you want to kind of change it or even improve it, So, but let me get to my topic here that you want to understand. We were talking about the rise of tribal, so we can actually, will be our final kind of like a discussion, and then from there we will end the room and also Facebook and YouTube. I would think we make like maybe 6 hours or something in Facebook. The rise of tribal anarchy in South Sudan is the upcoming hidden danger. Earlier in the first, episode, if I was saying, I explained about the rise of tribal anarchy, and I said it this, and I'll just quote what I wrote. We wish if we would be able to say tribalism in South Sudan is in decline. Unfortunately, this is not reality in the ground. Tribal anarchy is on the rise, and tribal motivated violent attacks on native innocent civilians is on its highest form. Insecurity, man-made famines, sexual violence, assault on women and children, unimaginable abuses committed by those tribal militia. Above that, they are rewarded also with promotional military ranks and land deeds for their expansionist campaign to occupy other native ancestral land. Above all that, the other political fallen idols, which we see them right now are playing their roles, are also in a struggle to gain power. Some of them, if we may say, are also using the same tribal anarchist method of a current tribal regime with suffocating South Sudan hopes to be a nation. And that could have been if it was possible. But unfortunately, it failed because most of these people come from the same tree. And those fallen idols, or those political fallen idols, are part of the SPLM regime in the past. Now they are outside the regime and they're playing their role because, they're thinking they can persuade and confuse the people. And a lot of people fell for it, but only few who are wise enough not to fall for it. As an Equatorian, this is why I come here. As an Equatorian, we are not exempt from the chaos and tribal confusion that these clashing groups are waging on the ground. We are also pulled into this barbaric tribal violence. Not only we are victims of the lunacy, but we are also part of the battleground because the unwise decision of some of our self-promoted leaders who obviously lacked wisdom and charisma to lead and save greater Equatorians from such primitive punch of tribal warlords and tribal political power-hungry buffoons. So that was my last point here in a brief. So in my short summary is that this anarchy or tribal anarchy that's going on in South Sudan, it has a deep-rooted history, and I've narrated it earlier in the first episode, saying that it starts not only after Anyanya or during the Anyanya peace agreement with the regime of Khartoum, but also has a rooted background of, because its particular Upper Nile has been always in a violent world of, insecurity where tribes are fighting each other. It's almost like, feudal era. I wish it was even feudal era. Feudal era would be a better description, but it is more than that. It's like tribes are competing either for land or power, and that's what it happened. In the past, maybe it was about land, because even today you could see Dinka as everywhere in the territories, somewhere that does not even make sense, that they are taking it
by force and claiming this belonged to them. And then the same thing now, when SPLM took over, SPLM, as an inception of SPLM, gave them power to, to make sure to empower and improve themselves into the political arena. And when South Sudanese voted blindly without understanding that this separation from Khartoum might be a dangerous effect on it, there were some people who spoke against it, against separation from Khartoum, and warned that the SPLM is a dangerous group. They are not really wise enough to understand that the people are going to be facing danger of tribalism. Yet they mocked these people, they dismissed them, they demonized them, and at the end, before they died, now some people begin to look back to their record and claim, like, yep, those guys were right, but we were wrong. But they will not say they were wrong. Instead, they will say they were right, and they will act like they were part of the saints who opposed this regime. And if you look at them, most of these people who are now pretending or playing the opposition game or playing revolutionaries, they were part of the regime who empowered the regime when we separated. And that separation itself, it gives you a hint. When we became a nation, South Sudanese supposed to understand that there was supposed to be a civil government. It never happened. It's only SPLM claimed that they are the one who liberated us as liberators. They brought this freedom to the people, so they have the right to rule and to eat. Even they had the audacity to say, let's eat first and then you guys eat later after us. And they did it well, and then the rest were given no choice. And then at that time they were giving rewards to their own favorite people, favoritism and tribal processes within the organization. It started from John Garang. Of course, John Garang was promoting his people based on their where they come from. That's why even you see the Lost Boys today in the United States, in Australia, those mostly are from one tribe. And if you say that's not tribal, then I wonder what you can describe this one. Then these things have evolved when we became a nation and they became political power. Then they played their role into dominating the country, and assuming a position of power, they begin to kind of like manipulate others, like Equatorian in particular, to serve them, because they took advantage of Equatorian land by the capital. They started by capitalizing on the capital of Equatoria, Juba, and then there was some many atrocities happening in Juba, and yet it was not that advertised or even spoken about, because Equatorian were talking under the table, like, hey, people getting killed. Some people, even I have my family, were victim of this land grabbing. That's before even the land occupation that now we call it mass land occupation is start to wage within all Equatorian. So these things happen, a step by step until it evolved into what we are today. So this tribal anarchy not even ended just in land domination and land occupation. It went up to even the economic structure. They built a structure where one tribe will have the most dominant thing. If you're closer with the relative of the regime, it doesn't mean you have to be close relative to Salva Kiir, but just being from his group, from his tribe, and somebody who's loyal to him, you will be given an association with him, and then you get some money, and you become one of those millionaires. And if you are from those others who are not associated with him, you will be given rewards of land, land deeds. It's almost like ancient Romans when they occupied Spain in the ancient time. Was I forgot whose emperor was that. I think even Julius Caesar and others. Even I forgot the other guy, Pompey. They took the land of Spain. Spain was all occupied by those Roman generals and their relatives and friends and cousins and colleagues. So everybody and all the warriors also who fought in that war, they were given those lands as free for all. It's almost the same thing. That's a colonialist kind of way of occupation, and they did it. So today, the same thing are done by the SPLM, and especially by the tribe of Dinka when they are coming to Equatoria. They're coming to wage war. First, they're using the word that they are running or fleeing from, flood or mass attack from other tribes within Upper Nile, and they're going to expand. So it's like an expansionism, campaign. And yet, when these generals or these reconnaissance generals coming in, and they began to expand, they began to take over territories. Equatorial began to see it, And then that's when a lot of voices of Equatorial are now speaking out. But before that, it started in steps from Juba. And you know it, and I bet I don't even have to explain to you. You know more about these things that happen. So our problem here, this anarchy, now tribes, the regime was giving those generals or these elders, whatever, and they give them promotion generals. They take over and occupy territories and begin to claim, lands of others, while they also increasing encouragement of tribal leadership. Like, we don't even have to lead by democracy or by the people, collective, community, like how Equatorial, they always define themselves as Equatorian as collective of tribes coming together on the idea that on the notion that we are one people. They do not have that, because Equatorial have already built themselves into that idea that our ancestors were already, believed in, that we are one people, yet we have different languages, different cultures, but we have combined our culture into one. A culture of tolerance, a culture of respecting each other, culture of, where we can actually progress ourselves as a community. And Equatoria has a history that even us as generation who have never been there wanted to go back and also revisit these cultures are now in danger, because the Equatorial culture has so strongly that even today we take pride that we call ourselves Equatorian. But I don't want to go far. A tribal anarchy from the political organization of SPLM to the Upper Nile groups where they have been waging war on each other. Up to this moment, you could see them. Even among themselves, they're not living in peace. Now there is tribes who already decided to exit from this unholy union within Upper Nile, even Bahr Ghazal, because they felt that they're in danger that is happening. And the regime is also exploiting this kind of ideal to dominate. And yet they want to say some people from the other groups who are now also playing politicians in the opposition side, they're trying to act like they are not also tribalists. But if you look at the game they're playing, it's hidden deep secretly. They are also behind a tribalistic agenda, because they are not happy to see Equatorian talk about themselves, even especially as Equatorian nationalists who are now, we are accused that we are actually enemies of progress, and they say that we're not going to bring any solution, but instead empower the regime. When we ourselves, we say we don't even acknowledge the regime, yet the opposition are the one who powered the regime, who served the regime until the honeymoon, because we were saying this honeymoon they had, the honeymoon where everybody benefited from it until 2013. After 2013, then everything was falling apart, and then you see them all coming out. Everybody became to be opposition. The first opposition that came out from South Sudan was the IO. It wasn't those guys who are now calling themselves opposition. SPLM, IO came out because the incident of Nuer, the killing of Nuer, brought the IO to come out. And then the rest followed. But those rest followed, some of them went back and some of them are still out. But if you look at those way how they went out and in, you could see some of them are the same people. You could see one foot in and one foot out, and they are playing the masses that they are all for the change, and yet they are always looking for negotiation, the easy way in. Last time they were very much proud to say that we are going for what? Negotiation table. If they're really for change and the removal of this regime, and they really believe that they are not tribalists, they would have been all the same thing, but they are not. So I don't want to go far. You understand the game that they're playing. And if you look back in the other the other video that we had played earlier, you could see more detail because I explained it in Arabic and in English, mixed it together. So for you, you understand it, my brother. I hope you understood what I'm saying. But that's the main topic, because the rise of the tribal anarchy is a dangerous thing that is now put South Sudan into the destruction. And who helped it? SPLM. And when I see all these opposition also praising John Garang, when John Garang is the one founder who actually empowered and encouraged tribalism, it makes me wonder, are these people really aware John Garang's vision? Because they say John Garang was a visionary of the nation, but we never seen it, because all he did, he was just using a slogan, but in hidden agenda, and what he did in practice was clear. He was empowering his tribe. He brought lost boys outside Western countries, made sure that they are the next, dominant people. And the same thing now they're doing. The other opposition who are outside are doing it. Only Equatorial are the one who are losing their place, because Equatorial tried to be what appeasers and try to be followers, and we cannot tolerate this anymore. Equatorians, we saw the best way for us, of course, is separation. Of course, some people will disagree because they never sat down and debate with us why separation is perfect and why unity is perfect. But they come up with their own agenda to come and, undermine Equatorian separatists as if they are just people who are just only emotional, they're insulting, and they have no respect to others. But it's all propaganda they're playing so they can demonize us and silence us. But we're not going to be afraid or intimidated by them because we also have our own place to speak. And if they think they're only people who can speak, well, good luck with them. Because we're going to counter whatever they say. Because we see the regime and the opposition are the same. They're the same tree, the same fruit, and they're not different. So go ahead, my brother. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity, man. Again, I just got a few things that I would like to add to what you just said before. So the first one that I want to talk about the idea that we were talking about, and the point that I was making earlier and regarding ideas. Like we had ideas about wanting to do things, but those ideas never got up because people weren't investing into the ideas, and when people didn't even do research, and didn't do any research into it. They just come up with an idea and say, look, we want to buy a hall, for example, and they didn't even look at where we want to buy the hall, how much it's going to cost anyway. That's the point that I was trying to make. We talked about stuff that we wanted to do, but it never eventuated. Another example I can give you an idea is, we in our tribe, we said we're going to do a direct debit of $10 every fortnight so we can support people back home and stuff. But then end up being myself and another person that continued to do that, and no one else decided to do it. And two of us continue to do that since 2018 till right now. That account is still going, and we've got thousands of dollars there. Just two of us. That is, there was 300 people there. Only two of us that continue to do it. Two of us, the one that started it, despite that, I did pass this account to other people and say, here's the account. I'm holding the account, and I'll tell you after a certain time. But anyway, I'm not here to discuss here and there. But the second point that I wanted to talk about is, you're talking about politics. Politics is a dirty game, and you're talking about John Gering and how the movement that John Gering led, in South Sudan, and a lot of people praising him. It's because, like you said, it's a slogan, it's like anything in politics, they say in politics, watch what they do, not what they say. They tell you something. Yes, darling. That is talking on the phone. Can you go on to your mother, please? Go to your mother. Watch what they do, not what they say. Because a lot of time we tell you something, but we do something completely different. And going back to that Lost Boys thing, what do you think that was? That was a movement. And what's happening right now in South Sudan? It's the same thing as a movement. People are implanted in certain areas because they're playing the long game. But we don't want to play the long game. That's our biggest issues. A lot of those other tribes like Denkon, where those guys play the long game. They know that, whatever they're doing right now, might not come to fruition in a year, may not come to fruition in 5 years. But in the long run, eventually they're going to stay put. They're going to be recognized. They're going to be making a huge mark in the place. Whereas for us, we want to see something now. I think it was the Sister D was talking about it earlier. We come to funerals and stuff like that. We just like things that are happening here right now. But we don't want to play the long game because everyone wants everything now. No one wants to do a plan and say, what, this plan might take 5-10 years before this plan will come to fruition. I myself, I served in the military, and I understand how military works. And military is not any different from society. It's a structure, okay? There's chain of command, and everyone follows, and everyone knows their roles within the bigger game, And this is what we need to get ourselves into. Understand how the chain of command works. Those who are above us, they need to lead by example. If they don't lead, they will get removed, straight away. And we want leaders who have contrast of ideas, not leaders who we just select people because we think they're the best people. They need to tell us what vision do they have for us. You know, how are they think they're going to make our life better? How are they going to make lives better for the next generation? Instead of just keep nominating people because we think, oh, this person is good because he is well articulated. That is our biggest issue. We're putting people who can articulate, but those people don't have any vision. You know, they don't have vision that they want to bring the country or build something. It's because they can speak, and then we just say, you know what, we'll put this person here in front. We need to start putting ourselves out there and say, you know what, let's have a debate. Let's have people come vision, you know, and those ideas that they put forward, those ideas actually get scrutinized, you know, not just I'll come up with, you know, fake ideas and tell you, you know, if you elect me, this is what I'm going to do to the country and stuff like that. We need to know, okay, what research have you done? You know, where did you get this information from? We need to be able to back up what we're saying. If we say, you know, I'm going to create jobs in here, how are you going to create the jobs? You know, what are you going to do to make sure those jobs actually come to fruition? Instead of just saying, I'm going to create jobs, I'm going to help here, you know, let's start getting into getting the right people in the right spot instead of just taking people who can talk all the time. And that's our biggest issue. We just put people who, you know, well articulated, they sit there and then they end up making, you know, full of us. The last point that I wanted to make was in regarding the youth, and I've already highlighted a little bit earlier. The disconnect, especially like here in Australia, it's like,
excuse me, let me interrupt you if you don't mind. I want to ask you, do you think that the whole chaos is because people are talking, or because people are just, they are rooted in some different mindset that get them to do these things? And then you can go ahead.
Well, I think the chaos is happening is because there are people within the government or opposition who create chaos. Because you got to think about it, chaos create opportunity for people. There's people who thrive under chaos. Chaos allow them to be able to maneuver underneath so they don't get checked. You know, that's why they create those conflicts. Okay, I have no doubt. You know, I can't, you know, say that I've been to South Sudan, but a lot of those issues that happen in South Sudan is because there are people who are benefiting from it. You know, whether it's Equatorian divided against themselves, it's because there are people who, you know, they don't want Equatorian to come together because they know if Equatorian come together, they are bigger force. You know, in the military, we always say, if you're going to decimate any military, you have to go to the center of gravity, you know, to decimate them, which is their logistics. For us, it's Equatorians, or if you bring all Equatorian together, Equatorian will be able to form a formidable, you know, power that no one will be able to stand it. But how do you get those Equatorian? There are forces who are fighting against this Equatorian coming together. You know, they come in the middle of us and say, well, the Kakwa, the Kuku, the Mahdi, the Choli, the this, you know, and then all of a sudden we're splitting ourselves, we're sitting by ourselves in the corners. And then even within those tribes, we are struggling to unite ourselves because, you know, the saying, you know, this probably goes the same thing in America. They say charity starts at home. Okay, if we want to unite, if we need to unite Equatoria, it starts at home, not even on the tribe. It starts at home. Parents talking to their kids, then they move that into the, you know, into the tribe or families. Families move to the tribe. Tribes then moves into then the Equatorian. Okay, but until we can start understanding that, we can go to a meeting, Equatorian meeting. But if we're not telling our young kids at home to come into this Equatorian meeting, so they can be the barrier, they can come and take over from us. We can just go to the meeting, and then in 5 years, 10 years, we're not there. All of a sudden, they lost all this knowledge. Then who are we going to pass it to? If we don't drag our kids to come with us, you know, to come to those meetings so they can understand what's happening. So when we're not here, they can take over from us and continue the legacy, you know? And that's what I was talking about, the disconnect between us and our kids. And it starts with the parents at home, you know? A lot of the parents that I see here is they have kids at home, but they rock up to the meeting by themselves and their kids are home. And you're like, you know, the community is everyone at home, not just mom and dad. The community is your brothers, your sisters, you know? We're all part of the community. Unless we all invest together in this, we are not going to go anywhere, you know? Yeah, we might go somewhere. But I'm a strong believer in you only need a certain percentage of people to move forward. You don't need everyone. You will never be able to get everyone to come unite at once. But if you can get dedicated people who are willing to, you know, put the hard work and invest, not, you know, a couple of years here and there, but I'm talking about 5-10 years. I'll tell you right now, we'll go somewhere. But how can we go somewhere if we don't have a vision? Okay,
No one jumps in their car and start driving and they don't know where they're going. And that's our biggest issue sometimes I find with, I know I can speak on my tribe, not so much whole Equatorian, is that vision, and say, this is where we want to end. Okay, it's a long trip, whether in America, you're driving from California all the way to Texas, how many states you have to go through. Okay, you put that plan in place and it's going to take you 26 hours or 36 hours, however long it's going to take. And there's going to be road work, you have to stop for fuel and stuff. You have to plan for all the stuff. Okay, as long as everyone knows the end destination is Texas, moving from California to Texas, that's the end destination. But there's going to be some obstacle along the way that we have to manage, and overcome. Okay, but then when those obstacles come, it's not time for us to say, oh, why did we actually decide to make this trip? It's an opportunity for us to learn and continue to move forward. Okay, and that's what I want to say from us. I have my younger brother here who's really a very smart dude. He's trying to create, a database that can trace just people within our community, And I was 100%. I was his biggest supporter. I talk to him on a regular basis. He's the one that got me on this forum. But then he came through an obstacle that no one wants to give the detail because everyone's worried about the details. But that's the same people that we have. They've got Facebook. They've got tax file number with the government. They think somehow the government is going to take them, the details. And the reason behind what we were trying to do was, if we can organize our numbers, there are fundings that we can get as a community that we'll be able to utilize to invest in our youth, but then in turn, we'll be able to invest it back in people and back in South Sudan. But we have to unite ourselves. But if we can't get everyone to just give their names, not even date of birth or account number, we're not even asking for that. We're just asking for date of birth, and mobile number so we can contact you on this information, and then you're objecting to that. But you're happy to put your details on Facebook and share your photos where they can actually, track your position. We are our biggest enemy. If we can start realizing, us together, we can do so much. That's when we actually can go somewhere. Okay, but it starts with whether people in America, not just in whole America, whatever state that you're in, you mobilize yourself within the people that you're with in that state. Okay, and then you move it to another states, and then you move into the whole of America. Unite them all together. The same thing with Australia here. You have to start at the lowest level. If you don't set up a good foundation, you're never going to build on anything, and that foundation is the hardest part. Okay, with anything in life. You have to start with good foundation. I'll just stop there.
Right, thank you. Actually, I would love to extend this topic with you in another way. Like, we want to kind of like look at, the mishaps within the Equatorian community. I think we have to have a topic on that, and we will be arranging. And I got you here. I follow you, so I see you follow me. So we will be in contact. And definitely would like to talk on these things, but this one would be a different topic that we can go deep in depth with what's going on, because I know we have some mistakes in our community. But again, the rise of tribal anarchy, when it comes to it, Equatoria is far away from this idea that my tribe, because I don't see any tribe in Equatoria, even if they try to say that some tribe in Equatoria think they're better than others, I will tell them that's not true, because these tribes only are doing it, if they ever done it, it might be a reason compared to what I see in Upper Nile. And I'm not trying to discriminate or trying to say we are better than the others in South Sudan, but because when we see the leadership right now, leadership control, or the way how they're leading the country, we see most of the Upper Nile are the ones who are competing, fighting so hard to make sure that they are taking over power by any means necessary. I mean it by manipulation, by violence, by intimidation, by even persuading and abusing others to follow. And we have seen so many submissive tribes within Upper Nile, to the extent, even some of Bahar al-Ghazal, and now they are trying to do the same tactic in Equatoria. And the sad thing is that we have some Equatorian who joined the SPLM, have fallen on this notion that they are to follow, to get their own greater their greater need. But unfortunately, they forget that once you are persuaded by Fox, don't expect you're going to get anything from it. Only you're going to be either dinner in that table, but don't expect you're going to be the guest in the dinner table. You're going to be the dinner at the table. So unfortunately, Equatorian are the dinner in the table, and they were assuming they're going to be guests in the dinner table. And this is why it's dangerous. Equatorians, yes, we have failures. And like what you said, I totally agree with you, my brother. You know, that we have to change these notions within our community. And I would love to bring that topic on next time, even Didi and I and CJ and others who are in Equatoria, even Brother McCartney, who we can work on this. And because we really need to talk on this as a family of Equatoria, that's the more important thing. I see Mr. CJ want to say something, and then I welcome Brother McCartney so I can give you a chance to also reflect and comment. And what do you think?
Yeah, Makat need to say he's ready now. I think he was busy.
Okay, awesome. But let me hear CJ. He says he wanted to comment, and then from there, Mr. McCartney can take over.
Yeah, let me jump in, just only, thank you. Thanks, brothers, those who are here with us and listening to us as well. Yeah, my point is, says government, his conclusion that, we're the enemy of each other. Equatoria definitely is the enemy of themselves, actually. Well, when it comes to the situations we're now in, how do you really evaluate the situations? When we are in crisis, in time of crisis, based on your knowledge, I don't know, your military knowledge, I wonder what will be your answer to that, in time of trouble, people are totally different. There'll be no any excuse for what so-called preparing yourselves and all that, rather than rushing to fulfill the task. Supposedly, if the entire subdivision is on fire, that means your one or two houses on fire. What do you expect all these people are supposed to do? And they're supposed to rush to the task without any excuse, and that would have been a point of unification. Today, this can be a lesson to those who are reluctant in time of peace and security. So this is exactly the situations we're in. I wanted to ask, to hear your point of view on this particular point, because based on my knowledge, I have been to, let's say, more many villages home. The way how things were just moving is totally different. The elders always, and when times comes, they engage children. Could it be in farms as farmers, by means and watching the cattle or some kind of sheep and all that. It's always there. So they are the successors. As time goes, they are mostly the successors. Those are the most primitive by then. You can say the primitive people. Unlike us today, in this era of technology and all that. So let me see, what's your point of view on that? My question, thank you. I'll end up here. Or else if you wanted to forward the mic to someone, then you can answer later, it's okay.
Sorry, was that a question for me?
Yeah.
Was that a question for me? Yeah, so.
Yeah, exactly. I was just, the last point. I was interested to just jump in and.
Yeah, okay. So for me, just 1 second. I got my little one here. It's giving me a hard time.
Okay.
I'll just see if I can send her away. 1 second.
Oh yeah, take your time.
Just
Sure. Then Atika, yeah, you can go to the next, and then give Brother Wani a time to come later. Let him jump in later.
Yeah, so I'm back. If I'm
great.
jumping
Okay.
on someone.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so in the military, when they say,
do you want to, do you want to win the war or you want to win the battle? You have to make that clear. What is it that you're trying to win? Okay. And you can't get confused between the two. Okay. Winning the war or winning the battle, So what is the end game here? Okay. For us, it's about training people, or in the military, we train people a certain way so that way they understand each other. We in the section, we train on a regular basis that we have an understanding. We know when somebody moves slightly to the left, we know exactly what they're doing, because that's how many trainings we've done. We know exactly when they move their leg this way, this is what they give me this signal. This is something that we need to practice ourselves. This is something that we need to practice ourselves. It's training our young people, okay, by explaining to them exactly what is the plan that we're trying to execute as a community or as a region. Say, this is the vision for us as an Equatorian. This is what we're trying to do, okay? But in order for us to get to that, we need to break it down into like small targets, okay? So to bring the whole Equatorians, we need to break it down and say, let's try to recruit leaders within Ma'i, for Macholi, and all these other tribes that make Equatorian, and bring them to the tables. And those people become representative for their tribe to be able to take the message back and say, this is what we're trying to do. Because a lot of the time, there is no mission. In the military, they always say, what is the mission? Every year, they drum into you and say, this is the mission. This is what we're trying to achieve this year. Through all the exercise we're doing, this is our mission, okay? And everyone knows what's the mission statement. But if there's no mission statement, you don't know what you're fighting for, And that's our biggest issues, that we don't know what we're fighting for, or what is it that we're trying to achieve, okay? An archer will never go and start just shooting, just far away, unless there's a target that they're shooting at, So we need to start organizing ourselves. So this is the target that we're trying to achieve. Whether we're going to achieve this target within a year, or 5 years, or 10 years, but we need to put ourselves a target and then walk toward that target. Yeah, that target might move slightly forward, but that's all right. As long as the target is visible for us to be able to see, we know what we're aiming for. Okay, we have a goal. And this is one thing that I talk to a lot of the youth in my community. They always tell me this, we don't know where we're going, there is no goal, there is no vision. Okay, we don't know where we're going. We're just expected to come to the meeting and people dominating, discussion. And when we finish the meeting, there's nothing that comes out of the meetings because too many people are talking and we're not sticking to the topic of exactly what we need to talk about, And then people end up leaving upset because they didn't get a chance to speak and all this stuff. And then all of a sudden create that big issue. In the military, we don't have that. In the military, there's called chain of command. Commander will come in and articulate his vision and say, this is what I want to do. And commanders have lieutenant. Lieutenant go and take the mission and go and give it to the soldier and say, this is the commander's intent. We need to do that. Okay. And this is what I was talking about, leaders within certain groups or within the Equatorian groups. They could be the lieutenant. The general will, whoever's going to be the leader of the Equatorian, have his lieutenant. The lieutenant will be people for Julu, Ma'i, Acholi, and stuff like that. Those are the ones that go, and explain that vision to the soldiers. That's what we call in the military, soldiers. And that lieutenant then will report to the commander and say, well, this is what I explained, and this is what they need in order for us to fight the war. And then they pass that information to the command, and then the command will come up with a solution that can fit for everyone, so that we can achieve the goal together as one. I don't know if that answers your questions.
Well, what I mean to say is that, for instance, if you're caught as a military, that's a situation. You have, that is something that has been arranged properly, systematically been arranged from the beginning, from top to the bottom. Unlike a family is also, remember, those who are in the subdivisions, like in home, we're all one family members with all our tribes. That's why we call ourselves Equatorians. Now, Equatorian houses are now burning all over. Do we require a chain of command at that particular point of time? No. And actions can show who's capable. Now, when we rush to action, we will see who's the most capable employee. Understand? somebody who can execute the job, then that is definitely, you can see the leaderships automatically. It will pop up without any documentations, any proper arrangement and everything. So that's the situation we're in. The way how we look to situations, the situation we're in now, with the exception of us, outside the country, in diaspora and all that, probably, that may be an excuse. But when it comes to those who are in, if indeed we could feel it as Equatorians, if we are not being disappointed by those who joined the SPLA and all that mess our situations, yes, they kept on rushing, dividing themselves into more many divisions that resulted to the present upset, setback, it wouldn't have been to these positions. But as tribes, imagine we have chiefs, all those people are there. The main issue is the encouragement. There is no, if there were to be encouragements among them, such as the media, for instance, the voice of media and everything, believe me, those people wouldn't have been chased away in 2 millions. 2 millions of them wouldn't have run. That is exactly what put us in Sudan. Now we have been taught as Equatorians to look to the top, to those from the top. I strongly believe and agree with what you have said about the leadership's choice, the choosing of the leaderships. It's not about talk. It's not about who can talk, who's articulate and all that kind of things, but rather who can act. So we are now in a situations where Equatoria is supposed to pop up. There's no excuse of saying, oh, we're not prepared. Oh, we must, we need to do that and that. Because there's fire on the house. Every one of us has to contribute. Even a child, when there's a fire, he knows what that is. That's a danger. A fire can, a child can even, rescue us. Remember David in the history of Bible, with all these elders, ideas, and those chain of commands and all that, yet they failed. But this young guy, simply, he managed to rescue his people. So he was a hero. Thank you.
I just wanted to say something, Mr. CJ. Yeah, thank you so much. Well, I don't want to go far. I'm just going to end the one in Facebook and YouTube, and then we continue here in Clubhouse because we still have time. But I want to also remember we have McCartney never said anything. But just to add to my brother Andrew, the chain of command. So I would say to you, of course, in US we say Tura for soldiers, brothers in arms. Hold on, yeah. Yes, sir.
Do you understand what I mean here?
Yes, sir. I understand it clear. I'm just trying to kind of like also remind Andrew there is something here he's missing. Civilian life is completely different from military life. You have to always differentiate that. You can never relate life of civilian with military. Military will live in orders. Civilian, they live in their own lifestyle. Civilians are the one who shape their own life by the idea they gain from the experience. Military will live under the command, like you say, the chain of command. So for us as militaries, we know it's an structure that was built before we even been here. The first person who ever came up even with the military idea to campaign for war, of course, that they learn from experience, and to the point they begin to actually build a better, strong, and powerful military in the world. If you look at the history of military, and if you are an officer or a former officer, you understand that military has a history. Like for South Sudan, most of these people who are fighting or who were fighting within SPLM, some of them were never even understood military. They were part of these groups who had just been recruited by getting armed to the, they given arm to their hand. They were illiterate, and they were given those arms to fight and saying that the Arab are enemies and let's fight. And they did. And then by the time they have experience in the battlefield, maybe that's how they got their promotion. Because we also understand in military there is what you call field promotion. But this is in US. I don't know about Australia, but in US, in the field. There was time that people were during war. If they killed an officer, then some people would be promoted a high officer based on their skills, and also they got to go back to their school record too. But they would be promoted immediately, and they would take position of leadership. But that just not really happening. Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, so I just want to say that the civilians in South Sudan, civilians and military are different, and plus South Sudan, we can go back to the anthropology. That's the best way I can define it. The hierarchical society. Remember that our traditions, our cultures, also played a big role, and where even those elders we have to respect and feel. We do not have to argue them, even if they're wrong. But this is not the world of today, and that's why we find challenges with them. And then when you see others like just being promoted or self-promoted leaders, because they are very much favorable by some of the elders, and the elders also promoting them, this is the good guys, and they don't even know their achievement, yet they will call them leaders. Then when we, the young, or the generation who are actually more, not saying we are better than them, because we have been given the knowledge, but we are knowledgeable of things that they are not aware. And if they ever gave us the chance to explain to them, they would have been good, but they don't want to listen. So they will be more emotional when we talk to them about things that does not relate to their mindset. And you see them offended. And then they begin to build it in their lifestyle and begin to also recruit others who are naive enough, not aware of what's going on. And that's why even there's a clash. So these things, that's why I said we're going to talk about it in deeper sense of where we are as Equatorians in that matter. But I don't want to go far, but I think Mr. CJ also pointed his point, but I just want to say that there's a difference between military and civilian. Up to that moment, even to this moment, even the Western countries, they know civilians and military are completely different people. Because military, we are indoctrinated by idea of what the military is, and we are defenders, and we are ready to die for our country. But for people in civilian world, they will not die for any idea. It doesn't matter how. They can change their idea anytime. But for military, we are built for this reason, to protect and die for it. But yeah, I will just close the room not room. I'll close the Facebook, and then you continue ahead, guys. Mr. McCartney, please go ahead, take over, and then Mr. Anjo, thank you for joining us. Stay with us, and you can also add your thoughts after McCartney if you have anything to say on that moment too. Thank you, Mr. McCartney. Please go ahead while I end the Facebook there. Thank you. Mr. McCartney? Oh, I hope you're not sleeping, bro. I know you're a different country. Mr. McCartney. You guys hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. I'll jump in, and when he comes in, I'll stop.
Okay, join. I will close the Facebook, but go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so when I was talking about the military before, I wasn't talking about that we wanted to become.
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So give me a chance.
Hello? Don't forget to respect McCartney.
ليك ضربات من الناس الطيبين ديل؟ مكاثي كان ليك ضربات من الناس الطيبين ديل؟
Yes. Okay, let him put his point, but I just want to remind you that Facebook will end by itself. So, but it will record it. Just go ahead, McCartney.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it will be. It's not like Clubhouse. Clubhouse will.
Right.
Yeah, if it.
Let's get McCartney over there too. So that people
Yeah,
can
he's gonna be
message.
recording. So go ahead, McCartney.
Yes.
You got your 15 minutes. Go ahead.
I just wanted to question. You get me, guys?
Huh?
Yes, who got Manjuro?
I was just inquiring, whether McCarthy, got some blows from those guys.
Yes, he did. That's why he's going to talk
okay,
about
that's
this.
a good news. Let me hear from
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Brother McCartney.
Yes. The continuation of the rise of the tribal anarchy in South Sudan. You see, if you go to the history of liberations of all what happened in South Sudan, you see, it's only Equatorians who act as majority. Even in Nigerian ones, the response to the reactions for Equatorian, they come out as different tribes to react to the situations.
which is fairly
Okay, sorry guys, there's a phone call, I think. But yeah.
Yes, okay, hang on. Yes. You see in any events, Equatorial react as a groups. And if see in other areas, or when it comes to SPLA, the first people who react as Kamas and well, they want tribes, they went to Bongo. And then come to as a Dinka as a tribes, and then come as a Katoria, and then come the Suluks, and come other tribes. No one ever went as a citizens to react in a situation. All of them went as a tribe. You see, no one come as a reaction who act as a citizens to respond to the situation that affecting a country. Never. If you go to Anyanya 1, it was the Equatorian who came as a group to react to the oppressions. And then if you come to the SPLA, the first people who react are Nuer and come and Dinka and come other tribe and come other tribes. That is always recognized. And then we look very critical. Where is any situation in South Sudan react as a unity or union? Never happened. We have to be honest in this holistics when you look at the situation. That's obvious when it comes to the situation in South Sudan. And then we look very critical and what's affecting situation in South Sudan. And then we look at every aspect of impact of aspect in South Sudan. We come to conclusion that it is only solution is separations. That's obvious that if we break away from any blocks, that will come to solutions. And that's come to true and the solution to all situation in South Sudan. That's obvious to fight about the continuation of the race of tribal anarchy in South Sudan. Because we are fighting against the SPLA regimes and come to Dinka-led regimes and continuation of Dinka regimes. That's what we are fighting for. There's no any sorry that we can say we are sorry and what we are doing. That's obvious and it's true, and it will continue to be a truth, and it will be a truth whatever we are saying. That is truth. And when we ask the questions and saying that how can we move forward to solve those problems in a situation, what's happening? We can't come with the forward solutions because we are dividing into tribes. The only place that does not divide into tribes, that's our Equatorians, because Equatorians was being as a country, as a blocks, as a country, their principles to advocate for the suppression of their own Republicans. And then people ask how. The saying, we look at the values and we look at the peoples and the reactions and religions, they become, those are the peoples, those who stood very firm and acknowledge that Equatorians are the countries, and they have to stand very firm, advocate for their own countries. That are evidence recognized even in the speech of Michel Samora of the Mozambiques. And when we read this, the quotation of Samora of Mozambique saying that there's over 1,000 of peoples of Mozambicans, they are parasites. They are unable to think how to react to the situations which affect themselves. That come to the same Equatorians. There's a lot of Equatorians who are unable to react to the situation that alienating themselves from their own places. That has been questions that give the voice of Patrick Lumumba of Congo. They're saying, unless we all united and contributed and dismantles what are affecting us, none of Equatorian yet want to come. And those are the reasons what affecting Equatorians. They like to follow others, but they don't like to fight what affecting them. When it start to affecting them, and then come to inject the statement of Julius Malemo of South Africa saying that when come to voting, no one to vote for the right peoples. When come to affect to the factors that are affecting them, they're coming to attack the political parties. That is the party of Julius Malemo. And they're saying that, look, they are taking our lands and they're raping our life, and they're doing that. Malemo says, look, it is obvious that everyone needs to engage to participate in affairs what affecting the peoples and the interests of the peoples. That come to direct on the people of South Africa to acknowledge the parties and the right of the people, South Africans. And many of those who acknowledge benefited and get their ways into the parliaments, advocates, and many benefited from it. That's obvious when you follow the speech of Julius Malemo. He challenged even South Africans President Ramaphosa, saying that the people who killed the peoples in Margani is the ANC, and that was recognized. They're saying the ANC was killing her own peoples who voted for them to come into the power, and that's exactly to the SPLA who have been voted into the power, to the independence, but the people also Sudanese, and the same people killing people in Equatorians, in other locations. And no one can deny that. We can see land occupations, oppressions, marginalizations, whatsoever. That are all the crime committed. And then we ask, how can we solve all those problems? The majority of peoples responded into it saying that to put an end to all those problems and the suffering of the peoples is the separations. That is the voice of the peoples, not voice of everyone, is the voice of the people saying that we need a separation to put an end to anarchy, to put an end to tribalisms, to put an end to sectarianisms. And then people ask, who are those people who came with the tribalisms and sectarianisms? And they're saying that those SPLAs who came with the mentalities of destroying social fabrics of people who have been living for so long and astonish the image. And the youth in Equatorian united, whether in diaspora, United States, in Britain, in Australia, where they are, and they come into common terms saying that we are a separatist, who will remain a separatist. Wherever they go, they are a separatist, fighting for the home. Where are the homes? The homes, and they mention clearly that Republican of Equatorians. That means that no anyone can shake but the power of the words, of the power of intimidations. That is come within their rights. The rights that recognize under international law, that's saying that if any countries that people become into conflicts with religions, cultures, belief and values, they have right to self-determinations that give Equatorian rights to ask for separations. No one is custodians of Equatorian other than Equatorians themselves. That give them rights to fight and to be part of it and to participate, to own it. Who else to challenge them? No one. Who else to challenge them? No one. Whether they're from Bargazals or they're from Upper Niles. There's no definition can recognize that. Never. Never at all. That come to conclusion in saying that everyone for themselves and God's for all. That give to the rise of Equatorians' independence. If anyone's want to oppose Equatorian independence, that is Godfathers who exercise powers of 11 commandments, of committing atrocities, astonish the beliefs and values of the peoples who are prolonged coexist using their own ancestors. And then Equatorian ask questions. Who are you to ask us? And that those people who ask them, answer them, those are anarchists, tribalistic, and barbarians. And then Equatorial will say, barbarians, go to your own place. Tribalistics, go to your own place. Secretarians, go to your own place. We are Equatorians, for Equatorians, for the benefit of Equatorians, for interest of Equatorians. That's why separatists are fighting for all. If anyone want to come with the claims, we can challenge. We can use the quotation either from Europeans in context of Napoleon's or in context of other parts. Even if come to Africans, Equatorians have rights. They have wins. They are within the context. No one can challenge them because their custodians is God-given rights. No one can displace them. Where they come from, they're Equatorians. They will be Equatorians. They will remain Equatorians until God comes. Thank you. If anyone wants to challenge me, let person come and challenge me. I'm ready. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask you a question. How do you feel, you as a Equatorian? Sorry, thank you for all that you said. I just wanted to question you in this area. How do you feel as an Equatorian? When you don't want to be a follower, you don't want to be, or if you want a question or you have a question, you want to, things to be clarified for you, and then I hope you come back.
I think it's gone.
Yeah, I think it's gone. Yeah, maybe his network or something.
You can ask your question. Go ahead, maybe.
The question. Yeah, I was gonna ask him because there was an incident that he was on. He got attacked and stuff. I wanted to know how he felt about it because he was.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
What happened?
Yes.
You don't look the same.
No, it's network.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't see you at all. So
I'm here. I'm here waiting.
Refresh your page. You'll be able to see him.
Oh yeah, I could see. I refresh it. Thank you. Thank you, Anjor. I just wanted to know, you had wanted to ask a question and then you've been dropped down and you've been called Kalam Farik and stuff like that. How do you feel, like, as an Equatorian, do you feel that you've been heard or your concern has been heard? Or on top of it, it's like, it's not something that, is a room that was open, supposed to clear out, and something, in a deliberate attack that was launched on Equatorians, both men and women, very horribly, the terms that were used. And then on top of it, instead of it was supposed to be cleared out or apology to be issued, one of the leaders of that real SPLA, they kind of like, disagree in the other room, and he ran himself and opened another room while the other room was going on, talk about disunity in the opposition party. So, and then when you were questioning, and then he dropped you off the room and called you useless man and stuff like that. How do you feel as an Equatorian person when we've been controlled, we've been lined up just to follow, not to say anything, not to object, not to ask a question. We've been belittled and humiliated everywhere we go. So from room to room, that's what people take us as a target, as a cheap people, because of our following of people. How do you feel about that?
For all I was feel, I'm happy. That feelings is all go to Equatorians. We can go to histories. When Henry Odua went to Kitgwang in Upper Nile, he was humiliated and rejected by Johnson Launch, and later was consulted by Gandwit Garawich. He left Kitgwangs, went to Canada, was unhappy, and stones